Wake up, Los Angeles. The Dodgers get walked off last night in Atlanta. Everything that went wrong against the Braves, we detail for you. Plus, it's the first Battle of L.A. tonight on the gridiron. The Chargers and the Rams in the preseason finale inside SoFi Stadium. We say hello and welcome to D. Fish and Decker on this Thursday morning on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of L.A. sports. He is former MLB player, Cody Decker. He is Laker great and five-time NBA champion Derek Fisher. I am Ben Stevens. We want to hear from you. 855-975-2326. The chat is up and Adam on YouTube at The Fan LA as well. And let's check in before we start. How is the Fan Fantasy Football Draft treating both of you? D-Fish, how is the first ever fantasy football squad that you are a leader of looking so far?
I don't. So far, so good. I think.
Good.
I've gotten some good players for sure.
Yeah.
I just don't know. This is my first full experience doing the fantasy football thing, so I'm not sure ultimately how it's going to play out. But guys like McCaffrey and Drake London and those type of guys, from what I have heard, those are the types of guys you want in a fantasy football situation. But who knows, man? Mm-hmm. I'm excited to go along for the ride and see how this plays out.
Who's someone on the clock?
Well, Derek was, and just before the show.
Oh, just before?
Yes,
yep.
He took Dallas, his favorite team, the Cowboys.
His favorite team.
Javonte Williams, the running
back. Listen, we've got an on the clock to start and breaking news. Derek Fisher has selected Javonte Williams, the running back for the Cowboys. Fish, I think it's a good pick. Dallas expected to be probably the second best offense in the NFL behind the Rams this year. So good selection.
Thank you.
You feeling good?
I mean, yeah, like I said, I'm not
Have some
sure
confidence behind this, Fish. Come on, man.
Fish, you've got a good team. CMC, Drake London,
this
and
is
Javonte
solid
Williams.
Stuff, and I feel like you're half a foot in. Let's go.
Because I don't know.
No, you
how
gotta
all
pretend
this,
it. Pretend
all
you
this
know.
works, bro.
Listen, this is 12 people in this league.
12.
None of them have a goddamn clue what they're doing.
Bragging
So
rights.
stop this nonsense in your own head. I'm not going to allow it
Listen,
anymore.
here on D. Fish and Decker, it's you, it's Cody, it's Raj.
My team is the best goddamn team ever assembled, and I only got 2 players so far. I'm going to beat everybody.
I thought you picked third.
Okay, Coach Harbaugh.
No, I got the 7th pick, and I'm waiting for my 3rd pick.
Oh, you are waiting for
I'm
your
waiting
third-round
for my
pick. You were
third
telling
pick.
me that maybe coming back to you as a guy we discussed yesterday.
And by the way, D-Fish, I want to make this abundantly clear. You're going to be phenomenal. So far, 3 things in here, and I haven't remotely looked at your team once. Doug McCain, I might have looked once or twice at what he's done so far. I see what he's trying to do. Comical. Josh Allen, 3rd round. My God, trying to start everybody getting the quarterbacks early. We're not all making your stupid mistakes, D-Mac. None of us are. I'm waiting until the 4th or 5th round like a normal, smart human being.
Now, I was just told by Commissioner and Hype Man Raj that you do, in fact, have 3 players. So it seems as though
I
you
do
are
have 3
mismanaging
players.
your roster.
Oh, no, you have to
This
understand.
early
One
on.
of them's Rashee Rice, so I'm not counting that right now. I picture it. By the way, it's funny. Yesterday at the end of the show, we did a whole thing where we were possibly let the listeners pick my 3rd pick. I was between 3 players, one of which I had no interest in, which was Rashee Rice. He was available in the 3rd round. I grabbed Rashee Rice.
See, this is where it gets interesting.
Whatever it takes to win, Cody.
I feel good about it, but I don't want to talk about it ever again.
You got Brock Bowers.
I want
You have
him.
Rashee Rice.
I
and your first-round
accepted
selection
him.
was?
My first round selection was Cook. And
James
I
Cook, yeah.
loved my James Cook selection. I was very happy with that.
We've got Team Big Deck Energy. What is Team Derek Fisher's name? Have you selected something catchy and creative?
No.
Come on, man.
It was back
Fishing
9.
for a
It was
championship.
Odyssey back 9 was his name.
Odyssey back nine.
You're not in the back 9 of life, my guy. No, you're just beginning.
You're just
Back
getting
nine
rolling.
back 9 is where you get separation, though.
Oh, wow.
Well,
that's well set. Now you're starting to feel that motivational
D-Fish,
tie.
you've golfed with me. You know I don't know what that's like.
Yeah. You're trying to just get through the first one.
Yeah, you knock that nonsense off.
Listen, this is the big stuff. Derek Fisher is going to be tweeting at players by like week 9 of this year. You bum. You cost me my win over Raj in my fantasy football.
You're going to
league
be
this year.
that guy.
Yeah.
You're going to be that guy.
You're going to
like,
feel what we
You
feel.
ruined my
Fish.
parlay. You're going to be that guy.
You're a media member. You're a fantasy football player
You're not
now.
ready.
How does this new life feel?
I'm out of water right now. I don't know. That's
Yeah.
all I can say.
Yeah.
We're going to get your ass to the dark side.
Yeah.
We're going to pull you down to hell.
Again, in the trophy case at the Fisher residence, there will be the 5 NBA championship rings and maybe the fantasy football belt from the 97-1 The Fan Fantasy Football League.
We're going to see, man.
Yeah.
Week by week.
See, that's good stuff. That's good coach talk out of you. You're getting the guys ready to go even as we keep going.
How far? Given Sunday. Just that.
I
Just
love
do
your
that.
Pacino.
Oh, that old thing?
I think
So
your
bad.
bet, if I had to give your best impressions or how you display things, I think one is the autumn wind is a Raider. I think that's fantastic.
That's impressive because maybe you haven't heard my Jerry Jones much.
Come on. I was just going to say, number
Yeah,
2 is
my
Jerry Jones.
my Jerry's top
And number
notch.
3 is Al Pacino.
The Pacino.
You're Jerry. If I closed my eyes and you did Jerry Jones, I'd be like, oh, how'd the owner of the
impressive.
Cowboys get here?
Well, I've always, considering the fact he acted so well on that show, Landman.
He was great on Landman.
I assume he only referred to John Hamm as Landman.
For sure.
He's like, oh, Landman. I got my sons. I got my team.
great Jerry.
And, I did everything for my town.
It kind of sounds also like a Buddy Garrity from Friday Night Lights. A little bit.
A little bit.
Now, do you have a tough time in pronouncing the Rams middle linebacker Nate Landman because you watch so much Landman?
Yes, I do.
Yeah,
I always
get it.
go Landman. And also I can't say Landman without doing it as Jerry Jones.
Yeah, so I understand that very much so. All right, to the Dodgers, where unfortunately things did not go very well last night in Atlanta. The Dodgers dropped the second straight game against the Braves. They have already lost the series against Atlanta. They have lost the season series to the Braves, which could be critical based on postseason positioning. LA now only 2 games ahead, Cody, of the Atlanta Braves for that second spot, and of course the crucial bye around the National League. 6-5 the victory last night for the Braves. That included a second consecutive night where Tanner Scott came in a non-save opportunity and recorded the L, and he gave up the walk-off winner to Hassang Kim, who entered the game with a .066 batting average.
Boy, that hurts.
Yeah.
Boy, does that hurt. By the way, former Dodger Hassang Kim, I believe. What can I say? The Dodgers suck, huh? What are we going to do? What are we going to do? After this All-Star break, they've been terrible. Well, listen, against teams above 500 after this All-Star break, they have been terrible.
Yes.
It's just the truth, unfortunately. They've been beating up on teams under 500 the entire time, no problem. We talked about it last week, the Rockies and, of course, the Pirates. Series they needed to win, series they needed to sweep, but then you go against the Atlanta Braves, and the Atlanta Braves, I got to say, have a little bit of that grind factor, a little bit of that grit factor. In fact, we're seeing a lot more of that grit and grind from every team above 500 that the Dodgers are coming up against. Right now, these were 2 winnable victory games for the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Yep.
And we didn't get anything out of them in any situation that we needed them. For instance, that terrible play by Teoscar Hernandez in left field, which obviously led to multiple runs. And the fact that this team, with bases loaded, not once, but twice.
2 times.
Just getting almost nothing done. The only run they really got with bases loaded was a walked-in run, which is a flat-out gift.
Yep.
The Dodgers have no excuse for how they are having their at-bats and what they're doing, and now they're not grinding out the proper at-bats, and which is very shocking to me. This is a lineup of unbelievable pros. MVP after MVP after MVP, all-star after all-star after all-star, and quite frankly, everybody is going to continue out-grinding them because it seems like the Dodgers don't seem to realize right now. They got such a target on their back right now that everybody is going to just kill themselves just to beat them.
We have talked about the importance of this series against the Atlanta Braves. To echo Cody's point, since the All-Star break, the Dodgers now against teams above 500. Teams with a winning record are just 6-15. Fish, we talked about this series, its significance this week in Atlanta, postseason implications, potentially an October preview against these Braves. When you lose in the fashion the Dodgers did last night, getting walked off in the bottom of the 9th in the ATL, how much does a loss like this sting even more?
I mean, the close losses, hurt a little bit more than kind of getting blown out, where you can kind of, we just didn't have it today. We didn't bring it. We'll definitely be better than this tomorrow. Sometimes the close losses force you to think a little bit more about the small margin for error, the attention to detail. Man, I could have made that pass cleaner. In baseball, obviously, I could have put the ball in a better place. I should have made a better throw. I didn't have to swing at that first pitch. Those are the things that'll keep you up at night when you lose a close game. I think for the Dodgers, though, teams that have like won so much so often, you know, in this short window that they have in terms of winning titles. The concern level for me is not as low. I think the big picture of like the teams above 500, like that's something to think about. But when you're on the pedestal, I mean, everybody's shooting arrows and things, like you're going to get hit, the longer you're up there.
Yeah.
So, to some degree, this is part of what comes with, it's the attrition of winning, basically, and that they're going to have to keep battling through. Had they gone down to Atlanta and just kind of looked disinterested, that would be more concerning to me. But the fact that they're still going to Atlanta and Atlanta's having to squeeze out every single ounce that they can in order to win a one-run game when the Dodgers aren't really going in there feeling like this is the World Series and we have to prove something and we got to show everybody that we can beat this team. Like, that mentality to me is like there's still enough there, clearly.
Oh, yeah.
I just think, it's an energy thing. And it's like you've been on the Dodgers have gone on this long road trip to World Series titles the last 2 years. And they kind of have a feel for like how much gas in the tank that you need to finish that last mile. And right now you're at a point where it's like you don't want to go too fast that dips the gas tank below that meter where you're going to need a certain amount of gas in order to finish out the trip. And it's a tough place to be because, conventional wisdom tells us they're supposed to be like emptying the tank every single time because you don't want to assume anything. Very true. But once you have enough experience doing something and you kind of know, well, this is what I'm going to need in order to get it done, then, yeah, human nature is to kind of like you protect yourself a little bit knowing you're going to need more later. And I think that's what the Dodgers are going through all season, to be honest.
So I totally agree with you. And here's the thing. If there is a team that can kind of hit the coast button a little bit and kind of turn it on when it gets closer to October, it's the Los Angeles Dodgers.
It's not the coast button, though. That's the difference for me, I think. We had a couple teams that didn't end up with the best record in the Western Conference or the best record in the league overall. But it wasn't that we weren't coasting necessarily. I think it was a recognition and an awareness that like, okay, well, I don't have to expend as much energy as you to get to the same place. So I'm going to let you can burn off more energy than me because I know how to get to where we're trying to go and I've been there before and I know what to do. And even if I'm in a more challenging situation where it's on the road or I'm facing an opponent that's really difficult, I'm more confident in my ability to get this done than you, even if you're a little bit ahead of me right now. So I'm not coasting. It's almost like a level of wisdom, kind of like an adult. Like a kid's just running around going crazy and an older person's like, all right, well, go ahead and waste that energy if you want to. I'm good.
No, I totally see what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I love Stone Temple Pilots.
You can't just be hitting random songs.
I'm
in the
still
middle of the
figuring
show.
out all these buttons, Raj, on the
there
desk
are
and opening
4
mics
buttons.
and such.
Don't press any of them.
1, 2. That was the rock music.
That was the STP
button.
button.
Let's tune into K-Rock as
Always
we're
make sure you
doing this.
stay away from the STP button.
Fair enough. My fault.
No, but like here's the thing. I'm not trying to say that they're coasting necessarily but my point was if there was a team that could coast for a little bit, it is unquestionably this team. Based on the names that they have and the experience that they have, this is a playoff team. This is a championship team, period, stop. However, this team right now, there is a confidence factor I am not seeing in them at the moment. And it's so much so you can see it in their own faces, in their own interviews. Mookie Betts gave an interview after the game before yesterday, and he sounded defeated. It didn't sound like the uber confident Mookie Betts we've seen for years and years and years. Now, granted, he's having a rough season. I think he's carrying a lot of that weight probably on his shoulders right now. But there is just something about the confidence of seeing this team. Even so much I turn on the game, throughout the entire season, if I turn on a Dodger game, I would just kind of giggle and like, Dodgers going to win this, no problem at all. I have not felt like that in over a full month at this point. And that has been an interesting place to be for me. And it's not necessarily that they're coasting. We discussed it a little bit yesterday. This offense, I hate to say it, is starting to show its age for the first time in years. And it could be the combination of not only their age, but the extra games that these guys have played over the years. Like Mookie Betts has played roughly 2 full seasons more than everybody else over these last 5-6 years. So at some point, the body's got to give, and it seems like these guys are getting grinded out a little bit, despite having maybe the best pitching staff I've ever seen. I mean, double plays, leading the league in double plays.
Not good.
Freddie Freeman, who is basically one of the most premier hit guys I've ever seen or known in baseball history, he's struggling kind of manufacturing proper at-bats at key moments of the game. And that is not what I've seen out of the Dodgers for, at this point, 5, 6, 10 years. It just, something seems off. And you can hear it in Dave Roberts' voice. You can hear it in the players' voice. And I am starting to get concerned. Not that they're going to fall off or couldn't possibly go deep in the playoffs or even get to the World Series. But right now, I'm seeing, and I think everybody else in the league is seeing, the Dodgers can get got.
So is your biggest issue with the Dodgers so far in this 2-game set against the Braves, exemplified last night, the lack of offensive production, even in those critical spots as we saw in the 7th and the 8th? Is it Tanner Scott coming in and dropping back-to-back games? Is it now losing Roki Sasaki to the IL for the next 3 weeks or so? What to you was the number one thing you saw last night and you're like, okay, if there is a level of concern, this is it moving forward?
My concern is not entirely with Tanner Scott. I think Tanner Scott has done a phenomenal job all season long, just because of a blown spot here and a blown spot there. Listen, he's not going to be perfect. No one is perfect in this game. They are going to give up runs, and I think the magnifying glass is always on if you're a late inning reliever, because the guy's only got 3 outs that he's got to give you. So if he gives up 1 run in that inning, the magnifying glass is way on it, probably more than it even should be. I feel confident in the Dodgers bullpen because, again, as more guys get healthy, more starting pitchers are moving back to the bullpen. You mentioned Roki Sasaki. Yes, that sucks. Don't like losing Roki Sasaki at this point of the year, but if we can get him back before October and ramp him up properly for the bullpen, phenomenal. And also great news, Eric Lauer's just ready to go ahead and slot right back into that starting rotation. No problem. The Dodgers are fine there. The concerning thing to me right now has been the Dodgers offense. The Dodgers offense have been extremely concerning, considering the fact the last 3-4 weeks, it's been the bottom of the lineup that's been carrying this team. Now, you could also look at that as a positive, that the top of the lineup has done not much lately, and they're kind of laying in the weeds, and once they go off, look out. But talking to Jeff Rancourt yesterday, banking everything on the long ball is a problem when October rolls around, and frankly, everyone else is showing that they can manufacture runs against the Dodgers, and the Dodgers right now are not showing that they can manufacture runs against anybody else, not named the Pirates or the Rockies.
The top 3 in the lineup in the opener on Tuesday, 2 for 15. That was Shohei, Freddie, and Mookie. Last night they were 5 for 12. They also drew 3 walks. They reached base safely 8 times. It was that bottom of the 7th where the Dodgers did plate 2 runs and had the bases juiced with 0 outs. Tommy Edman drew the walk. It led to a run. Kyle Tucker, who was 0 for 5 last night, lines out. Alec Thomas, his worst game as a Dodger in the 4 that he has played, grounds into a double play to end the inning. The Dodgers only come away with 1 run. They also had the bases juiced in the top of the 8th as well. That was with 2 outs. And in a critical spot for a guy that has been Captain Clutch and Max Muncy, works a 9-pitch at bat, but strikes out on a nasty splitter from Didier Fuentes that was really outside of the zone, but I'm sure did not necessarily look like that to Max Muncy. So, Fish, if you're saying right now that although the Dodgers understand where they are, they're still one of 2 teams in baseball that have reached the 80-win threshold. They still are in that 2 spot in the National League, 2 games in front of Atlanta, despite now losing the tiebreak to both the Braves and the Brewers for the entirety of this season. What do you think Dave Roberts said to his team yesterday in the clubhouse post the walk-off loss to the Braves?
I mean, let me see. Dave Roberts yesterday.
Like, was he saying what you're saying? Like, hey, this one stinks. There's no doubt about it. We're going to be a little bit sad, but hey, we also know where we need to be and what we still need to accomplish. So let's refocus that mindset.
No, I mean, he's for sure saying that. It's you know, you can't at this point in their journey, you know, you know your team. You know they're also capable of getting the job done. I mean, we've talked a ton about the team is really built for October.
Very much.
Mm-hmm. So, veteran teams don't, again, have the energy and the juice to try to sprint throughout the regular season and then be able to sprint through the playoffs. Now, you have to allow them some space to, not coast, but just kind of like do the best that they can to show up to the park every day.
Yeah.
With the intention of winning, but again, recognizing like, man, I've been on the road for 3 straight years now. Some of these other teams just got on this road, and they might not finish the road. We finished the trip before, so I think for Dave Roberts, he's just trying to, even though these are pros and Hall of Fame level guys, confidence is still important. Guys feeling like he still believes in them, he still trusts them, he still sees the best in them. Even if he's not saying that openly in the clubhouse, in one-off conversations, text message, etc. Like, I think right now he's just trying to remind guys of like who they really are, what they're capable of. I still believe in you. I got your back. I'm gonna ride with you until the wheels fall off. Don't overthink what's happening right now. Like, you're still my guy, and he's one of the greatest to help each guy feel that way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I think right now he's probably just doubling down on that to just try to help these guys keep feeling like there's still enough there and they can still get the job done.
Listen, he has even shown a little bit of frustration post-game meetings. He's even to the press. This has been concerning. The offense specifically has been concerning because, I think a lot of Dodger fans would be like, oh, my God, Tarek Skubal's come here and he lost his first 2 games. Tarek Skubal had 2 very good outings that should have been victories. The offense completely let the guy down. And the offense has been letting the team down. Now, keep in mind, only for 1 month. I'm not going to sit here and say it's been a whole season. This team is the first team to 80, one of the first teams to 80 wins. They have the second best record in Major League Baseball still to this exact moment. But man, I'm starting to see some confidence out of Atlanta. We see a lot of confidence out of Milwaukee.
Yep.
We know that the Arizona Diamondbacks feel like world beaters every time they play the Los Angeles Dodgers. This is just flat out concerning. And Dave Roberts, I know for a fact, is concerned.
We will hear from Dave Roberts later in the show. Doc pointing out how the Dodgers have to finish when they have those scoring opportunities, as they did in the 9th on Tuesday, and as they did late in crucial junctures multiple times yesterday against the Braves. Atlanta did finish a walk-off winner in the home half of the 9th. We'll continue to recap the Dodger Blues on this Thursday morning here on D-Fish and Decker. But up next, Jonathan Kuminga has made his decision. He is headed to Minnesota. What it means for the Lakers and how this roster will be constructed under J.J. Redick for year number 3 on the other side of the break on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
R.I.P. Tommy John, not the elbow, the man that the elbow surgery was named after. The left-handed pitcher, he died Sunday at the age of 83. 4-time All-Star, played for Cleveland, the Chicago White Sox, the Dodgers, 2 stints here, by the way, the New York Yankees for 2 stints, the Angels, and the Athletics. July 17th, 1974. Tommy John was 13-3 through 22 starts, having as good of a start to a season as you can. He's on the mound against the Montreal Expos when he throws a pitch and he says it was the strangest sensation I have ever known, permanently damaging his UCL. Dr. Frank Jobe decided to drill holes in the humerus and ulna of his arm and his elbow. took a tendon from his right arm, since he's a left-handed pitcher, threaded it through those holes in a figure-8 motion, and just hoped it would work. The surgery had been done before, but only in hands, never in an elbow. Hands and wrists. It had never been worked on an elbow before. Tommy John had to wear a cast. The cast comes off. He realizes, I can't feel my fingers. Dr. Job goes back in, rewires his nervous system because the elbow, it can easily pinch those nerves. He undoes it. And after the second surgery, Tommy John finally gets the cast off a second time, can barely feel his fingers. So his first rehab assignment was he would tape the fingers that he did feel to the fingers that he couldn't feel and would throw a baseball against the wall all day long. And that's how he strengthened his arm, by taping his fingers together. And the craziest thing is, it worked. He returned to the mound on April 16, 1976, 19 months after injuring his arm, getting the nickname the Bionic Man. The odds were 100-1 on him ever pitching again. And one of my favorite quotes from any athlete ever, Tommy John said to that, I figured 1% was better than nothing. I told Dr. Job, if you do your job, I'll do mine. Love that. Love Tommy John. And the best part about the whole Tommy John situation, his career rather, before the surgery, he had 124 wins to his name. Post-surgery, he rallied up 164 more. And of course, having a surgery named after you feels like a negative connotation as the years go by. But it was a success, and his story was a success. He didn't enter the Hall of Fame because he only had 288 wins. The trend seems to be you have to have 300 wins to get to the Hall of Fame. But by passing away, he is now eligible for future consideration via the Classic Baseball Era Committee, which is kind of like a separate committee that votes you in out of respect, out of your honor to the game. And so it is now just a matter of time before Tommy John is rightfully in the Hall of Fame. Thank you, Dr. Job. Thank you, Tommy John. And that is the tea.
After I've just finished my 14th season, I've been very lucky and fortunate to win 4 championships. However, that means 10 times I didn't.
Exactly.
And so I've experienced not winning a championship much more than I have. And in saying that, though, I think I'm lucky from the standpoint of I was blessed to win a championship in year 3.
Yeah.
And so the stress that guys carry throughout the playoffs, or the emotions that they may have in not being in it, I don't necessarily have that as much because I'm not.
You got 4.
You know, I'm not
been there,
chasing the idea of being a champion. And I get it, and I actually feel for guys, but I'm just blessed and lucky. So I can watch it and appreciate it, and appreciate the guys who's like, yo, they're doing it for the first time. Like, that's amazing.
Okay, so you say that too, and I think the craziest thing about this championship run was all the doubt that the Knicks had. Like, up until Game 5, people were still doubting them. But you've been there, and you know what it takes to win a championship and being part of a championship team. There's kind of like this feel amongst the guys where you're like, oh, we got this. We know we're going to do this. At what point did you see that and notice that and kind of get that feeling like, okay, the Knicks have the it factor? So
they had the Atlanta series where they struggled for a couple games, and then they figured it out.
Yeah.
And then they started rolling, like completely rolling from that point on.
Why are there so many injuries? I feel wholeheartedly that sports specialization is the cause of this, in that in high school now, if you play basketball, you have to play basketball and nothing else, and you have to be on an AAU team, and everything you do from your private trainer to your AAU team to your high school team, you are playing basketball year round.
Yeah.
Baseball is year round, and they're lifting restrictions on. When I was playing travel ball, you could only throw fastballs until you were, I think, 13 years old, and now you got kids who have full arsenals of pitches at 13 years old, which is insane.
Now more than 50% of the Tommy John procedures are on kids like under 18.
A high school kid getting Tommy John surgery is not even something to blink at anymore, which is nuts that we've got to this point. Which brings it to football. You see the rise of 7-on-7 and these travel leagues that are so unnecessary that college coaches don't care about, and they're just asking too much out of the body. So while NBA training camps and NFL training camps are dialing back and doing objectively less work than you've ever had to do for your body, I think guys' bodies are just so worn down at this point that it really doesn't matter. Whereas if you're playing football, basketball, baseball, and running track, which is what the norm was when I was playing, not only are you taking a break from something, but you're strengthening other muscles.
Yeah.
You are strengthening the muscles around the muscles that you need for football. So that's my spiel on it, and that is why I feel we are seeing so many injuries in basketball and the NFL to young players that we typically have not seen before.
I mean, you train with a lot of youth, right?
Well, Los Angeles, the time has arrived. The Jonathan Kuminga sweepstakes is officially over. Yesterday, Kuminga making his decision and his next destination known. He is signing with the Minnesota Timberwolves on a 2-year deal worth about $13 million in total. That's $6.5 million per season, with a player option for Kuminga entering the second year of that deal. We have talked about Kuminga. Could he be a missing piece for the purple and gold? Not necessarily. Could he add to that wing depth and maybe be in the starting five for J.J. Redick entering 2026-27? Perhaps. But Fish, Kuminga makes the decision to go play alongside LaMelo Ball and Anthony Edwards in the Twin Cities. Kuminga now a member of the Minnesota Timberwolves. What did you make of the decision process for Kuminga this summer?
I mean, when you're in he was almost in like a restricted free agent type of window, which is tough because you're like if your incumbent team, isn't really willing to like pay to retain your services, you end up kind of stuck waiting for somebody to, offer you, the type of contract that you want to enjoy. But he was in a tough spot, and I'm not sure. I think that in terms of the value of this deal, like he could have gotten this contract 3 months ago when free agency, first opened up, or 2 months ago at this point. And so I think, I think part of the hope was that, there would be some sign and trade scenarios or some situations that would maybe come to fruition down the line that just didn't pan out. And so now at this point in the summer, with Jonathan Kuminga, also Benedict Mathurin just signed with the New Orleans Pelicans. Mathurin was on the Clippers the last couple years. Both guys, younger guys, signing for deals that are shorter term, not for high annual salary compared to other guys at their position that have, definitely signed for more money. And so then you get to a point where you have to sign a short-term deal to almost like try to get yourself back into the free agent market again in a year, so that you can try to then access the value that wasn't available for you this offseason. So it's kind of a bet on yourself, but it's also because that's the only option available at this point. Or you end up signing a longer-term deal that is more it's more team-friendly than people think when you sign a longer-term deal, because then your value is capped even if you outperform it. And so that's why it's kind of coined the bet on yourself, because it's a shorter-term deal. But in reality, it's just you're trying to prevent yourself from getting boxed into the team being in control for too long.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, D-Fish, but man, I'm looking at this deal going like full-on DJ Khaled, you played yourself type of situation. Because I feel like he had a short-term deal on the table for the Lakers at roughly the same amount of money, and what he would have had was an actual spot, playing time, that starting rotation spot that allegedly was quote-unquote offered to him, if you believe the reports. Now he's going to a spot where he's not going to be on the ball all that much with the players that they currently have there, and I don't know, man. I'm confused confused on what this deal was. I think he just overvalued himself the entire offseason until he got to this point where this might have been what was best available to him anymore.
Mm-hmm. And that's kind of the Jonathan Kuminga story. There were contract offers and extensions for the team that drafted him 7th overall now 6 years ago, the Golden State Warriors. That did not work out to have that long-term deal. He was a part of the Kristaps Porzingis trade. He ends up in Atlanta last year. The Hawks declined his player option for this year of $24 million. And the conversation around Kuminga in the NBA summer was, if he was going to go to the Lakers, what would that deal look like based on cap space in LA? It would probably have to be a sign-and trade. What would that principal and the amount of years in money be here in Los Angeles if he ended up a Laker? Shams Charania further reporting that the Lakers had an offer out there to Kuminga's camp of 3 years, $36 million. That's $12 million annually. Would have kept him under team control fish for a longer amount of time. It does feel as though Kuminga is betting on himself, trying to hit free agency maybe as soon as next summer if he performs in a strong way in Minneapolis.
Yeah, and I understand that as a younger player. Why you would approach it that way at this point in the summer. I don't think your point is wrong, Cody. I think he and his representatives could have not necessarily like overplayed their hand, but just kind of thought free agency was going to play out a certain way. Mm-hmm. And I think recognizing where free agency is in the NBA now with the second apron and how penalizing it is for teams, like, teams are either going for it or they're not. Mm-hmm. Everybody's decided no longer to stay in the middle. So that's changed NBA free agency a great deal. Mm-hmm. So you're going to have the 8 teams that feel like they legitimately are in their championship window maybe, and they're under pressure by their best players to go out and make moves and get deals done. Then you have some teams at the bottom that are like, we're not even remotely close to winning a title. We can't go out and spend too much money and lock ourselves into contracts that could throw our numbers off when we do feel like we get closer to that championship window. So you can take 20 teams off the board in that regard to some degree, right? I mean, and so then now you go into free agency, it's not 29 other teams vying for your services.
Yeah.
Like there used to be a time in free agency where somebody would just go onto a board and look at best available small forwards or wings. Jonathan Kuminga would have been top 3 to 5 wing players.
Exactly the same way we're doing our fantasy draft, baby.
Yeah, and then he would
exactly the same way.
Got slotted in and gotten a number just based on that.
Yeah.
But it's evolved due to the luxury tax and the second apron, and teams are trading players like Kuminga away in order to stay away from the second apron.
Yeah.
So then, like, it's tough. And so now he has to try and time up going back into free agency next year, but how many team situations are really going to, like, so his agent and his reps have to be just as disciplined in their view of what teams are going to actually have salary cap space next year. Mm-hmm. Is that going to be a true fit? And I think he also has to think about what role, like, I think he wants to start, he wants minutes, he wants touches. That makes the list even shorter.
Yeah.
Right? And so there are a lot of reasons why he's where he is now, but I don't think the Timberwolves situation is a bad basketball situation for him.
No?
No.
Talk to me. Why how would you compare it to, like, the Lakers situation? Because you and I have discussed it over and over again how many different rotations JJ can do with this, and maybe he would have used Kuminga in a ton of different rotations. Is that the same situation over there in Minnesota or different?
Yeah, I think Minnesota has less depth than the Lakers. Like, they have less people to choose from. Mm-hmm. Dante DiVincenzo ruptured his Achilles. He's going to be out. They traded away, Julius Randle. They traded away Naz Reid. Mm-hmm. And brought in LaMelo Ball. But depth was really their issue. Anthony Edwards, LaMelo Ball, Jaden McDaniels, Ayo Dosunmu, Rudy Gobert.
Yeah.
After that, they're relying on a lot of young players. Terrence Shannon Jr. is going to have to make a huge jump for Minnesota this offseason. Behringer, big guy from France that they have as a backup. Like, so Kuminga is like, I think he has more room there to be, like, he's going to always be in the 6-7 man rotation, no matter what. Here in LA, had he not been bringing it over a couple week stretch, JJ Redick could go get another guy and play those minutes if he wasn't able to really defend at a high level, execute offensively, coming out of timeouts, et cetera. So I'm not saying the Timberwolves are necessarily like a better fit than the Lakers per se, but it's not a bad basketball fit for him. I don't think he went backwards from a basketball perspective. It's just financially right now, he probably cost himself some money, which is why he's trying to take a shorter path back to the table to get some money again.
Yeah, he's like, it's not necessarily that he's betting on himself. He was kind of put into a position that he had to bet on himself.
Correct.
Yeah. And you have said Kuminga's not necessarily a missing piece for the Lakers entering a new season. He could have been a new piece to add to that wing rotational room. Now that he goes to Minnesota, the Lakers' offseason is largely over. So we focus on the guys that are here in L.A., and we will talk some Sandro Kelashvili later in the show, and how he adds to the potential perimeter threats for the Lakers in 2026-27. But tonight in Los Angeles, it's a matchup in SoFi. Preseason finale between the Bolts and the Rams, the first battle of LA this year on the gridiron. We break it down next here on D. Fish and Decker.
Pulling out your crystal ball. Is Puka a Ram following season? Not this season, obviously, but the following season.
Yes. To the somewhat reluctance, but also overwhelming excitement of the Rams, yes. And then they just hold their breath on March 27th, 2028, and unfortunately, they're not going to know if they made the right decision until a couple years from now.
But you said if you put something in, like if he's like seen guilty or something like that, that can also be something in the contract, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
To where, so what you can put in contracts is, I'm going to give you $100 million, all of it is guaranteed. But if you get arrested between this date and this date, you have to give $80 million of that guaranteed money back, and now we only give you that money based off of good behavior. It's basically putting you on punishment and giving you an allowance instead of having it be guaranteed.
I feel like he's the kind of player, though, that needs to be like, he needs a handler. He needs an allowance. He needs someone with him at all times. Like, I know a lot of like the top celebrities, and he hasn't been paid that yet. But if he gets this contract, and the only way he's going to get this contract is if he starts acting like a decent human being off of the field. That's a worthy investment.
It's also something you can put.
That's a smart investment.
It's also something you can put in the contract.
Yeah, you have a handler.
You have to have this person with you from Thursday night to Monday morning
during the season,
whenever you are out socially. So that language and all of those things are going to be worked out forever. It's going to take forever, as if the money wasn't enough of a thing to discuss.
Is crazy.
But because the trial is 19 months from now, it's going to come down to a lot of that language.
That's so crazy. I mean, but that's also like very common in, I'm going to say, in the world of music and rock stars.
I can
and
see
like,
that.
I've seen a couple athletes have that. It's going to be interesting.
Is this the best city for head coaches right now? Because really think about it. We got Sean McVay, who is like this inspirational type of leader. JJ Redick, who is more of kind of a fiery type of leader. Dave Roberts, who is more of the Mr. Rogers type of leader. Jim Harbaugh, who is a little bit more on the fiery side. Ty Lue, who is just like the meticulous, calculated side. It's like we have such an interesting dynamic of head coaches here in Los Angeles. And what's amazing is they're all good and or great, and they are all very different.
You know, there's more than one way to skin a cat. The common denominator is the city and the expectations that come with playing and coaching here. That's what kind of brings all of those guys into like the same bucket. Different sports, different types of teams, different sets of expectations from year to year. We're not expecting the Clippers to necessarily win a championship. We're not expecting the Chargers to necessarily win the Super Bowl. There's still like an expectation that comes with playing in this city, coaching in this city. Philly, New York, Chicago get a lot of credit thrown known their way for being blue-collar, hard-working towns. And so then their fans kind of show up to the games with that expectation. If you play hard and you compete and fans really feel like you're giving everything you have in those cities and towns, like that's all they're asking, basically. Fans in LA don't always get that credit. Fans in LA or fans of LA teams also want those same things. They want to know that you're emptying your tank to try to figure out how to win and that the team is just as important as you are. Like you think about the history of our sports teams, Kings, Lakers, Rams, et cetera, like all the things that have been accomplished historically. Yeah, fans have an expectation. And so when you think about those coaches, coaching here is different because that's the expectation. And it may not be as loud and sound as dangerous as it does in Philly or New York, et cetera, but the expectations from the fans are definitely the same.
Any honorable mentions?
Dude,
I should have put you number one. I should have put you number one, man.
I can't. First of all, I think
fair.
First of all,
I think we agree that's totally fair.
We're not gonna. I feel like we shouldn't go to break here until you actually give us your real fifth one. Having me versus Shohei Ohtani in the Cy Young is absolutely ridiculous. I think you need. What was the actual one there?
Think about the compliment.
That is absolutely insane. What's the real fifth one? What's the real fifth one in there? What's the real fifth one there? You technically just named 4. That's not true.
D-Mac, I'm right. I have you on a greatest all-time list because I view you as a GOAT.
You're the greatest troll of all time.
Hey man, I am morally and spiritually offended by your zealous love for Shohei Ohtani that has turned you into the mother from The Aviator with the soap and the flashback. You're not safe. I'm
Marlin from Finding Nemo. I'm fine with that, though.
Yeah.
What's the real fifth one? Come on now. That's absurd.
That's fine. It's Doug versus his inner true self when talking about Dalton Rushing. But I didn't want to bring it up. Yeah, I know, right? I got you, man. You're my boy, Blue. I just rewatched that movie. I just rewatched Old School.
Holds up. Great. You're my boy, Blue. Let's go streaking. KFC. Okay.
You good?
How you going to bring a movie?
The first Battle of Los Angeles this year on the football field takes place tonight inside SoFi Stadium on a Thursday evening in the preseason finale between the Rams and the Chargers. He is Laker great Derek Fisher. He is former Major League Baseball player Cody Decker, and I am Ben Stevens. And as we watch these games tonight, we've got 4 on this Thursday to end out the final weekend of preseason action before we turn our attention to real football. We're 2 weeks away exactly from the Australian opener between the Rams and the 49ers. We get some preseason action tonight inside SoFi. You just showed us, right as we were coming back from commercial break, new glasses that have been ordered, purchased, and are in. Will you be wearing those tonight as you are watching preseason football?
No. I'll be wearing my normal beaters that I rock at home. My Warby Parkers.
Wait, you don't wear those at home?
No.
You go home and take off glasses?
Oh,
and put
no,
on...
these are Jacques-Marie Mage. These are designer, bro. I don't just rock these at home just around on the toilet,
You have
buddy.
special show glasses?
No, I have special daily drivers. These are my go-to daily drivers, even though they are very designer.
Wow,
Make
they
no
look
mistake,
beautiful.
I have 3 different wonderful designer pairs of JMMs. But my other pairs, I got a different company. In Barbaria, Venice, delightful. Custom to this face, baby.
When you played sports, was it rec specs ever or always contacts?
I wore contacts when I played. And I only wore contacts my last 2 years of my playing days, and I always just had like terrible glasses. But here's the thing: you have to understand this.
Yeah.
And this was a decision
I'm learning.
that everybody needs to understand. Once the hair started to go, that's when I had to make a decision. The decision was this: am I buying new hair? Or am I going bald and adding structure to my face? Because if you lose the hair and you got the beard, thank God I got the beard. You got to add structure. Because I don't know if you've seen, Daddy's got a lot of tattoos, and without these glasses, D-Fish, you know how this
What's
goes.
his name, Derek? What y'all call him?
What do you call me, D-Fish?
Would you like
Cody?
Oh, no, that's a lie. This is only because it's on the air. We have great conversations off the air. We'll tell you about it another time. D-Fish, no, I'm telling you, though.
Continue, Daddy.
Look at me.
Raj.
If I take off the glasses and I just walk around like this.
Well, I'm going to be honest. You look very different.
It's a little intimidating. It's a little intimidating. Scary guy. But you throw them on, and look at me. Look at me. It's softened. I'm approachable. I'm likable right now. This is why. If you know I'm not wearing glasses, it means you shouldn't talk to me.
I would say that is so, because if you walked around without the glasses, it's a very different look. D-Fish, did you ever think about wearing glasses?
When I was younger, I did. I wore glasses, and then contacts, and then I had LASIK eye surgery in 2000.
Oh, that's an early adopter of LASIK.
Yeah.
Whoa.
That's like before it was.
How has been like the recovery from that? Is that like still good?
Yeah. I mean, I'm still good. I mean, I'm 52 now, so
How many fingers? That's 4
at some point I'm going to probably need,
Like
some
another one?
readers or
Additional.
some, long view things or,
sure.
Like you're driving down the street. The way I test it
Like,
is
what's that sign?
the crosswalk signs with the numbers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like I start counting as far away as I can so that I can make sure I can still.
You'll get this. You know what really did it for me? Like it was golfing. I was golfing, and once I was driving, I couldn't see the ball. Like after a certain amount of time, I'm like, I need glasses. I can't see anything out here anymore. And also this, I gotta ask you this, D-Fish. How can you grow the hair still? Is it still growable, or is it still growable?
No, it's still growable. I recently grew it out longer than I had in years. It's where it won't grow is just these 2 spots right here. But
George still got that.
all that will grow.
So you still got the majority. See, me, I was getting too thin up here, and I legitimately had the meetings, man.
Yeah.
I'm talking about. I was
Looking at flights to Istanbul, huh?
dude, Turkish hairlines. I was thinking about it,
Yeah.
and I found out a little bit something about it. I realized, it's a shell game. I get it, because they're like, yeah, we're gonna do this and build you a new hairline. I'm like, that's great. $15,000 to build my new hairline. I'm in. Like, yeah, and that's it. Like, oh no, as it keeps going, you're gonna need to do this like 5 more times. I'm like, like $100,000 for the new hair? I'm gonna shave my head and buy some glasses. I'm good.
I think that was a sound financial and aesthetic decision.
Wow.
You gave me one of the great compliments of my life once. You said I have a proceeding hairline.
You do. Look at that
And I
thing.
hope to keep that going. You know who else has great hair?
Oh,
When he
what?
grows it out and really lets it flow?
Do it.
The best quarterback in the history of the National
did it
Football
again.
League, Justin Herbert. He
What
is going
a
to play
transition.
tonight in the preseason finale for the
That
Los
was the
Angeles
best
Chargers.
ever, the best football quarterback ever.
Ever
That's
to
what I
do
said.
it. Ever to do it, guys.
Best quarterback ever. Yeah.
Ever to do it.
That's you said, or is it Jim Harbaugh? No, it was Jim Harbaugh that said that,
That's
not
not what he
Derek
said.
Fisher. But maybe Derek watches tonight and he sees Herbert
Can
play
somebody
6
help me
to
do
9
that
plays.
interview with Coach Harbaugh?
He did.
Yeah.
No, I'm telling you, man. He said
we
that
can
direct
clarify
quote.
this.
You can get a credential for tonight's game and be like, hey, Jim, Derek of D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan. I need to ask you a follow-up question because we are going to see Justin Herbert tonight. He is expected to play. This was the very specific term and play
you
limit.
guys know how much football history Jim Harbaugh knows?
Yeah, no,
Which is why we're so shocked
He
he
said it, I
this.
didn't say
D-Fish, I'm not paraphrasing him. It was this direct
Let-
quote.
just in case, I
still
don't
have-
want you
Raj,
guys
you
making
have
up
it?
stuff on people.
Not messing with you.
Let's just go back in time and listen to the
we're
great
going to play
Jim
it. This is the
Harbaugh.
third time we're hearing it this week. Yeah, okay.
Is the best there ever was. And
The best there ever was.
And that's not even the craziest thing he said about Justin Herbert
be
in the
fair,
last week.
probably
He said he
not.
was locked, cocked, and ready to rock for preseason week number 2. You would have to assume
sexy.
Jim Harbaugh believes that Justin Herbert is locked, cocked,
that's
and ready to
some
rock
sexy
for
talk
6 to
from
9
Jimmy.
plays. 6 to 9 plays tonight inside SoFi Stadium as well. On the other side for the Rams, Sean McVay has not made it explicitly clear who is going to be playing quarterback. Ty Simpson will definitely play in the preseason finale for Los Angeles, but Cody, he has not necessarily shared on if Stetson Bennett will see play time tonight. And my read on the situation is that if Stetson Bennett does not play against the Chargers in the preseason finale, that means that Stetson Bennett has won the backup quarterback job.
That is also my read as well. But honestly, it's already my read right now that he's won the backup job at the moment. And that is not in any way, shape, or form a knock on Ty Simpson. I just think Stetson Bennett knows this offense. He's already shown what he can do in this offense. And frankly, I know we shouldn't be sitting around talking about, preseason performances, but he looked really damn good in game 2. Like, really good in game 2.
Really in command of the offense.
Yeah.
Making throws that I did not even believe that Stetson Bennett was capable of. Throws that were being sent to me in group chats with my friends where people thought it was Ty Simpson. The throw was so good. And Stetson Bennett also 2 rushing scores in the first half. Stetson Bennett, maybe tonight. Ty Simpson for sure. D-Fish, of course, the 13th overall pick. Ty Simpson this past April. He is drafted by the Rams to potentially be that new quarterback of a new era after Matthew Stafford decides to call it a career. But you have said this about Fernando Mendoza, who we expect to see tonight for the Raiders at home against the San Francisco 49ers as well. This could be the the last action in real game reps that either Fernando Mendoza or Ty Simpson get for quite some time, as they are not expected to be those week 1 starters. So how do you think they are looking at this Thursday evening in their preseason finales?
Like the Super Bowl. I really do. When you're a young player, I think both of these guys specifically know they have a future in the NFL. Mm-hmm. So I don't think they're necessarily questioning whether or not they have a future in this league. But, as competitors, I'm sure they both, have a strong desire to show that they could go out there and do the job now if they were provided the opportunity. I mean, and of course they want to earn it. They don't want anything given to them. But I think both guys are going to be highly motivated to go out and perform well tonight. I'm not sure how many series they're going to see and how quickly, as an NFL head coach for Sean McVay and Jim Harbaugh tonight, how much risk do you want to take with your backup quarterback in the final preseason game?
Right.
Just to make sure you have that insurance there.
For sure.
In the event that you need, even for a couple plays, if your starter's out under the blue tent for a second. Like, you just want to make sure that guy's there. So I'm not sure how long they'll play, but to me, for an NFL quarterback, a rookie quarterback that hasn't, that knows he's not going to be QB1, this is the Super Bowl. You may not see the field again the rest of the year.
You ain't lying. Yeah.
Literally, other than some practice reps, you may not take a live snap in an NFL football game until 2027, possibly.
Also, not for nothing, I know it's a preseason game, but because it's the third one, people are really itching to watch some real NFL football. There's going to be more eyes on him tonight probably than it's ever been in his career, and with the exception, of course, of some college games. Right. But let's be real clear, his pro career tonight might be the most important day of his life.
And there's 4 games tonight. Again, Mendoza and the Raiders host the San Francisco 49ers, kick at 5 p.m., 7 p.m., Battle of LA inside SoFi between the Chargers and the Rams. We're not sure about Kirk Cousins, if he will play tonight. Of course, we expect Kirk Cousins to be that week 1 starter. We had Kirk Morrison, who was the Raiders radio broadcaster and former Raider linebacker, on the show earlier in the week. He believes it will be Kirk Cousins when all is said is done, starting week 1 in a couple of Sundays from now against the Dolphins. We are 2 weeks away from the Australian opener between the Rams and the 49ers.
Stop calling it that.
The Australian opener.
It doesn't sound American and it doesn't sound football.
But it's in Australia,
and it's the opener.
All right, you want me to call it the Melbourne debut? Because everybody's calling it Melbourne. It's
there's
the
an
trendy
R.
thing to do.
Say the R.
Who said it? Chris Hemsworth?
He
Not
did.
my Thor.
Well, that is my Thor. That's
it's
the only
Melbourne.
Thor.
It's Melbourne, Australia.
It's Melbourne.
14 days away. We're 13 days away from the NFL season opener between the Patriots and the Seahawks. Cody, that's all important because following tonight when the preseason finale wraps up, it's game week for the Los Angeles Rams.
That's right. Well, game 2 weeks from now. But yes,
I completely agree. Game 2
with
weeks, I guess. Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
Love that. Football. More of it.
Take off your glasses and say football and really scare the people.
Football.
Yeah, that's good.
That was actually kind of sexy.
Now, hey,
go, Daddy, go, Daddy.
Come on, bro.
What?
We can't have Raj do that in the back with a couple of weird things.
It's in my contract.
Yeah, maybe so. All right, football to baseball and some Dodger Blues last night in Atlanta against the Braves. That's next.
Bumper to
lines, and I do movie lines.
Are you LARSVPing yes or no to this? Evan, take it away.
All right, listen, I'm a Dodger guy. We know this. I hadn't gone to an Angel game in at least a decade. In fact, I'd never seen Mike Trout play at Angel Stadium because honestly, why? Well, the Angels, you know what I mean? But we ended up going. One of my Little League dad friends was like, you got to go down, catch an Angel game. Tickets are so cheap. You could get in for $4, $4 to see a real life baseball game. And again, Mike Trout, going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer, inner circle Hall of Famer. The game we went to, he happened to lead off with a home run. So, I mean, we got our money's worth right off the bat. But here's the thing. The parking is easy and so much cheaper than Dodger Stadium. Because it's usually on the empty side, whatever tickets you get, you're going to be able to move up and move into better seats. The food, there were no lines. And it's a nice, clean stadium. It was honestly, I was so impressed by the experience that I'm like, dude, we got to go to more Angel games. And Phillies, Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper, Trey Turner. These are 3 legit guys battling for a playoff spot. It's a fun interleague matchup. I'm going to be there.
I mean, I was preaching to everybody. I was Angels sideline for 10 years. So I spent 10 years at that ballpark every single home game. So I would tell anybody, I was like, just get the cheapest tickets. It's $5 to get in the door. And then you're going to be able to find great seats. As you mentioned, the food is incredible. Not crazy traffic depending on when you go. However, for me personally, once I left after the 10 years, I was like, unless it's a special occasion and I am going to see a homie or I'm getting paid to go, I am staying home. Right. I did my time.
I will.
More than fair. Go on.
I will respectfully have to pass, but I will say being able to get a nice cheap ticket and walk down to where the tickets should be $200, but because it's kind of empty, you just kind of smile and nod at the usher and they just look the other way. If you can, pull that off, it is worth it. Just bring an umbrella because it's going to be a hot one.
It's going to be hot. It is hot out in Anaheim, you guys. Wild. Evan, we appreciate you so much.
You are the greatest.
For come on, tell people where they can find you, where they can follow you, and just keep the love going.
LA in a minute, all platforms. Just keep loving this city and know that Los Angeles is the greatest city on the globe. And we are so proud to be here. Brock and Alex, you guys are excellent. 97.1 The Fan. Love you. Keep up the great work.
Thank you, Evan. We appreciate you. And thank you for being our first guest on LA RSVP.
Shout out, Evan. You're the man. Have you ever had a head coach or manager just tear you a new ass? Because I have definitely had that done to me a couple times.
I was like so terrified of having that happen.
Really? Oh, yeah.
That
I was very lucky. It was behind closed doors, but boy, oh boy, Bud Black tore me to shreds once.
Yeah, I mean, like my high school coach stopped the drill one time. Jerry Sloan, when I was with the Jazz, I was whispering on the side. He was talking about something on the other side of the floor, and I guess he could maybe hear me a little bit, and he just turned and was like, do you want to include everybody else in the conversation?
He went like school teacher.
Yeah, you want to share with the class?
Yes.
You passing notes?
Yeah. And man, my high school coach, like he blew a whistle, and like we were doing like a 3-on-2 fast break drill, and I threw a behind the back pass. It was successful pass, but he blew the whistle like, don't you ever even think twice about doing that.
Did you ever do it in the league, though?
In the league, yeah.
Yes, I'll take that, college coach.
Sure. And do you get on the kids now for behind the back passes or a little showboating?
I do, but what I try to help them understand is there's a time and place for everything. Behind the back passes when it's a tie game in the first quarter is not the time to try something.
So when is it?
If we're up by a big score and the game is pretty much decided, you got a little bit more leeway. But even then,
yeah, how do you do it without showing up those guys?
Yeah,
now?
So that's the difference, though. Like, I'm not going to embarrass you in the game, but they just know based on my body language and how I move on the sideline whether I approve or not. So they know, like, as soon as they do it and they look at the bench and
Rise and shine, Los Angeles, on this Thursday morning on D-Fish and Decker. He is Laker great Derek Fisher. He is former Major League Baseball player Cody Decker. I am Ben Stevens. It's the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. A critical series for the Dodgers that has already been lost. LA has dropped each of the first two games in Atlanta against the Braves. And last night, Cody, it was in walk-off fashion. Bottom of the ninth. Tied at 5. Tanner Scott in for a second consecutive night. Records the first two outs of the frame.
Sure does.
Looks pretty good. Lane Thomas, who came into the game in relief, comes up against him. 2-out double down the right field line. And then a man on a 3-2 count by the name of Hassang Kim, who entered last night with a .066 batting average this year, who had not recorded a hit since June 3rd. And the date is now August 27th. Hits the walk-off winner for the Atlanta Braves, 6-5. Here's what it sounded last night in the ATL like as Hassang Kim walked it off for the Braves.
Line drive, it's down. Thomas is coming home. The unlikeliest of heroes, Hassang Kim has his big moment.
Yeah. Braves vision on the call. Hassang Kim called the most unlikeliest of heroes again. That was the first time he played in a game in nearly 2 weeks. His first base knock since the beginning of June, and they intentionally walked to the Dodgers' Austin Riley to get him to first base to face Hassang Kim, which you can understand because he entered with an .066 batting average, and yet he delivers. Your guy, Jeff Francoeur, on the call there, celebrating. Well, he had good reason to celebrate. The Dodgers, though, quite the opposite.
What can I say, man? When things are going wrong, things are going wrong. And right now, things are just going wrong for the Los Angeles Dodgers, and it's everything. The starting pitching has been so solid for the Dodgers, notwithstanding the Roki Sasaki of it all, which, of course, we'll get to. But right now, just the biggest glaring issues, and I know a lot of people are looking at Tanner Scott, but again, I mentioned it in the first hour, and I mentioned it again. Whenever a reliever gives up any run, especially in a late-inning, high-leverage situation, the magnifying glass is that quadrupled and then some. Because, frankly, they only have 3 outs to get, and it's a difficult job. That being said, 2 nights in a row giving up these runs to the Atlanta Braves, definitely something you don't need in the back end of the bullpen. This is obviously opening the door back up for Edwin Diaz to maybe reclaim his gig, considering the fact that no one has really truly solidified themselves as the Dodgers closer, which is why I firmly believe neither of them will be the Dodgers closer come October. I think that job will go to Roki Sasaki or a Shohei Ohtani as time goes forward.
And we will see. Roki Sasaki last night, 3 1/3, his worst start of his 7 that he has made post All-Star break. He allowed 9 earned runs in total in the first 6 outings, 4 earned last night in 3 1/3. He was pulled midway through that 4th frame because of a blister on his throwing hand. Roki Sasaki now on the injured list, so when he returns, with just over a month remaining in this regular season, what will his role be? We shall see. Here was Sasaki through his interpreter last night in the Dodger clubhouse about that blister on his right throwing hand.
When I was facing the first hit in the 4th inning, I actually didn't feel anything coming, beforehand. So my skin just ripped off, and then after that, it kind of getting worse.
Do you have any concerns that this might impact your next start, or do you think this is something you'll be able to manage and heal in between starts?
Yeah. Kirsten Watson asking the question for Sportsnet LA, but after the game and as they left the clubhouse, it was learned that Roki Sasaki would be put on the IL. Fish, it felt like a night where if something could go wrong for the Dodgers, it did. Not the start we expected out of Roki Sasaki against A.J. Smith-Shawver on the other side. Bases loaded opportunities in both the 7th and the 8th innings for the Dodgers to take the lead or up their advantage, failing to do so. And then Tanner Scott for a back-to-back night recording a loss. It felt like with the stage of this game, the atmosphere in Atlanta, understanding how critical this series is against the Braves, it's a loss that means just a little bit more. Now, you have said it's not necessarily like, all right, this is disaster zone for the Dodgers. They, of course, have that mentality, but a loss that many around Los Angeles and for Dodger fans looking at this game, a win that everybody really wanted to even up the set and maybe, just maybe, continue for the Dodgers in trying to even the season series against the Braves and not lose out on the tiebreaker.
Yeah, and we, as fans, of course, like we talked about it a little bit a couple of days ago, like really wanted to see how, the Dodgers would approach this series. Is this kind of one of those matchups where, it gets the juices flowing a little bit more and there's just more intensity and excitement in showing up to the ballpark. And I think they've shown, even with some of the things going wrong or not what we consider their best performances, it's clear they went there they badly wanted to win these games.
No doubt, yeah.
They weren't just kind of going through the motions and they didn't go to Atlanta kind of like, we're not worried about it. We'll get them later maybe. And that tells me a lot in itself. I was just thinking about, as you were kind of teeing it up, like if they were in a 5-game or 7-game series right now and the Dodgers had won their 2 games at home and now you got to go to Atlanta for 2 games, and they won their 2 games, like, how concerned would we be?
If we're getting to a winner-take-all Game 5 a little bit.
Pretty concerned, but not like it's an insurmountable hill.
No.
Really?
No. Like, in a series where, like, you won the first 2 games, they won the second 2 games, like, that it's in a situation where our records are basically the same, our teams are relatively competitively balanced, like, it's going to be a tough series.
Yeah.
Like are you anxious about a Game 5? Sure. But nervous to me comes across more as though, like, I don't know if we're capable of getting this done.
For sure.
Whereas I'm more so saying, like you're not alarmed if in a 5-game or 7-game series against another really good team, you have to go to the brink in order to get it done.
So I hear what you're saying with this, because you're right. Listen, the Dodgers are phenomenal. If these teams were even in a 7-game series, my panic would not be through the roof. I'd be like, okay, concerned, but listen, it's a series. Both teams get paid.
Yep.
But in this particular scenario, the Braves are 4-1 against the Los Angeles Dodgers.
They've won the season series.
They've already won the season series. But on top of that, here's what's been concerning to me these last couple of weeks, D-Fish, and I'd love your take on this. And it's more along the lines of, we watched the Dodgers at first boat race the Colorado Rockies, and then the rest of the series, they kind of grinded out those victories, one-run victories. And it kind of happened with the Pirates as well, kind of grinded out a couple of victories before getting a 4-0 victory in the last game of the series. And it's good to see the Dodgers grind out some victories, especially getting closer to October. But then they go up against a team that's 500, and those teams are out grinding the Dodgers for those victories. It's a little concerning to me about that, because Jeff Francoeur said it yesterday. He finds it so encouraging that the Braves are not only winning these games, but they're winning them in the fashion that they are, because both offensive are kind of being stifled a little bit by the pitching staffs. To see them to kind of overcome the Dodgers in those type of ball games is encouraging for October. For me, I'm feeling less encouraged for October because I'm not seeing the Dodgers really do it right now.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that part. I just I always try to find ways to help all of our brains make more sense of certain things.
Yeah.
It's like, imagine if we were what is it, Iron Man competition?
Yes. Yeah. Oh God.
What's the one where they do back to back Iron Mans like this?
Is it like a decathlon? What is it? One of the cathlons?
Sounds like hell.
Yeah, it does.
Right. Yeah.
There's something that it's called where there's one where they do multiple.
So it's like the bike, running, and swimming thing.
Right, but then they do that again,
the same day or the next day.
I don't know if it's the same day or the next day, but most of the time in a marathon like that, or Ironman, you're preparing all year for the one Ironman.
Right.
There's also some subset of people that do multiple Ironmans the next day or in the same week or something. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah.
Point being, if you've done an Ironman twice this week and a third one at the end of the week, and the other person is doing their first Ironman, they can grind harder than you can, because this is your third Ironman of the week. This is their first Ironman this week. So in the middle of one of those races, when that person reaches to grind out an extra couple milliseconds in the ocean, their muscles, their ligaments, their tendons have a little bit more pop than yours, and in a shorter period of time, they could probably outgrind you. But in a longer period of time, because you're experienced at doing this more, you can still win out.
I can see what you're saying.
And that's sometimes for teams that have won multiple titles, and this is their third year in a row. Man, I've been on this bike for 30 months, man. You just got on the bike this week, bro. You can pedal the bike faster than I can on this 1 mile, but I've been out here riding for 30 miles already. And so I'm still going to get to the end of this before you, but you're gonna outsprint me a few times for sure.
And we are definitely going to see each other when we get to mile 50.
Yeah,
and we'll see where we're at. Yeah, no, I definitely hear what you're saying there.
And there's a really good chance the Dodgers and the Braves see each other in that fourth Ironman come late October, potentially, when they would face each other in the postseason. It's Steve Fitch and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And by the way, we are still giving away tickets, a pair of tickets to the Dane Cook Show at Yamava Theater on Friday, September 11th, which also comes with a $50 slot play voucher. FYI, the winner and the guest must be 21. You call us here on D. Fish and Decker, 855-975-2326. What number should we do today, gents?
You know what? Since I definitely want to hear Lindsay's fantastic voice, but I want more callers, let's go with caller number 5.
Número 5.
Numero 5 it is. Caller number 5, 855-975-2326. A pair of tickets, you and a guest, to Dane Cook at Yamava Theater on Friday, September 11th. You also get a $50 slot play voucher voucher. FYI, winner and guest must be 21 years old. Cody, we talked about this series against the Braves, though, and D-Fish, you even alluded to it. The juices start to flow a little bit more in the long marathon or Ironman that is 162 in MLB. This is the second to last series for the Dodgers against one of those teams that is currently above 500, against one of those teams that is slotted to play in the National League postseason. So do you think with how these two nights in Atlanta have gone, some missed opportunities for the Dodgers in the ninth on Tuesday, Shohei Ohtani, leadoff triple, unable to get him home from 90 feet away, and of course being walked off last night, that with the juices up even ever so slightly for a regular season set, it feels a little bit more deflating in that Dodger clubhouse at the moment.
It does. And my biggest issue has been very clear. It's been the offense. The offense has been borderline anemic, especially in the top half of the offense, which is, in my opinion, really kind of inexcusable considering who this offense is. You got Shohei Ohtani, you have Mookie Betts, you have Freddie Freeman, you have Teoscar Hernandez, who I'm still waiting for him to kind of come to life. Kyle Tucker, obviously, despite having himself a nice knock last night, at the end of the day, we saw a horrible play by Teoscar yesterday, which caused runs. He hasn't really been doing it offensively, unfortunately. This team is, listen, it's August 27th. We got a full month of baseball to get themselves right. They can get the bullpen sorted by the time October gets around. But really, I just need to see this offense just kind of wake up, string together some hits, and especially in timely situations. The double play aspect of this team is really concerning. I have never seen a team ground into so many goddamn double plays.
108 to be exact, tied for the most in the
That
bigs.
is just so many outs to give away, and that is just extremely concerning. You can't, and when October comes around, I don't know what to say other than they cannot give away these outs.
No, you can't. I would also say in October, that trend is not going to continue forever. Like,
get them out of the way now.
You're getting guys on base, so you've checked that box.
They're getting them on,
right? So now we're talking about a millimeter of distance between, a hard hit ball getting past the glove of an infielder that turns into a run or two that, the ball being a millimeter over to the left, it goes into the glove and they turn a double play. So that's the margin for error, though, when you're talking about going for your third consecutive World Series title.
You're absolutely right.
That's how narrow, there is no more margin for error. You've exhausted all of those.
But my only thing is, it's also kind of like a style of play is a way to say it.
Yeah,
because, the old attaché on manufacturing runs is, get them on, get them over, get them in.
Yeah.
The Dodgers are getting them on.
They're
not getting them over or getting them in right now.
No, that's fair.
I feel like this team has gotten a little, and I use the Philadelphia Phillies as an example. Philadelphia Phillies for years have been so predicated on the long ball. And the Dodgers have had a little bit of that long ball aspect to them as well, but they've also had that hit factor with guys like Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman, even though Mookie's kind of having a down year, and Freddie's kind of been up and down when it comes to his power numbers. He's still got that hit factor because he's still hitting 300. But the idea of getting guys over, that hasn't been the Dodgers' game. There's not a whole lot of small ball in this lineup whatsoever. So that's partially why I think we're getting a lot of that double play action, because they're just not getting guys over. They're also not stealing bags anymore. So they're just kind of clogging base to base to base. They're putting themselves in a position that they're depending on an extra base hit to score runs over and over again. And at some point, that will bite you on the ass.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree there. We've talked about whether philosophically going into the season there was a decision around even attempted stolen bases.
Yeah.
I don't know if we looked at those numbers.
Right.
Attempting to steal the base. It's one thing to actually get the stolen base, but it's another thing
to even go.
Yeah. And from what we've tracked and talked about, even the attempts are significantly less than maybe they have been historically. And so I don't know if that's something that they decided they were going to do this season based on, the veteran experience of the team, whether there's something in the numbers that say injuries go up when, you try to steal too many bags, and we can't run the risk of a knee or ankle or a wrist or hand injury.
All things might be really coming into play.
Yeah, and so, but in the postseason, does that change? Are we saying, Shohei still has the foot speed to do it. It's
yes,
just
he
they've
does.
been managing the knee. So as the knee has gotten better, he stole a base a few games ago, I think. He took an extra bag.
I
Took
believe
two
it
of
was his
three. Stole a base in 2 of the 3 games this weekend at home against the Pirates.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're starting to see his energy and that trend come back for him. Like, does Mookie still have a little bit of that speed to get an extra bag once he's on? I would say he probably does.
Yeah.
Freddie Freeman's not a stolen base guy.
No.
Max Muncy, is he a stolen base guy?
No, not even a little.
Right. So to some degree, the roster is not necessarily built that way, but the guys that can, and I think we've talked a lot about Ohtani clogging them, and Rogers made this point specifically as well, like, almost clogging the bases because he wasn't also taking bags.
Right.
So some of those double plays, if you go back and track it, how many was Ohtani involved in after getting on base himself, which we know he's going to do, but then he wasn't taking any extra bags, so he was backing up runners on base.
Yeah.
But if he starts taking bags, you could start to see a little bit of that logjam kind of clear up some.
54 stolen bases for the Dodgers this year.
So
18 attempts caught stealing, 72 in total. That is the 3rd fewest in Major League Baseball. So to your point, it has not been a point of emphasis for the Dodgers this year. But Cody, to what you said, I think the frustrating result for the Dodgers is how the games have come to a close each of the last 2 nights. Ozzie Albies hits the RBI single in the bottom of the 8th. That was the game-winning runs yesterday off Tanner Scott. The Dodgers have Shohei Ohtani leading off with a triple in the 9th, unable to plate him, get a deep fly ball, even for a sac fly to tie the game. In the 7th yesterday, Shohei, top of the lineup, leads off with a double. Freddie Freeman single. Mookie Betts RBI single. Max Muncy draws a walk. The Braves make a call to the bullpen. They've got the bases juiced with 1 run already scored. They are now trailing in this game 5-4 with not a single out. Tommy Edman gets a walk. They score. They tie the game at 5-all. Still no outs. Kyle Tucker lines out. Alek Thomas grounds in to a double play. The opportunities have been there. Let's hear from Dave Roberts after the game last night as well, talking about this very idea. The Dodgers putting themselves in those opportunities to take advantage and yet failing to do so. As Doc put it last night, unable to finish the job. Here's Dave Roberts following the loss to the Braves in Atlanta.
Yeah, I mean, I thought we did a really good job of getting guys on base, creating some traffic, and, whether it was situationally, hitting into a double play or, getting a hit, with guys in scoring position, we just didn't do it well enough tonight. And I think both teams were guilty of that. So, yeah, it's unfortunate that we left a lot of guys out there and, we got a big double play, but we had opportunities.
Lots and lots and lots of them. And by the way, not to harp so much on the stolen base aspect, but the numbers over the years are very, very kind of glaring when it comes to the stolen bases. This is actually so far the lowest stolen base attempts by the Los Angeles Dodgers since 2019, where they only attempted 67 stolen bases. Just so we have the trends over the last couple of years. 113 attempts last year. The year before that, 159 attempts. The year before that, 130. The year before that, 116. This year, 72 attempts. So that is a staggeringly low number. And by the way, their percentage is a 75% success rate, which is also the lowest it's been in the last 6 years. So it's a unique thing to see how this team has kind of changed its type of model. And it's interesting to find out what that is. And it also could be that they try to turn it on in October. But man, after playing for 5-6 months, asking a team to kind of change the style of offensive play, as a guy that has done it, that is a tough, tricky thing to ask a bunch of guys to do.
Yeah, but you have to try something.
Yeah,
right.
You can't keep showing up to the World Series or to the playoffs doing the same thing you did last year, right? That's not going to work. So again, we're not saying this is what they're doing or trying to do, but
the numbers kind of show something.
Yeah. There was a decision made that they chose without data that just like, hey man, we just don't believe in it anymore. And maybe some data around the league, like, teams are learning, like, okay, even for the teams that are more aggressive in their base running and taking extra bases, it's not leading to wins. So why take the risk with our roster. Like, we're just not going to take the risk.
Makes sense.
If it's not leading to wins.
You have talked about the idea of not necessarily being a repeat champion. Every year is its own challenge. Every October, as compared to the regular season, is its own challenge as well. So the Dodgers are formulating that plan as we speak. They have dropped 2 in Atlanta. Series finale. We will set the stage for you between Chris Sale and Yoshi Yamamoto a little bit later on. It was a long time coming, but the NFL Pro Bowl is now officially a thing of the past. Say goodbye to an overdue NFL tradition on its way out, and some talk around football up next here on D. Fish and Decker.
It's not a big demonstrative movement. It's just I know who Tyler Glasnow is. I had no idea this dude is listed as 6'8", 225.
Oh, yeah. You're thinking like what we can do with Glasnow.
Dude, yeah.
Let's get you as the 4.
Dude, yeah. Tyler Glasnow is a tall, scary guy to face because seeing that arm, I've caught 2 bullpens for Tyler Glasnow.
You've caught 2 bullpens for Tyler Glasnow?
Yeah, and I got to tell you, they were the worst experiences of my life because he was young at the time. Young prospect coming up with the Pirates. Didn't know where it was going. Just sitting at 101 and just going everywhere. I'm wearing just bullets left and right because I'm doing everything I can to keep the ball in front of me. But you could see it. The arm is electric. The arm angle is just from a mountain coming at you. Oh, and it's also 98 with ridiculous run, and he's got a break back curveball. It's just, he's nasty.
He shares the same birthday as another famous Los Angeles athlete, August 23rd.
Oh.
With Kobe?
So he just had a birthday a couple of days ago.
Let's go.
And he's back on Tuesday.
Happy birthday,
What a good time for Tyler Glasnow.
Yeah.
Do you think with your coaching, if you got Tyler Glasnow at like 24, you could have made him a stretch 4 in the NBA?
That's a good question. He's probably really good at golf, even though he's 6'8", too. That's what's really crazy. Probably so.
You tied that back to golf.
Well, because
he was a pitcher.
It's the ability to repeat the same mechanics consistently over and over and over. And that's what pitchers do, as well as anybody in the world, is they learn how to perfect mechanically, anatomically, how to do something. So, yeah, he probably could have been a great stretch 4 shooting threes.
It's interesting hearing that your first pick overall is looking really good and it's being framed as a problem. This is the most Raider thing I've ever heard in my life. Your quarterback is playing too good. That's a problem, Raider fans. Do you know why it's a problem? Because we just hired the one and only Kirk Cousins. And we got Kirk Cousins basically to mitigate the season so we can give Fernando Mendoza some time to kind of season, possibly learn under a seasoned quarterback such as Kirk Cousins. And it's a great thing on paper. However, the reports coming out of Raider camp is Kirk Cousins doesn't look nearly as good as the young Fernando Mendoza.
The LA Rams and Big Ten tailgate. She does play-by-play for AVP Beach. Both friends of Brock and I. Please put your hands together for Cameron Irwin.
That's quite the intro. Let's go. Gosh, I cannot believe I'm sitting here with 2 of my good friends. So this is a blast, and especially because we get to talk ball.
I know, Cam. We love this so much. Full circle, which I love this for all of us.
It is.
So let's start with the Rams because they've kind of been the belle of the ball this offseason. First with the big offseason acquisition in Myles Garrett. But now there's kind of been a couple concerns, question marks with him being held out of practice the last week plus. What can you tell us about his status, and should we be worried at all?
No, I don't think you should be worried at all. I mean, we're talking about a veteran, and we've seen.
Welcome back to a Thursday morning right here on D. Fish and Decker. He is Cody Decker. He is Derek Fisher. I am Ben Stevens, and you can say goodbye to the Pro Bowl in the National Football League. The NFL yesterday, as reports state, making a decision. The Pro Bowl is through. Of course, it hasn't even been a football game the last few years. It's been a dodgeball contest with other various activities, and then a flag football game the week before the Super Bowl. You said, thank God.
Burn in hell, Pro Bowl.
Whoa, burn in hell.
Burn right down there in hell.
There were some good times back in Aloha Stadium.
When, in 1986?
Yeah, man.
Okay, cool. I was born in 87.
I was born in 94.
So you know, you never saw a good Pro Bowl a day in your life.
Oh, that's not true.
Oh, stop
You know what? I watched a highlight yesterday. You know me, I like to rewatch things and get excited about things.
I can't believe you watched a
Friday
Pro
night
Bowl.
at the Stevens
wait,
house.
real quick. Are you
No, not
legitimately
a
going to
full
say
Pro
you
Bowl.
watched a Pro Bowl
No,
thing?
a clip. It's one of my favorite Pro Bowl clips of all time. R.I.P. Sean Taylor, one of the greatest, one of the hardest hitting safeties the sport has ever seen. Absolutely laying out the punter Brian Moorman in the 2007 Pro Bowl in Hawaii.
And that's why we don't have Pro Bowls anymore.
You
my
could
guy.
argue that was one of the things they probably pointed to in the NFL league office of like, hey, let's maybe not do headshots against punters in a Pro Bowl, but at least while the Pro Bowl was happening, it was a lot of fun to see.
Sure. How about this? For me, what I did like about the Pro Bowl back in the day was, like you mentioned, Aloha Stadium, the whole Hawaiian thing. And I also kind of dug like the players that played well that season that got a little Hawaiian vacation out of this.
sure.
You know, there's something fun about this. The moment it moved to Orlando
See ya.
was the death of this thing. I'm like,
Completely agree.
wait a second. So you're going to reward all these players by sending them to Orlando? That is 19 million steps down from
For
the
sure.
North Shore of Oahu, which I was just at, by the way.
And in a hurricane, and you still enjoyed it.
And I still enjoyed it way more than
a hurricane
Orlando.
in Orlando would have not been as fun.
Not even remotely. I'm just saying, dude, it was this was a long time coming. This needed to happen. The dodgeball games were just not worth a second of our times. Now it could just be a Pro Bowl selection, and we won't have these situations where we're like, oh, Shedeur Sanders, Pro Bowler.
That was one of the things that NFL players talked about. The idea that because so many people, with it being before the Super Bowl, were added as alternates at the end of a season when these guys are banged up from playing 18 weeks in the National Football League and maybe a couple of playoff games on top of it, we were getting down to the bottom of the barrel. Guys that had only started a few games, like Shedeur Sanders, or a few years ago, Snoop Huntley for the Baltimore Ravens, getting the Pro Bowl designation. The weight of being a Pro Bowler did not carry the same kind of prestige in your career resume as that honor once did. And Fish, I think for a lot of fans who were like, man, the Pro Bowl sucks, let's get rid of it, we get really mad at all-star games in general. There have been so many conversations in the last 3 to 4 years about the NBA All-Star Game. What should the format be? The Elam ending. Do these guys care? Can anybody play defense? Are these just layup lines? Do you think that the NFL deciding to skip out on the Pro Bowl will have any ramification for the association in the All-Star Game in the NBA?
I don't know. Maybe at some point. I don't think it will in the short term. I don't believe the NBA is going to react to this aggressively. The difference in when in the season calendar the NBA All-Star Weekend it's during the season.
Yes.
So I think that changes a little bit of the league's approach with what the game can represent from sponsors and partners and, all-star weekends, games, etc. As the money has grown in all the leagues, I think it became clear what the events are not really about. Like, it's about providing more access to the players for all of the money around the players. Mm-hmm. It's not really about the game. It's a celebration of the game, almost like outside of the arena. And so for the networks and the brands that invest all the money into the leagues, they don't get access to the players other than these situations for the most part.
Yeah.
So it becomes a week-long kind of everybody's in the same place. You bring out your executives, you bring out your top clients, and there's a little bit of like the entire ecosystem is in one place. Mm-hmm. So part of, I would imagine, the change for the NFL from Hawaii to Orlando was, one, players don't want to fly 12 hours to Hawaii after the season's over to go have this experience. So you were losing players just from that part. Two, in terms of your brand partners and your sponsors and your executives from New York City don't have time to fly all the way to Hawaii for the Pro Bowl. You got to bring it somewhere where if I'm the chief executive of Samsung,
We're going to Orlando.
Yeah, because it doesn't really matter where it is. It's more the access to what, I want to go see Josh Allen.
Yeah.
I want to go see Lamar Jackson. And I'm still going to get that opportunity regardless of where the location is. But I need my business folks to be able to get in and out fast so that we can set up more events and more activations and more like.
No, I hear what you're saying, but just you as a player, think about this. I'm just going to pose you 2 opportunities here.
Yeah.
You just grind it out a long season. You just put yourself through dozens and dozens and hundreds of car crashes every single play you were just in.
Football.
Congratulations. You did a great job surviving all those car crashes. You have an opportunity to do one of 2 things. You can go to Turtle Bay in North Shore of Oahu and stay for a week and kind of play in a game. Or flag football in Orlando, Florida, and maybe you can go hit up Universal Studios Orlando.
Yeah, well, you know this is about money, right?
I know. But I'm just asking you as a player.
Yeah, no. So, but what I'm saying is, and you know that, like, the players are going to the Super Bowl the week after.
Yeah.
Pro Bowl is the week before.
Which is also a problem with this whole thing as
Pro
well.
Bowl in Hawaii used to be after.
Yes.
Yes. So then now the guys are trying to get to where the Super Bowl is because there's more money to be made during Super Bowl.
I completely agree.
So they don't want to go all the way to Hawaii, then try to figure out how to get all the way back to wherever the Super Bowl
And there's
is.
also Radio Row, which is taking place during that exact time.
Yeah.
So it's like, business-wise, it doesn't make sense. I completely
to your
agree.
point, though, like
For sure.
send me to the Bahamas or
Yes,
something.
please.
Not Orlando.
Hawaiian shirt, Havalay. We don't need to wear our Def Leppard shirts and go to Orlando, Florida. 855-975-2326. We want you to be a part of the voice of LA sports here on 97.1 The Fan. Ryan from the Inland Empire calling in, folks, to defend the Pro Bowl. Ryan, the stage is yours.
Good morning, fellas. It's been a minute since I called in, but this one I gotta defend.
Okay.
I don't think the problem is the Pro Bowl. I think the problem is, and it's great that D-Fish is there. I think the problem is how certain players approach the Pro Bowl, and we can look back not just to the Pro Bowl, but NBA All-Star and certain people who won't be named who don't go in the dunk contest, who don't play defense.
That would be everybody.
So you got Kobe, who I'm here to compete. And
it's true, Ryan.
The problem, I think the problem is the Pro Bowl. Like, in today's podcast media empire, like, it's not just the sponsors to learn who these players are and their personality. Some of the best Pro Bowl clips are Peyton still, throwing fake audibles of Jeff Saturday and screwing around with everybody. Those are clips that will be going viral now that, pre-Instagram, TikTok, they weren't. And, if you didn't actually sit down and watch the Pro Bowl, I did. You didn't get to enjoy that and, get the sense of humor that ended up getting the Manning show, right? Like, I think the problem is we didn't get it set up at the right time. The problem is not an award that these guys didn't use. I think it was these guys were put in a position where they could not properly utilize.
Ryan, I appreciate. Ryan, we appreciate your stance in defending the Pro Bowl. Yeah, if you have one closing thought, go ahead.
Yeah. Closing thought. I just hope that they don't just start making this. You get your Pro Bowl nod. These 88 guys. That means even less, right? Compared to All Pro. Like, eventually, are we just going to take it all away completely?
I still think All-Pro would be included because it is a special designation, and it oftentimes comes with contract incentives, as do Pro Bowl designations as well. And I think the listing of the honor of the Pro Bowl instead of playing in the game would carry a little bit more weight now. Who do you think he was talking about not going into dunk contests? Derek Fisher?
No.
Were you ever invited for a dunk contest?
No. Heck no.
Three-point contest?
No.
Skills competition?
Skills competition. I've been in a few of those.
Oh.
But
nice.
yeah,
Sick.
3-point contest, you had to have, there was like a minimum number of attempts that you had to have along with the percentage in order to be invited.
Oh. And Kobe didn't pass that much.
No, I mean, to me.
I'm not going to lie to you, it's exactly what I thought.
Yeah, no, to me, he did. I didn't have to worry about that in terms of him passing it to me. Yeah. But we didn't shoot enough threes by volume in order for me to qualify. But, I understand Ryan's point. Mm-hmm. I just think, everything is not going to remain how it was.
For sure.
And I think sometimes we do we want so bad for it to be the same, but we're not open to, like, it's just time to do something different.
I agree, but here's the thing. I as much as we can sit around thinking that the other All-Star games might be next, I do think the NBA All-Star Game last year really took a step in the right direction.
For sure.
I thought the U.S. versus the world thing was a right way to go. I'm not sure how much I liked the bracket of like the 3 teams or the 4 team setup, but I really thought it was a step in the right direction. Wemby took it beyond seriously, and that made me really care. I don't know. I'm kind of thinking maybe this next year, especially if the world gets a chunk out of the U.S.'s ass a little bit, this might become like a thing.
And I also think that the NBA All-Star Game will continue. I like the new format. I agree with it. They have been trying to fix the issue, but I thought we saw competitive basketball, which is frankly what fans want to watch. Major League Baseball's All-Star Game this year, it was a pitcher fest and like the most dominant pitching performance in the history.
Which I don't like seeing, by the way, but it is what it is.
And it is the closest form to the actual game itself that we see in Major League Baseball. And I love the home run derby, and that always rips, and I still appreciate that. The Pro Bowl, at least as a game, was losing some of that luster. To your point, and I think Ryan tried to make this as we could use the social media clips now to kind of show those personalities of players. A lot of the nostalgia that we have for Shaq on the sideline in the dunk contest with the camcorder out is because there wasn't a phone that you could use to then immediately post that clip to social media. So you had to sit down and watch the All-Star Game. You had to sit down on All-Star Saturday night to be a part of it, not just waiting to see what was coming on Instagram.
Right, but the difference though was like if Shai Gilgeous-Alexander played for the Oklahoma City Thunder back when, you've never seen him play before because they were never on national TV.
For sure.
So then when the All-Star Game came, he had to showcase that he was just as good as like the guy that plays in L.A. or the guy that plays in New York.
No doubt.
Because you guys only show them on national TV. That barrier doesn't exist anymore.
For sure.
So he doesn't have to go to the All-Star Game to show the world that he's the MVP. Like, I can just do that every night because you can watch it on your phone.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
So
Very good point.
That's why they don't have to go there to showcase that they're the best in the world. We already know this now.
You cancel it.
I think it's a good point. Pro Bowl game canceled. NBA All-Star game not canceled. Hawaii over Orlando. We can all agree 100%. On that. Never been to Epcot, though. I would like to go. But as a West Coast guy, as an LA guy, I'm a Disneyland guy, not a Disney World
Having
guy.
been to both, you are correct.
Disneyland is the way to go. Yeah, Disneyland is the way to go.
I don't get world.
Residents of the Ohio Trailer Park are mad at cops. Yes, that Ohio Trailer Park. We will talk about it up next here on D. Fish and Decker.
D-Mac Randy, you're going to be on every single show today.
I'm going to tell James Coe he has to have me on.
Yeah, you're just going to sit down and be like, this is crosstalk, right? You weren't here when we did crosstalk, but like now that you're here, just welcome. I just jump in on your show. This is what's going to happen.
Part of the deal.
You guys, I have a question though, because I was just singing a little song, which is a very well-known song. So I thought Brock lives in Pasadena, and I said, oh, it's the little old lady from Pasadena, and they're like, what song
Your
is that?
look is my look, my friend.
No idea.
What?
No idea.
No clue.
The little old lady from Pasadena?
What year, if you were to guess, what
oldies.
year is
It's
this
oldies.
song?
It's oldies.
I was gonna say, I thought I picked up like a doo-wop ditty kind of vibe to it. Okay.
I'm like, I don't think I can.
Little old lady from Pasadena.
Yeah, that one didn't live on. I don't think that one got handed down.
You guys.
Yeah.
That one did not
It's the Beach Boys.
The Beach
No,
Boys?
no.
There's
The
no way.
Beach
There's
Boys
no
were like,
way.
yes.
Did they cover it?
No, it's their song.
Well,
All right.
Am I crazy?
everybody
I grew up on
has
oldies.
It's the B-side.
Everybody has misses.
Maybe.
Oh my gosh, you guys!
This is not a real song.
No idea.
Go, Granny, go,
This is
Granny,
not-
go.
no idea.
It's a real song.
Do they? I mean, this is terrible.
You're saying the Beach Boys are terrible?
I'm saying this one was a miss.
I will say this sounds like a Beach Boys cover band covering a fake song pretending to sound like the Beach Boys.
This sounds like the Sand Boys.
It's a classic. It's a classic. Okay, neither of you grew up at the beach, obviously, because this was
the
like
song's about Pasadena.
that's the only
music. Yeah,
you guys. That's the only reason I know where Pasadena is.
If Pasadena has
That's
a beach,
the
I have
only-
been misinformed.
It's the only reason I know
Locals
where
only.
Pasadena is. Beach Boys. Beach Boys, you
I
guys.
have
You
never.
were insane.
So the Beach Boys is weird because
they were during the Beatles time, and there was
this
like
is going to sound derogatory. I do not mean it that way.
Oh, you should- I
Obviously,
like that.
Brian Wilson is their lead guy, right?
Yeah.
Absolute innovator
Yeah.
in music, and that is undeniable.
Uh-huh.
I have Beach Boys blindness.
Oh.
You could play any Beach Boys song, and it sounds like the
Yeah.
same song to me.
Yeah.
Really?
I feel like
I'd
if I've
agree.
heard one of them, I've heard them all.
I'll say
They do all sound very similar.
that one sounds like every Beach Boy song I've ever heard if it was
Yes.
poorly done.
We have a couple of Beach Boy haters in here. Do you guys like the Beatles?
Love the Beatles.
Okay.
You can't equate the
Beatles.
No, they were compared like during their time,
Same-
and they
same
just
era?
same era, but they never like kind of got that.
Ascended.
They hated them because they always one upped them. The Beatles always one up the Beach
I mean,
Boys.
that's a tough.
I
thing
can't
to compete
believe it,
against.
you guys. I can't believe
Little
you know
old
what.
lady from
Literally-
What's the song even?
Yeah.
What's the
Go Granny, go Granny. It's so
Alex,
good.
you're so into this.
The song speaks to you, but I just don't get it.
A Thursday morning on D Fish and Decker. Raj, what do you have for us on this glorious Thursday? And you in or out? Hold on. All right, good. Mic's on.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I appreciate that. And please try not to hit the music bed out of nowhere anymore.
Yeah. Apologies.
I think Crash is going to make a little something out of that. The looks on your faces when you played that music was great. Hey, guys. You know the Ohio trailer park where Jed York got caught up a little bit? You know what I'm talking about, Fish? You saw that story?
No, I do not know that
All right.
trailer park.
Yeah, well, okay.
What are you trying to insinuate?
That's good. Well, the residents of said trailer park, they mad at the cops. They mad at the cops where San Francisco owner Jed York was arrested, of course. They said because the police, in naming their park, have given this trailer park a bad name. They said you've soiled our reputation, and now the nation thinks this trailer park is full of shenanigans such as that. Fish, are you in or out on the police giving this Ohio trailer park a bad reputation? Talk to me, Fish. These are news. These are facts. We get down to the bottom of things on this show, so I don't see why you guys are laughing, because this is a serious situation.
D-Fish, you know for a fact that every Ohio trailer park has the highest of standards.
This was a part of a sting operation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is in the news. We talk about news. You say you like to talk about news. Fish. This is in the news. So let's go. What we got?
I'm out.
You out. Okay.
That's good.
All right. What about you, Daddy?
Dude, I'm in. What do you like? Actually, no, I'm out on them being mad. Dude, your property value just went up.
Right.
Like they did you a favor.
That's what I'm saying.
Stop complaining. You're on the map, baby.
I'm in on the police doing something to this trailer park, but like Cody, I'm in on the idea that property values are about to increase, meaning this is your time to sell. You can be like, hey, this is where that guy Joe, a.k.a. Jed York, tried to come in and do something.
Yeah.
And it's like you put up a sign there. It's almost like a tourist attraction.
Yeah, Joe Danger
Yeah.
just
That's what I'm
came
saying.
to town.
Yeah, if I ever go to Ohio, I want to check it out. Hey, guys. NFL says the defectors cannot return to the league this year. Defectors trying to go back. Fish, are you in or out on the defectors trying to hop around and hop back into the NFL? What's so funny? You guys need to take things serious today. We are the show of record, and you guys are up there laughing and clowning around.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I'm just laughing at like why we label them the defectors.
Because that's what they are.
They are.
They're
That's what they
defectors.
It's not a movie.
They defected
Like-
from the National Football League.
Got it. Okay.
Like
no,
Cuba.
My point exactly. Like,
Did Xavier and did Daquan Wright take a boat from Cleveland back to?
So if you're the NFL,
LSU?
you in or out on letting them back in, Fish?
I'm in the same year, no.
Okay.
And I was reading something earlier, like you also can't be drafted in the future either.
Correct.
Like now you're a free agent that had like maybe the team still has your rights or something, but like you don't get to go back and then try to enter the draft again and like keep doing that loop.
Yeah.
So I have no problem with them being out, especially in the same league year. Like no.
So I'm in on it as a rule going forward, 100%.
Yeah.
If this is a rule that's being put on the current defectors as of right now, after the fact, and you're leaving them no recourse of what to do, that's where I'm out. You can't don't just make rules after the fact to punish people just because you can. That's
Just 'cause you
that's
can.
weak.
I feel you.
I'm in on the defectors being out. That if you leave an NFL training camp roster to go back to college football, because there are still rules about eligibility that these guys have played under, they cannot just go go back to the National Football League if things don't work out collegiately because their eligibility is not actually upheld. So I'm in on the defectors being out of returning to the NFL.
Okay, guys. Hey, I want to sprinkle this in. I know we talked about it earlier, but Jonathan Kuminga, of course, has agreed to a 2-year, $13 million deal with the Timberwolves, plus a player option. Now, Shams says he chose the Timberwolves over offers from the Lakers, Bulls, and Trailblazers, which were longer offers and things like that. Are you in or out on Kuminga betting on himself, Fish? What do you say?
I mean, I'm in at this point, right? Like every plan doesn't work out. I think he and his agent saw it, playing out differently. And free agency took a quick turn. I think LeBron's, the Timberwolves was one of the teams that were also courting LeBron.
Yeah.
So, this period of window in free agency for, guard, forward, wing type players, this was a tough one to be in. So I'm in on him betting on himself at this moment and not just taking a deal for more money to feel more secure in that regard, but kind of boxing yourself into not having the room, in the next 2 years.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm in at this point because I think it was the best option available for him now. I mentioned earlier I feel like he kind of played himself a little bit by playing the market, maybe overvaluing himself. But as of right now, if this is his best option, weigh in. Good for you and good luck.
I'm in on Jonathan Kuminga doing this as well because I was kind of out on the idea that the Lakers needed to wait or offer up a deal that Kuminga and his people thought was best. So I'm in on Jonathan Kuminga going to Minnesota. Best of luck there. Betting on yourself. Hopefully this year alongside LaMelo and Ant is great. You hit free agency and get that longer-term contract that you want. What I'm out on, Raj, is he and his agent have missed out on some really big money in the last 2 to 3 years. So hopefully this strategy works for them moving forward.
They played this wrong. Fish has talked about, he's compared this to real estate in your house when it's on the market and how you might misplay the game here and there. Of course, you in or you out, brought to you by Yamava Resort and Casino. Check them out. Hey, guys, NFL insider Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk mentioned that it may not be a lock that former first-round pick McCarthy of the Minnesota, what do they call it, Vikings? Remember them?
They've been there for a while.
Yeah, he's been there. It's not a lock that he's going to be on the roster week 1.
Whoa!
Are you in or out on the Vikings moving on so quickly, Fish? Because basically the quarterback, they got Carson Wentz there.
Backup.
They're looking at him as most likely being a backup. So what the hell are you going to keep McCarthy on the roster
You're not
for?
wrong.
No, from a business perspective, that's probably the best thing.
Yeah.
You can't have a backup quarterback on your roster that probably would have the salary number he'd have if he still, as a first round pick, he was your QB1 last year. Like, he's not going to be that this year, and so. Yeah, no team has a high-priced backup quarterback, really. And so you just can't. The NFL with a hard salary cap, you can't take the risk. So you got to just move on when you can. And if he goes somewhere else and does his thing, good for him. But, I'm in if that's what the team has to decide.
Listen, I'm in for the team because, frankly, here's the deal. The Minnesota Vikings for the last 5 years has been an island of misfit toys for quarterbacks. They have taken in the likes of Sam Darnold and redone his career. They've taken in the likes of Kirk Cousins, and he reformed his career. They've taken in Daniel Jones, and he has reformed his career. The only quarterback that could not work in this system was J.J. McCarthy. So if they're talking about not even having him be the backup this season after being QB1 last year, that should really tell you where J.J. McCarthy is right now.
But he's a winner. That's what a lot of people are saying.
27-1 in college.
Yeah, you're the college guy.
Yeah,
Ben.
and I
was
watched him play football when they didn't allow him to attempt a pass in the second half in a top 15 road game at Penn State. So I'm in on the idea that Minnesota is moving on from him. I've been out on J.J. McCarthy as a pro quarterback since the NFL draft of 2024, and I'm out on the Vikings front office using the 11th overall pick on J.J. McCarthy.
All right, now you've called it the Australian opener coming up, and I hate the way that sounds. But NFL executives point to London, Mexico City, or Toronto for future permanent teams. Fish, are you in or out on an NFL team, or if you were an NFL team, would you want to be based in London, Mexico City, or Toronto? What do you say?
This is a tough one for me because we feel like we own everything.
Yes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Sure we do.
And so
American football.
Yeah.
America.
So to me, it's like fighting this is like feeling like nobody else should be able to have an NFL football team in their market.
Well said.
And that's I'm in if the league really financially has the ability, and there are folks that want to own NFL teams and do it right in these markets. This is more jobs for players, more jobs for coaches, more staff for trainers. I mean, more jobs. Like, I'm in.
I'm in as well, and here's the other reason why I'm in. Now, on the surface, I would say that Toronto is the obvious pick right out the gate because proximity and all that, but I do know what the future is. And the future is there's going to be not a team, there's going to be 4 teams over in the UK and in Europe. There is going to be a full-on Europe division at some point in this league. Give it 20 years, 25 years. I think this last 10 years has been a litmus test of seeing exactly what the viable markets are, and it's going to happen. We're going to get 2 London teams. We're going to get a team in Germany. We're going to get a team in Barcelona at some point.
We already did NFL Europe. It was a disaster.
But it was in the off-season.
I know, but I'm out. I'm out on this. I'm out on international games. I'm out on the Australian opener. I'm out on international NFL teams. Not Toronto, not Mexico City, not somewhere in Germany. I am out. And I speak on behalf of D-Fish and Decker saying that we are all out on international NFL teams. No. I'm making that stance clear.
Hey, guys.
Except for Australia.
The NFL is considering a lifetime insurance for the NFL players, I should say, based on basically CTE, which is on the rise, of course, and more research coming in. Fish, are you in or out on lifetime NFL insurance for players?
I mean, I'm in. I think there still probably should be some barrier of entry. I don't know if it's 2 years of service or 1 year. Like, if you go to training camp and you're on the practice squad for 2 weeks and then you get cut, like,
might be a little different.
No, I'm sure there'll be a minimum, probably 3 years. 3.5 years was the NFL average career. Lower for running backs, obviously. I don't know if that still holds up, but so that's what you're saying. At least a minimum threshold of years.
Yeah, some type of minimum threshold. I think in the NBA, like the 10-year mark is where you cross over for lifetime insurance.
Same with baseball.
Less than 10 years, like, you're still going to get insurance for a long time,
got more
but not
tenure.
lifetime. So, I'm in, though, conceptually. Like, all it takes is one hit for a pro football player to have lifetime challenges. So, I'm in.
All right. I am beyond in on this. I honestly think the threshold should be very low. This is a league that makes more money than all the other leagues combined. They can handle this more than easily, and especially with the bombshell reporting coming out that 1 in 4 NFL players get CTE. Give them all the help they need for as long as humanly possible. This is a long time coming. I hope they do it, and I hope they do it soon.
Completely in on this. If you hit that minimum threshold and that barrier of entry, you should have lifetime insurance. To your point, Cody, the National Football League is by far the richest league in the world. They have the finances to support this.
Get it done. Hey, okay, real quick. A Dutch soccer team bans its own fans from attending games after those fans bombarded opposing spectators with fireworks. I love fireworks. Are you in or out of banning the fans just for a little fun, 4th of July fun?
I mean, did they have to ban them because they all went to jail, right?
I don't know if they all went to jail. I don't think the pokey was big enough for it. But
some people would call that attempted murder.
Yeah,
but, that's cool.
I've had a firecracker blow up in my hand. It got numb for a little while, and I was fine.
What?
Yeah,
you almost JPP'd
I used to go.
yourself?
July the 5th used to be my favorite holiday. I would go light the short fuses, and one
that was your choice.
Dude, that's one of the dumbest things ever.
That was your choice.
It's fine. I'm still here.
But did somebody take a cherry bomb, put it in your hand?
No, it wasn't a cherry bomb.
Tape your hand.
No,
where you couldn't throw it out. Like they didn't tape the fireworks.
Jesus, you got to fight it. What's wrong?
Yeah, these Dutch fans should be out. We're out on that. We'll talk more about the Dodgers struggling in Atlanta next.
Listening to Rock and Alex. 97 was a fan. It's time to bring in producer Shay. Let's go.
The sports world is talking, but what's actually worth talking about in LA? Producer Shay brings the stories. Now Brock and Alex give the city your verdict. Do you care, LA?
Welcome in, Bill Ryder.
I love this segment.
Get
like
those hips moving. Come on.
I feel like you watch your favorite TV show and then all of a sudden they ask you to be a guest on it. Like I love this segment.
Bill, I gotta say,
You're
you've
too
had a
kind,
long
sir.
career in media. This might be the climax of it.
I was gonna say
This is the peak.
this is definitely a better moment for me than Little Lady for Pasadena was for the Beach Boys. For sure.
Well, let's get right into it, guys.
Okay.
We got special guest Bill Ryder here with the
Words are hard. You got this, Shay.
with the
He's
D-Mac.
thrown by the sword.
No, I'm thrown by Bill, seeing him on the other side, honestly. But we got Bill Ryder in from the D-Mac and Ryder show. You can hear him next show with D-Mac and Ryder.
That's me. I'll be there.
Do You Care LA, the segment where I tell Brock, Alex, and Bill different stories from around the world, and they tell me if they care from an LA perspective. Let's get right into the first one. Hopefully I can finish this, guys.
Yeah, we believe in you.
Jalen Carter is now the highest paid interior defender with this new extension. So the Eagles are making Jalen Carter the highest paid interior defender in the NFL, in NFL history. So the Philadelphia is giving them the two-time Pro Bowler 4-year extension worth $152 million. It could go up to $160 million with $106 million guaranteed. Do you care, LA? Brock, let's start with you.
So the thing with Jalen Carter and why he was rumored to be on the trade block all offseason and why this extension took a lot longer than you would expect a guy you could build a defense around to get his money is because of off-the-field stuff. At Georgia, he was in a lot of trouble. He dropped a little bit in the draft because there was a fatal car crash he was involved in during speed racing.
Him.
And you fast forward a couple years, and if you go back to the season opener of Cowboys and Eagles this past season, 6 seconds in, he gets ejected because he spits on Dak Prescott. So
Yep.
I did not expect that guy to get $100 million guaranteed dollars.
Whoa.
Bill, you've been covering sports for a long time. How have you seen the navigation of this guy's kind of a head case, but we do got to pay him?
So that's the thing. The reason I care, normally I would say I care because I want people to be successful. I know not
Yeah.
everybody can be, but this is a reminder that it doesn't matter what shenanigans, and that's a very kind way of putting some awful behavior that had real consequences. If you're talented in any business, including sports, and you give your employer reason to pretend that didn't happen or that you've moved on, you get paid. So it's the obnoxious other side of the talent business.
I hate that. I didn't like until obviously like you just brought it up. I'm looking it up again. You bring that up.
There are so many Georgia Bulldogs who get in car crashes that it probably just got muddled in all the waters.
This is just you are rewarding bad behavior.
Yeah.
And when you do that, especially with a person like this to become the record-breaking highest paid player at that position, similar conversation we've been having about Puka Nacua, the wide receiver position.
Yep.
It's like, oh, you went to rehab for what?
Right.
And what did you learn? What did you do? That was a PR stint that just went down there.
That's why I wait on paying Puka. Like, give me more time and evaluation period.
Absolutely not. Don't pay him right away.
Yeah, no.
Like, 4 different things, 2 anti-Semitic, like whether it was a gesture, a bite, words that were exchanged.
But he will
like,
get paid if he's under the radar, just like this dude.
So that's insane.
And
like
to the point that you make, though, like, even if the Eagles said, you know what, this is too much, there's also a bunch of reported stuff behind the scenes, which I guess isn't terribly shocking when you look at the stuff that we do know about.
What else?
And I don't know what it is, but apparently he's just been a headache for the Philadelphia.
So then why pay
He's just a
him?
difficult person.
People
then why
tell
pay
you who they
him?
are. Listen,
Because when they were willing, not when they were willing, but when he was rumored to be on the trade block, every team was calling.
Okay.
Because it's the NFL.
It is 8 a.m. in Los Angeles, and we hope your morning is going better than Derek Fisher's as he just spilled over his freshly brewed cup of coffee right on to the desk. And it is on his legs as well.
You know what the worst part is? He was just saying, there's cup marks all over. You were mid-cleaning as you did it.
He was cleaning the desk, and he
got
is
some
still
short shorts on, too.
cleaning
Why
the
don't
desk.
they burn?
It's hot in Los Angeles. We've been on a heat wave for about a month now. So D-Fish is rocking shorts, and those legs now covered in coffee.
D-Fish, good thing you got some wipes right there.
No free ads.
John
Turn that around.
Stockton
Good.
shorts. I like that.
I rock shorts here. Shorts are good, dude. It's LA. It's hot.
New poll.
Oh, there's a new poll.
What is that new poll? How many cups of coffee do you have in a day? Oh, the poll is out there at the Fan LA on YouTube. Who should Raj take with the 35th pick In the fan fantasy football draft, damn it, I put up the music again. Jeremiah Love, Breece Hall, Colston Loveland, or Garrett Wilson.
I voted on this one.
I
hope you get who you need.
Who did you vote for?
I think you should get Loveland.
Oh, you want everybody to be in the tight end group now?
Yes. I think you should get Loveland. Get Loveland right now.
I voted for somebody also whose last name starts with Love, but that's the entirety of their last name.
I think you should draft Jordan Love.
Oh. Raj, what is your pick? You have the 35th pick. Is that round number 4?
That's round number 3, sir, but I've got the
Still
11th, so round number 3, the turn basically going into 4.
Raj, are we close? Are we at pick 34? Is the person ahead of you already selected? Are we waiting?
No, I'm on the clock.
You're on the clock. Oh, we want to hear from the
let's
people.
go.
Now, Raj, yesterday Cody did not end up going with what the chat selected. They went with George Pickens. He took Brock Bowers.
That's right.
Are you giving your firm commitment right here, right now, that whoever wins this poll by the end of this 8 a.m. hour, you will make that selection?
Sorry, guys, got to get the sound ready for this next segment.
Wow.
Cowards.
All
of you.
Whoa. I addressed it head on. And I just flat out said, I'll think about it. And then as time went
In
forward, I'm
fairness
like, you know what?
you never committed. You never waffled. You never wavered. You said no.
I don't trust these people.
Screw the
we
chat.
got saboteurs in this chat.
No tan lines. Rob might just want you to win. Joanne definitely rooting for you
sure.
from
Joanne
Arizona.
in
She's going to
Arizona
sabotage.
is certainly Team Big Deck Energy.
Yeah,
there is no doubt about it.
Me and Joanne both voted for Colston Loveland. Yes, trust me. We want me to win.
Listen, there are saboteurs in the chat spearheaded by Anti-Hero Baseball. So this is what is happening as we speak. The Fan Fantasy Football Draft wages on in round number 3. All right. Starting this 8 a.m. hour. You are up. You are Adam. The Dodgers will hopefully try to avoid a sweep today in Atlanta. A very tough test for them, even with Yoshinobu Yamamoto on the bump, because they are facing Chris Sale on the other side. Cody, it was one of the reasons that entering yesterday, with the young righty and A.J. Smith-Shawver making his 3rd appearance of the year, bouncing back from Tommy John that he went and underwent last summer, that the Dodger offense needed to get going yesterday. They plate 5. They have 10 base knocks in a game that featured 24 total base hits, but in those key spots, especially with the bases juiced in both the 7th and the 8th, they only come away with 1 run. Is the Dodger offense and those Dodger bats still struggling ever so slightly? Your main concern around this LA team?
100%. I'm not worried about the pitching staff. This pitching staff is a God-tier pitching staff. You know, when you hear that thing, S-tier, A-tier, all that nonsense?
Yeah.
This is God-tier. This is above all of that. This is arguably the greatest assembled pitching staff, maybe of all time. And yes, I know people are like, well, Tanner Scott's given up runs the last 2 days. Knock it off. Everybody gives up run every once in a while. Tanner Scott's been phenomenal this season. So putting the microscope on him right now I think is a little disingenuous considering the fact this team has not hit in a month. And this is a very unbelievably capable offense. Arguably the most capable offense also ever assembled by any major league team. But we can't ignore the fact this team is getting a little bit older and they're not manufacturing runs the way they once did. And that's the big concern for me. Bases loaded, nobody out 2 times, and you get me 1 run. That is, for a team as high-powered and as skilled and as veteran presence as the Dodgers, in my opinion, that can happen once or twice or 3 times. But for a month and a half, something's got to kind of give, D-Fish.
I mean, yeah, I would agree. It's part of it. I mean, even, there's a reason why younger teams don't win multiple championships. So.
Fair.
You know what I mean? So, like, it requires a certain amount of experience and wisdom and, failure to some degree to then understand and appreciate what it actually takes to win it the first time and or the second time. And in all of that, there's a cost. That, the amount of energy, the amount of focus, the amount of discipline it takes to kind of get it over the hump one time, when you start to put yourself in a position where multiple times in consecutive or successive years you're going on these long journeys, like it eventually catches up to you. And so the Dodgers are going to have to figure out different ways to win that aren't what we're accustomed to seeing.
Yeah.
Right? Like typically in order to do something that either has never been done before or we've seen very rarely, you have to do something you've never done before or you've done very rarely.
Right.
So
and you're drawing on that experience, right? And come the postseason, nobody will have more playoff experience in getting the job done and coming through in those spots than the Los Angeles Dodgers. I think in the 2026 version, you are hoping, especially in a series that could be a postseason preview against Atlanta, to come through in those spots and to draw on that experience as well. Because to Cody's point, bases loaded in the 7th after already plating a run with 3 consecutive hits to start the inning, a Mookie Betts RBI single, Max Muncy draws a walk. The Braves make a call to the pen. They bring in Didier Fuentes. He immediately walks Tommy Edman. That ties the game at 5-all. And here's Kyle Tucker. Lines out. 0 for 5 last night. Alek Thomas has been great as a Dodger in a small sample size. 3 games, 3 RBIs. Grounds into a double play. The 108th of the year for the Dodgers, tied with the Padres for the most in all of Major League Baseball. In the 8th inning, Teoscar Hernandez leads off the frame with an infield sinker. Hunter Fiducia bunts him along. Shohei Ohtani grounds out but moves Teo over to third. He's 90 feet away. They intentionally walk Freddie Freeman. Mookie draws a walk. Bases loaded for Captain Clutch, Cody Decker, and Max Muncy. He works a 9-pitch AB, but strikes out on a nasty splitter that, as some have pointed out, was well outside the strike zone, but clearly Max Muncy was waiting for a pitch that never actually came. It's the unfulfilled moments that Dave Roberts, who we heard from earlier, said, we've just got to finish the job.
Absolutely. And by the way, that Max Muncy chase splitter, that's what he does. Not Max Muncy. That's what Iglesias does. Like, these are what, if he has a wipeout splitter, he tunnels that pitch really well.
Right.
He was clearly looking for a pitch in that part of the zone, and it just fell off.
You talked about this yesterday when we talked to Jeff Francoeur. One of the greatest pieces of baseball advice he ever gave you was, as you struck out on a wipeout slider, it's a wipeout slider. Hit the fastball. It seemed as though Max Muncy, when Didier Fuentes, a lot in that at-bat, had thrown him a fastball, was waiting on a fastball that, of course, never came.
Fell right off, and that is just the way it goes. That's a nasty wipeout pitch, and if you can tunnel it in a certain way, listen, that pitch is effective for him for multiple reasons. It doesn't look like a splitter out of his hands. It looks like a fastball out of his hands. Anytime you can tunnel that pitch, especially when you get deep into a count in that situation, listen, the advantage goes to the pitcher. Hitters get a little antsy in that spot, and keep in mind, I've said this before, pitchers are, and understand what I'm saying about this, pitchers are better than hitters in today's baseball game. It is just where we've learned so much about what the human body can do in the last 20 years and how pitchers, I always use this movie, The Rookie, starring Dennis Quaid, as an example and barometer. That movie was about a pitcher that pitched in 1999. He says to his wife while getting recruited, "Sweetie, I just threw 97 miles per hour." And she's like, "Well, is that good?" He's like, "You know how many major leaguers can throw 97? You can count them on one hand." That was 20 years ago. You can count on one hand how many guys can't throw 97. In fact, you can't even get scouted or recruited or signed if you don't throw 97 miles per hour at this point. So to say that the game has changed at an exponential level on the pitching side, not much has changed on the hitting side. We've gotten stronger as players. We're probably the best athletes baseball players have ever been, but they haven't just gotten better at hitting. The pitchers have flat out gotten better at pitching. They throw with more speed. They throw with more RPMs and spin rate on the ball. There have been like 20 pitches invented in the last 10 years. The game is just different now.
Yeah, I would say too, and I guess I'm asking to some degree, like, to me it also looks like the batter, to your point, pitching has gotten so good that batters now, this is to me where data and analytics start to really come in. Like, now I have to do much more homework and study and understanding of who I'm facing on the mound.
Often, yeah.
So that in some of these situations, you know, Iglesias is trying to guess what Muncy's thinking, and Muncy's trying to guess what Iglesias is thinking.
That could be the case.
And so, you know, batters are trying to time up and guess what pitch is coming, not just based on the situation or the ball and strikes count, but also like, what is this guy's history? What percentage of his pitches are this pitch versus this pitch? Like, it's all flowing through the head, and sometimes you guess right and sometimes you guess wrong.
Yeah.
But I'd rather a guy guess wrong and try to get after it than stand there and watch it go by.
So it also goes by a hitter case. So like we'll get a little inside baseball here when it comes to actual hitting, because Jeff Rancour actually said this yesterday. He likes the old school method of like somebody like Freddie Freeman. He doesn't get in the iPad when he goes back in the dugout and look at the video. He gets back on his chair and he watches the pitcher and he watches the game and he watches similar hitters to them and sees how they're getting pitched to, and he takes that into account. That's more like one of those aspects of watching what the game gives to you. Mm-hmm. I've always had issues with like getting too much information going into a batter's box. It's too much like paralysis by analysis situation. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So if I can go in there and I start guessing off speed pitches, if that guy throws me a fastball, I have zero chance whatsoever. It's just impossible for me to get ready for a pitch that might be 90 to 88 miles per hour to then all of a sudden have to catch up to 98 plus. So for me, I had to sit fastball dead red and just recognize off speed. I needed them to make the mistake for me to actually have that at bat. There are guys who are very much guess hitters that are able to go up there and take in those accounts and do that. But for me, I needed it to be a feel. And a lot of hitters, it's more of like, it's a feel. And when you don't have that feeling, then it's a grind at bat to where you're like, all right, I got to get this ball through this hole in this direction, and I'm going to do this to do it. But sometimes that pitcher ain't going to give you the pitch to accomplish your goal.
Yeah. So there's less feel, I think, in all sports, to be honest. And I think we're seeing that in other sports as well, having that balance. We've talked about it even through the lens of Dave Roberts, like the balance between the data and the information.
Absolutely.
And what the numbers are telling you. But like, what am I seeing from my players? What is this game presenting in this moment? And let me trust the feel that I have as a former player, as a manager.
Absolutely.
Like, I'm going to go in this direction. And so that, to me, that sounds like what you're saying is some guys are maybe too far on one side or the other, and maybe even some of the Dodgers players themselves. Like, how are they balancing guessing pitches and trying to time up what the data told them as they approach the plate compared to really having a feel in the moment for what's about to happen?
So I'll give you an example. When I played for the Arizona Diamondbacks in 2018 and 19, I played a season there for them in AAA, and the next year I came to spring training, and I was like, hey, guys, I'd like to see certain this one thing. Can I get to your advanced metrics? And they're like, oh, no, we don't show players the advanced metrics. I'm like, okay, can I see the advanced metrics, please? And they're like, no, because then their response was very funny. They were like, the reason we don't want to give players the advanced metrics was because they didn't want players to like draw incorrect conclusions from the numbers. And I thought that was funny because I knew that was partially true, but not exactly true. So I just went and said, I looked at the guy, I'm like, hey, buddy, I am 32 years old. If I got called up to the big leagues this year, I wouldn't hit arbitration for 3 more years, which means I would be 34 years old. Can I see the advanced metrics now? And he just paused and goes like, yes, you could see the advanced metrics. Because really the reason they didn't want to see it is because they use it against players in arbitration. They don't want us knowing those numbers. That being said, they showed me the advanced metrics and they told me what I needed to know. But I also understand that players can very easily misinterpret those numbers as well and draw some sort of conclusion and make an adjustment that can only make their career worse.
And there were some moments last night where the Dodgers in those spots did not come through. And the advanced numbers for Hassang Kim, who hit the RBI game-winning walk-off single with a .066 batting average entering last night, who had not recorded a base knock since early June, did come through in the clutch. Tanner Scott, his second consecutive game recording a loss. On Tuesday, when he got the loss, it was his first L in his own win and loss column since the beginning of June as well. This was Tanner Scott, who has given up the lead to the opposition on back-to-back nights in Atlanta, about what that final at-bat looked like against Hassang Kim for the Atlanta Braves.
Tanner, with that at-bat with Hassang Kim, when you have a pinch hitter, you're looking to get through him, obviously, to avoid the top of the order. Just what kind of were you trying to do in that at-bat specifically?
Get him out. I think I threw too many fastballs, and especially down the end, it's probably not good.
What was just kind of the plan when you talked to Mark, just approaching that at-bat?
Trust your stuff, play to your strengths, and I just threw it down in his zone.
Did falling behind the count early there kind of force you to throw more fastballs, or do you still feel like you could?
I don't even think about that. It's just I thought the fastball was good and just yanked one down.
Sportsnet LA, their courtesy on the sound. Tanner Scott had recorded the first 2 outs, Cody, in the 9th, allowed a double with 2 outs to Lane Thomas, had a full count against Hassang Kim, and of course, on that full count pitch, he drives home the winning run for the walk-off victory for the Braves. It has not been a save opportunity for Tanner Scott either of the past 2 nights in Atlanta, but he has coughed up the lead to the opposition, to the Braves, on back-to-back evenings. He had not been in a spot where he allowed the opposition to take the lead in front of the Dodgers, cost the Dodgers the lead or at least a tie since July 6th, prior to Tuesday night against the Braves. Do you think anything that we have seen in the last 2 days from Tanner Scott changes the closer conversation for Dave Roberts when Edwin Diaz returns from the IL?
I don't know. The reason why I say I don't know is because the Dodgers are going to have so many different options at this upcoming juncture. And it's also going to take certain guys coming off the IL, like Roki Sasaki, who just went on to the IL. And also, where the hell is Blake Trinan is my follow-up question.
Still working his way back.
I know. And
Yeah.
is he going to be back? I haven't heard a single thing about the guy.
There have been some positive updates. He has not pitched since the month of June. He is expected to be back probably at some point before the end of the regular season or at least in October. Trinan has been used in save opportunities
Many
in
times.
the postseason. Edwin Diaz, up until I think Tuesday night, was probably, and his thought was, when I return from the IL, I'm not going to be in that closer role. I haven't earned the opportunity to do so in the 9th inning. Tanner Scott was that guy. Still 19 saves in 21 tries, but again, has recorded the loss on back-to-back nights. D-Fish, do you think Dave Roberts is having the same conversations? Who is going to be my closer when Edwin Diaz is back healthy?
Yeah, I mean, he's having the conversations, but, you know, like we just talked about, I mean, you talk about feel. I think Dave Roberts is a great feel and a great sense for like what is going to be the right decision to make in the moment, and not necessarily, you know, on August 27th saying this guy is going to be my closer on October 1st. I think it's all going to be dependent upon, you know, how Sasaki returns from the IL.
Yep.
You know, how Ohtani's feeling, you know, which guys are going to end up being, you know, the starters and the rotational guys. You know, who do I have available? What opponent are we facing? Are they heavy left hand or right hand? Like, all of those things are going to go into it. And then the feel of, you know what, the numbers or our regular season series against this team, it says one thing. But like I'm watching this guy in practice. I'm watching him in BP. I'm watching him. He's ready for this moment. I'm going with him.
Honestly, that might be exactly how he came to the conclusion of Roki Sasaki in the late inning leverage innings in the pen last year. Because there
was out of left field for what it was worth. Nobody expected that of Sasaki.
None. There was no numbers to back up him even being in that role. He had like a 5.80 ERA last year, yet he goes into the playoffs as a reliever, which he had not done that entire season. And he might have been one of the best relievers that the Dodgers have had, not that season, in years, seemingly, because he absolutely dominated. So I think there is a decent amount of that. There's a lot of eye tests coming out of Dave Roberts, and I think that's a good thing.
9 appearances for Sasaki last October for the Dodgers. 3 saves, 2 holds, and a .84 ERA. Cody, we coined Roki Sasaki getting the nod last night in Atlanta for the start as maybe one of the final few that he would see in a Dodger uniform this year. Now he's on the IL, at least 15 days for a pitcher. We've only got about 33 days or so left in this Major League Baseball regular season. When Sasaki comes back from the injured list, do you think it's in the bullpen?
I think it is in the bullpen. It would make the most sense for multiple reasons. One, it would mitigate his innings. They could also use him as an opener a couple of times and maybe piggyback Eric Lowour on top of him. But if the plan is to get this guy in the pen, I would actually consider doing maybe more of the opposite. Not necessarily a piggyback, but give me a start from Eric Lowour and immediately go to Roki Sasaki and then start working him into some later leverage innings.
Eric Lowour yesterday in his first true relief appearance this year. In a game in Minnesota, they used Will Klein as an opener, so it wasn't a start for Lowour, but this was his first bullpen appearance as a Dodger. 2 innings, did allow a home run to Sean Murphy. He's got a 52.5% fly ball rate, meaning when the the ball is hit in the air, there's a good chance it is going to leave the yard. 10 of the 13 games for Lowour as a Dodger, he has allowed a home run to be hit. 13 total home runs in those 13 appearances for Eric Lowour as a Los Angeles Dodger. I think if you are a Dodger fan expressing any level of concern, the bats last night, again, missing out on some opportunities. It may be just some more questions than answers for a second consecutive week as you look at the back end of that bullpen here for the Dodgers following their first 2 games in Atlanta. The Bus family feud has officially hit the legal system in Los Angeles. We will update the latest on Jeannie versus her siblings on the other side of the break here on D-Fish and Decker.
The only time Shay has failed me today was when he snuck in Metallica somewhere. And I'm not against Metallica, but I don't think I own a Metallica.
You know that we have already started the campaign for Jokic. Maybe, just maybe, if things get crazy at altitude to come to Los Angeles.
It would be a dream, but I don't see a universe.
I don't think it's a realistic possibility, but you know I like to start some things.
I would kill for it.
And throw those seeds out there just in case the harvest comes.
I would give up just about anything to get my hands on Jokic.
What would you give up?
Name it.
Tangible object. Would you give up your Cadillac?
No. No, you don't go after my
Guess you don't want it
Cadillac.
that bad.
Stop it. There are some things you don't touch. Daddy's Cadillac is on the list.
You have a huge shoe closet.
Okay, I'm listening.
Would you be willing to depart with your 4th favorite shoe?
Oh, fourth?
4th. I'm talking a top 5 shoe.
Okay, that is going to be one of my particular Air Force
Can you see
Ones.
it in your mind? Okay,
I
an
do.
Air Force One.
I have this really incredible brown-white Air Force One. It's a high top. It's my only high top.
But think about Nikola Jokic in a Laker jersey.
But that jump shot's pretty sweet. So I'll take Joker over those Air Force Ones.
Wow. Okay.
In fact, I'll go a step further. I am a shoe guy, as you all know. Here. I'm rocking today these really phenomenal Nikes right now. These are actually.
I like the shoelaces.
These old things. Yeah, a little bit of
It's a
teal
nice little
action.
colorway. It almost looked like a Kobe at first when you were taking it off.
Yeah,
that might be more.
This is called the Nike Problem Solver 9. It is a shoe. It is one of their wonderful one. I love this shoe. I spent 2 years trying to get this shoe. Joker, it could be yours. You want to come? You want to come to the Lakers?
Nicola?
It's all yours, buddy.
Nicola?
I will give you my entire shoe collection. That's how much I would give anything to get Joker over here.
Listen, Hollywood Park's still up and running. Nikola Jokic could
build
enjoy
you chariots.
For sure. I will personally build a chariot to Nikola Jokic's identity if he wants that to be a part of horse racing.
Are you a hell of a builder? Are you good at carpentry?
But I can learn.
He's a big man.
You're good at building.
I can build.
I hire
builders. Good is like is really relative. I have built like a massive home studio, but I will tell you, it could possibly fall to pieces at any given moment.
I hope it doesn't.
In a world where you can book a trip anywhere, one man booked a trip to Hawaii in the middle of a goddamn hurricane. The one and only Cody Decker.
Yeah.
Wow.
There he is. Pitch black outside. I heard rumor has it he slept out there.
So, Cody, do you think it's just bad luck, or is it just a sign of the times that your first vacation in more than a year comes in the middle of Hurricane Lila?
One, I would appreciate this hostile work environment to calm down just a tick. This is my first time I've been not working in a full year, and I walked it right into, as Raj put it very, very eloquently, into a goddamn hurricane. And yes, this has been nuts. Absolutely nuts over here. But listen, the weather has calmed down a little bit. We are better. We are better. We are better. It is humid as hell, though.
Who had a better weekend? Cody Decker out in Hawaii or Kyle Tucker inside Dodger Stadium?
Well, I got to tell you, I would say it's Kyle Tucker, and I'll tell you why. He didn't have to watch Kyle Tucker the way I had to watch Kyle Tucker this last weekend in a hurricane. It was awful. He was awful at the plate, 0 for 17. He was awful in the field. Now, granted, a tough play towards the right field wall, but, buddy, we're paying $60 million a year. Run into a goddamn
We welcome you back to D-Fish and Decker on this Thursday on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. He is Cody Decker. He is Derek Fisher. I am Ben Stevens. And before we dive in to the Bus family feud officially now in the legal system, Derek Fisher, compliments on cleaning up the desk that quickly and that well for having a coffee spill at the start of last segment. You did a really beautiful job over there.
Why are you snitching? Thank you.
What do you mean snitching?
Thank you. It was
we all saw it. There was a puddle of coffee. on the desk as we started.
There
that
are
segment.
3 cameras on us.
Yeah. You can
it was,
see it.
Quite a bit going on, but of course that's the longest segment we have to start the hour. So,
but you did a really good job.
We figured it out.
Cleaned it up quickly.
I appreciate it,
that,
man.
That
Thanks,
was
guys.
very good.
Thank you.
Very, very good.
Thank you.
How are the legs? Sticky or fine?
No. I got it figured out.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
we're good. My shoes are done, but
No, tell me they're Hokas or something. that
Cody
don't
has
really
a
matter.
pair he can give you.
Right? They're not the good pairs. Like it's just a throwaway pair. Come on.
What do we got?
I mean, shoes are always kind of like I have way too many shoes. Like,
There's no such thing. What are you talking about, man? There's no.
good.
Come on. You need more shoes.
You have how many pairs? 50?
I have like roughly 50.
And you probably have.
I don't know, maybe the same number, but I just
All
I
right.
end up wearing the same 4 pair. I don't
For
know
sure.
why.
Look at you.
I wear the same pair of shoes every day. You guys
Oh,
have a pair?
no. I switch it up daily, baby.
I know you do.
Yeah, full fashionista over here.
Listen, last couple of weeks, we know the Bus family feud has been a big thing. Joey and Jesse now involved in Padres ownership somehow, some way down in San Diego. Betrayal.
Traitors.
Legacy.
Traitors.
Traitors.
What? I heard this yesterday.
Bro,
What?
yeah, dude, like the bus boys are flipping their Laker money and buying the Padres. Just a full-on Los Angeles betrayal.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, I think it is.
I think it is. Well, going down San Diego. And yesterday
He's
here
buying them.
in Los Angeles Superior Court, Jeannie Buss has filed her official petition to keep control of the Los Angeles Lakers, asking the court to block the Buss family sale of their minority stake, 17.8% in Los Angeles Lakers ownership. The actual quote saying, quote, retain an interest sufficient to maintain control and to benefit from the continuously skyrocketing value. She also highlighted how a few other minority owners, like Dr. Patrick Soon-Shiong, still retaining his ownership to be involved with this new era of the Lakers. One final thing, she is also asking in this petition to get Janie and Joey, the other co-trustees of the Buss Family Trust, out, so she is the lone trustee of the Buss Family Trust and thus able to probably have more of a control to make decisions. Cody, you've been on top of this situation the entire time.
Quite a bit.
Official petition filed yesterday in Los Angeles Superior Court. What should we all know?
Well, what we should all know is it's going to come down to the interpretation of a judge, I'm assuming, because this is the thing that they're specifically highlighting, and it says point 1110. And it says right here, at such time when Jerry H. Buss is no longer the controlling owner of the Los Angeles Lakers Incorporated, the trustee shall take whatever actions are responsibly available to the trustee to have Jeannie M. Buss appointed as the new controlling owner of the Los Angeles Lakers, Inc. And it follows up by saying, if Jeannie M. Buss is not living or she has not been appointed as the new controlling owner, of which she was, then the trustees can vote her out. So they're really banking on this. They're basically saying until she wasn't the controlling owner or dead, and she is not dead. She is alive and well, and let's keep that going for a long time.
Yep.
That being said, it's just going to come down to a judge's interpretation. It's going to be, is the judge going to side with Jeannie or is she going to side with the brothers? And I can understand a judge going either way on this.
Do you think this comes down to what the judge decides? Do you think there will ever be a conversation within the Buss family, given how much bad blood there is, that keeps this out of court? Like, not necessarily a settlement, D-Fish, but a conversation within the Buss family to decide what they want to do with the minority stake in the Los Angeles Lakers? Or will, because of how bad things have gotten between the Buss family and those 6 siblings, have to be decided by a judge?
I would lean towards the judge decision at this point.
Me too.
Unfortunately, I'm not sure if cooler heads will prevail, in a situation that maybe has been ongoing for a lifetime. To
Long
some
time,
degree,
yeah.
And so it's unfortunate that we may be headed towards, a judge needing to make this decision. But I don't know. It also depends on, at some point, everybody's being held up in some way.
Yeah.
Right? Like if the sale can't happen because of this, if Mark Walter's situation ends up impacted because the sale can't be finalized, like there are some other variables here that could put everybody in a position where, you got to come back to the table and decide, like, okay, look, we can't actuate this sale because this decision is blocking the sale from being finalized, and so therefore, higher powers than even the Buss family have to come in and say, this is what we're going to do even for now. And then you guys can take this up with the court. But as of now, based on what Cody just read, Jeannie remains where she is.
Right.
And if you guys want to fight that, then you guys can fight that. But let's not hold up the sale because clearly Mark Walter has to get out.
For sure.
But if this ends up impacting that process being able to take place, you could just see larger powers and folks getting involved.
The only thing I don't know, and this might be the thing that actually burns Jeannie, I just simply don't know enough about the law and the law around this particular situation.
Yeah.
It's this part. If she has not been appointed to the new controlling owner. Now, she was the new controlling owner, but then selling out the majority of the shares over to Mark Walter might have affected that. So I simply don't know what the legality around the controlling owner portion of this deal is.
Yeah.
Is she the controlling owner of simply that 17.5%?
Yeah.
Or did she need to be the controlling owner of the Lakers themselves?
It's a great question, and I'm not entirely sure how you would legally define that as well, because again, Mark Walter is selling his majority stake in the Los Angeles Lakers to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner. They are looking to add maybe nearly 18% more of that pie if the Buss family does sell. But in the agreement last summer with Mark Walter is that Jeannie would remain the board of governor and team rep, and she has the legal precedent from way back in 2017 in the first Buss family feud kind of legal setting that we had when Jim and Johnny were suing her in court because of Jeannie firing Jim back in 2012. That ruled in her favor, making her the controlling owner. There are some other things here obviously at play. The Buss family, the kids, the 5 of them, not named Jeannie Buss, believe they only need a majority, 4 of 6, to sell. And there are 2 co-trustees, Jeannie and Joey, that are a part of that group that has decided they want to sell their family stake in the Los Angeles Lakers. Jeannie is certainly on her own island. And Fish, that's such a fascinating point because, again, this is Mark Walter's majority share going to Iger and Kushner. That is happening. But Iger and Kushner have now invested $12.5 billion in the Los Angeles Lakers, this iconic franchise. And although there was the agreement between Walter and Jeannie so that she could remain the sitting board of governor, you would almost think, and you can understand, hey, new ownership, new era. Bob Iger wants to be the guy showing up to the Board of Governors meetings to represent the Los Angeles Lakers at a certain point if they have invested all of this money and they are taking on even more of the stake in the Los Angeles Lakers.
Yeah, I mean, I want a new car, but
you do?
Yeah.
What's wrong with your car?
I
love
think
your
it's
car.
nothing wrong with it.
Wait, don't you both drive caddies?
Yeah, we do. And he's got a really. I mean, I have a sweet caddy, but
it's we want a lot of things, but
Right.
it like smartly, Mark Walter had reached an agreement that allowed Jeannie to remain as controlling governor until at least 2030.
Right.
Because there's a recognition that her experience, her understanding of the league, how it works, running the team, the other relationships that have been established in the room with other NBA owners, with the league office, like those all add value to you as an ownership group. So to keep her in place through 2030 when Mark Walter made the purchase made sense.
Yes.
It makes no less sense than it for Bob Iger. Like Bob Iger and Josh Kushner were not Mark Walter are not Mark Walter, who actually owns a current sports team
in Los Angeles.
Yep. That has operated very successfully in terms of what they've accomplished on the field, done a lot of amazing things. So to me, it wouldn't, yes, Bob Iger might want that. My read from a guy as smart as Bob Iger is that even if he wants that, he's going to take the requisite amount of time to make sure he's prepared to handle those responsibilities. Smart people like Bob Iger don't need to be always the smartest person in the room. They generally are, but I don't imagine he's in a rush to try to prove that he is the smartest guy in the room and I need to go to the NBA meetings tomorrow. He's probably smartly going to, whether it's Jeannie or ultimately if a court decides it has to be something else, he's going to make sure that there's a basketball person that has been in these rooms before helping them make decisions.
So I agree with you. I just don't know if it's Genie. And the reason why I don't think it's Genie is the way they worded the entire purchase to get going. When they said they were going to honor the Mark Walter thing with Genie Bus, and then they said, but he definitely put in the caveat, unless something changes, and then come 4 days later, something really big changed, and I haven't heard Bob Iger say a single word about it whatsoever about keeping Genie. It seems like they seem more than okay for Genie to leave the room as well, which is weird to me.
Yeah, but you can't say anything like the foreshadowing of if things change, then they change. But I think which is basically what he said.
Exactly.
He probably knew this was coming. I mean, when you operate at a certain level of wealth and influence, like you know some things are coming. Mm-hmm. But that's not on him to, like, if the family made that decision, which he has no control over, then there's nothing for him to say. Because it's not so much whether he wants Genie to still be in place and whether he likes or dislikes Genie. If the family believes that the majority of them could actuate this process, which would automatically remove Genie as the controlling governor, then if things change, they change. Because if the family decides what they've decided, Genie may not be able to remain as the controlling governor from his perspective. So, and then there's nothing for him to say now because this is a legal matter.
For sure.
So, yeah.
It's also not his decision to be made, right? It has to iron itself out, whether through a judge, through the legal system, or through the Bus family figuring it out. But it does impact, to your point, Iger and Kushner, and how much of the Los Angeles Lakers they own. 855-975-2326. We want you to be involved. Yes, D-Fish?
Lastly, real quick, this is going to impact the plan that you're going to present
no doubt
to the NBA as to why you can do this.
Yep.
So you can be in a hurry to try to say goodbye to Genie all you want to. Well, who are you appointing that has her experience level to make sure that as you take this team over, it can continue to operate successfully?
Yep.
That's going to be something that NBA owners and the folks that are going to approve it ultimately are going to have to hear and see.
Yeah. It still needs to be ratified by the NBA Board of Governors. It will be certainly on the docket whenever that next meeting is going to be. People have said could be the middle of September. We await and see. At the Fan LA, a new poll for you as well. Are you worried about the Dodgers' losing record versus winning teams post All-Star break? Following last night in Atlanta, the Dodgers now 6-15 since the All-Star break in the second half against teams above 500. But this Thursday night in Los Angeles is a football night in Los Angeles. Chargers, Rams, inside SoFi. We'll detail it up next.
Once again, Edwin Diaz doing his Edwin Diaz thing. And here's the thing. I am a fan of Edwin Diaz. I think he's a very solid pitcher. And yes, if you look at his career numbers, he has elite closer metrics. He absolutely does. High leverage innings, shutdown innings. He holds the record that will Tides hold the record for most saves in a single season. In fact, when he did it in 2018 with the Mariners. But I've also seen full year collapses on this guy. And I'm talking multi-year. We saw it with the Mets twice, by the way. We also saw the injured year that he had with the Mets. Now he's over here with the Dodgers. And he's been very shaky from Jump Street, before even the microneedling surgery even had. I have not been quiet that I didn't like this deal. In fact, the Dodgers made two very big deals this last offseason in Edwin Diaz and Kyle Tucker. I didn't like either deal. It comes to fruition that both of these guys happen to be the biggest struggle bust players on the Dodgers, both on the pitching side and the offensive side. So it's a little frustrating to see. I do hear the people kind of pointing the finger at Dave Roberts, saying, why are you throwing him back out there? However, we saw him have a very, very efficient 12-pitch inning earlier this week. However, you can't be blowing saves to the Brewers this late in the season. You just can't. So the way I see it, I think an adjustment does need to be made. It's just hard to justify considering how much you're paying this guy. And those of you that are mad, let me start by saying, shut up. Just shut up. If you're mad, how about this? If you're mad about the Tarek Skubal trade, let's start with something really simple. Who are you mad at? That is the first question you need to ask. Because if you're mad at the Dodgers, slap yourself in the face. I'm going to give you a minute. Because the Dodgers did nothing wrong. The Dodgers did so nothing wrong. In fact, the Dodgers, I'll actually go a step further. They're the only ones that did anything right in this entire situation. because the Dodgers get their hand on Tarik Skubal for giving up 3 prospects. Now, are they bad prospects? No, in fact, they're good prospects, but they sure as hell are not the prospects that are end-all, be-all that should have gotten this done. I couldn't believe the lack of haul that just came in for this price. So just so we're all clear, 3 prospects go over to the Detroit Tigers from the Los Angeles Dodgers, and they are the following. Zaire Hope, who is the Dodgers' number 5 prospect, followed by River Ryan, the Dodgers' number 10 prospect, and Brady Smith, a pitcher who is also their number 17 prospect. The Dodgers still have 7 prospects in Major League Baseball's top 100 list. They didn't even have to give away any of their top 4 prospects to get their hands on Tarik Skubal. And to the point where, if this was all it took, explain to me why anyone's mad at the Dodgers. Because if you're a fan of another team right now, you should be pissed at your team that you didn't. If you're a Milwaukee Brewers fan, you should be screaming at Matt Arnold, their GM. You should be furious that they did nothing. If you're a Rays fan, the Rays just gave up arguably like the same exact haul that the Dodgers just did to get Freddie Peralta, who's got like a 6 ERA this season out of the New York Mets. You're telling me they couldn't get this done? Throw an extra prospect in there. You're the Rays. You got endless prospects. Do something. I have no sympathy for anyone in baseball, and sure as hell no fan in baseball that's complaining about this, because this was a more than a fair asking price, and there are many, many more layers to break down. But I just want to start with that. Everyone that's complaining and moaning that the Dodgers are ruining baseball, no. It's not one team ruining baseball. It's the other 29 teams that are currently ruining baseball.
I'm going to give you a movie line from nowhere, and I want you to tell me if you can tell me what movie it's from. Why would your buddy? Why would your dad?
Jeez.
Because you're good at this stuff. It's a somewhat deep cut. I'll do. Here we go. There are TV. There are. Why would your buddy? Why would your dad? It reminds me of me and you sometimes.
Is that Brokeback Mountain?
Close.
I can't quit you.
That's what reminds you of the
I
two of
can't
us.
quit you.
We're gonna have to have an off-air conversation.
Okay, what?
Horrible Bosses 2.
There we go.
This is like Horrible Colleagues 1. It turns out.
Which Cy Young ace do you trust more on the Dodgers, ladies and gentlemen? Do you trust Tarik Skubal or Blake Snell? And I'll give you my answer right now. Of course I trust Blake Snell more. It's a man that's pitched in multiple World Series now, not only for the Dodgers, but for the Tampa Bay Rays. He's won 2 Cy Youngs the same way Tarik Skubal has. Tarik Skubal hasn't had the opportunity to pitch deep into an October. This is going to be potentially his first real opportunity. Doesn't mean I don't trust Tarik Skubal. Absolutely do. He's had about a B-plus start and a B-minus start for the Los Angeles Dodgers. But first game out of the microneedling surgery for Blake Snell, it was an A-plus. A-plus start, A-plus stuff. I can't stress enough how encouraging isn't even the word. Encouraging is that he threw 85 pitches. Incredible is that he dominated.
Comedy store a little bit.
I've spent time with Mike Tyson. Does that count?
I'm a boxer. I'm a fighter.
I don't do that.
I'm Mike Tyson.
He was kind, and he was. I mean, I think he's sharp. But it was like being with a tiger. Like I was afraid. It was like being with a tiger. They tell you is
back
docile.
spinal.
A Thursday morning in Los Angeles on D-Fish and Decker. He is Laker great Derek Fisher. He is former MLB pro Cody Decker. I am Ben Stevens. A Thursday night in Los Angeles is the first battle of LA on the gridiron this year between the Chargers and the Rams. The preseason finale for both of the LA squads. They will also face off in Week 8, opening weekend of November, with the Chargers designated the home team inside SoFi throughout the regular season. Tonight, the preseason finale. But before we get to the actual game between the Bolts and the Rams, some breaking news here on D-Fish and Decker. We talked earlier in the week about the NFL Top 100 each and every summer, getting ready for a new season, and how the NFL was slow playing its release of the top 10. 3 Rams in the top 10. Stafford, Garrett, Nakua. Puka Nakua checks in at Number 7, the 7th best player in the NFL, according to his peers. Cody Decker, that is Puka Nacua.
I don't disagree. Listen, the issues with Puka Nacua are not on the field. We've seen what he can do on the field. Most yak yards in the NFL last year, not to mention all the catches. He's clearly become target number 1 for Matthew Stafford, and just truly astonishing what he can do on the field. And he should, I'm going to say this again, should reset the wide receiver market. However, we know what the issues about Puka Nacua are, and it has nothing to do with his play on the field. In fact, I honestly think he should have been higher than number 7 and would have been if it weren't for the weird-ass offseason he just had.
Interesting. And it was a very weird offseason that even bled late into the regular season a year ago into the playoffs. Puka Nacua will not play tonight for the Los Angeles Rams. He is nursing a groin injury. Even if he was healthy, we are not expecting to see any starters. Puka Nacua, number 7 in the NFL top 100. Feel fitting?
Yeah. It feels fitting. I mean, I think it's how, from a positional standpoint, like quarterbacks are valued higher than almost any other position. So then that kind of automatically starts to slot other positional guys a little bit lower, right?
Yeah.
My guess is that whoever's number 1 is either going to be like the best defensive player in the league, or it's going to be a quarterback.
Yep.
So some of it, I think, is wrapped in that. Some of it is that he's still young, and I think people want to continue to see another season or two of it, before you start to say this guy's, the best player in the league, top 5 in the league. Let's give him more than 1 season and a half to show us that he is that. But his play on the field for sure shows, top 5, top 10 level ability, talent, impact on success. He's on a winning football team.
Yep.
It's not like he's out here just getting yards and numbers, on a bad team. But I would also challenge us to think and consider, while his play on the field isn't necessarily the question, it is still the question in terms of, can he sustain that over time if there are still off the field challenges?
Yeah.
Right. So even though right now it doesn't seem like the play on the field is the question still is, if the off the field things can't be mitigated, it will eventually impact his performance on the field. And therefore we got to make sure that is in order before we can pay this guy $175 million or whatever it might be, because ultimately there's no way for those two things to remain independent of each other.
Yeah, no question.
At some point they will blend and merge, and then that's where now you've made a bad investment.
Completely. And it's something I'm worried about. I've actually floated around there. I'm like, I see no reason, especially if there's anything off the field that takes place again, I see no reason to give him the bag. And yeah, it could be dangerous to try to go ahead and franchise him, but you do have the option.
You do? You do have the franchise tag option at the end of this year. You can actually do it for a second consecutive year.
It's dangerous, but you can do it.
It is dangerous. And it is, in a way, in my opinion, not the most financially prudent move for the Rams front office to keep doing that year in and year out, because you are eventually, if he does prove it to you with the off-the-field maturity issues, you are going to give him the long-term extension. And if you can balance that out right now over the final year of his rookie deal, when that is still very friendly to the franchise, that's why I say you do it.
Well, I'd like to ask you guys this: what do you, with that type of bag, how much are you valuing his off the field stuff? And yes, it could bleed onto the field, but it's just frankly this: are you paying the player or are you paying the person?
Both.
That's where we have the problem.
That's the intersection.
Right. Today, you could ask coaches, general managers, like character and integrity are at the top of the list of what they're looking for in their best players. Mm-hmm. There used to be a day where you could be the best player on the field or court, and it didn't even matter what you got into personally.
Well, there was no social media. We can get away with it.
But I think we started to learn that you can't necessarily build winning franchises and organizations around those type of athletes.
Right.
While they will give you some success to a large degree because of their talent and ability, at some point there'll be a crash and burn that will negatively impact our team and organization for way too long. And so therefore, we have to start to really hold the standard with like high character, high integrity athletes that are also highly talented, love football, love to show up every day and do the right, and that's just what it is. And so to the players' credit, there are a lot more guys like that, to be honest. And so you do have to kind of blend both. Doesn't mean everybody's perfect. We all have had our challenges and things.
No question.
It's not about perfection, but you can't be such a high risk from a character and integrity standpoint because eventually that's going to cost us, even if you're a high talent.
Completely agree, which makes me immediately think about the franchise tag again. Short term rather than long term.
Yeah.
It's just a determination of what you're going to value when this eventually officially comes up.
For sure. And just from the financial perspective, it's just a lot for the salary cap to use the tag to eventually pay him if that is your end goal. I think a part of it also, just in my read of it, is because Matthew Stafford might be here for just this year or even the year following. If you are going to give Puka Nacua that long-term extension to make him one of the faces of the franchise here in Los Angeles with questions at the quarterback position, at least for the future, so you are building your offense around Puka Nacua, you need to make sure that he is good to go with the off-the-field things and how it would then affect on-field performance, because that, I think, is the hesitation for the Rams right now. If we are giving you the bag, it's the money, sure, right? The financial incentive behind it. But we are truly going to be building around you as one of the anchors of this offense for years to come.
I think there are two pieces to like what we're kind of labeling our off the field things. So, and what comes to mind for me, one, I don't believe the Rams, his coaches, his teammates are questioning who he is as a person.
Right.
I don't think that's the question. What I believe is that, if I'm not mistaken, a couple of the stories or whatever, there are some legal aspects to a couple of these incidents.
No criminal lawsuits, but a civil lawsuit still out there. Yes.
Right. So, as an organization, not comparing him to Deshaun Watson,
of course,
but as an organization, before you reward with the bag, you need a little bit more clarity on how that's going to play out. Los Angeles Rams pay Puka Nacua X, and then literally the next day,
week later, suspended for 4 games.
It's a difficult balance that they're trying to kind of play here.
Yeah.
While also, you have to also make sure that Puka feels the support and the love, and that deep down inside, you're not questioning. Like, to me, he is a high character, high integrity young guy. He's just got himself into some tough spots. And from the sound, from how he's carrying himself, everything, I think he's back in touch with who he is at the core, and there won't be issues moving forward necessarily. But I think the Rams have to still be patient.
Very much so.
To make sure that those two things don't go together. Rams announcement, next day, found civilly liable for X. And that's just, unfortunately, part of the timing.
And we've spoken to a couple of Rams insiders, and one of the first questions I did ask, do you think this offseason has cost him the bag to this point? Not totally. Down the road, yes, they can absolutely give him the bag, but do you think they would have already given him the bag if it weren't for the offseason stuff? And we kind of got a unanimous, yes, we do think this would have already happened if it weren't for what has happened.
And I agree with that as well. And again, he is worthy of the bag that Jackson Smith and Jigba got earlier this offseason. There are 2 wide receivers that make $40+ million per year, JSN and Jamar Chase. The only other wide receiver on the NFL top 10 list, Puka Nacua checking in at number 7, is the reigning offensive player of the year in Jackson Smith and Jigba for the Seattle Seahawks. And it should be noted, just in the timeline of all this, preseason finale tonight at SoFi for the Rams and the Chargers. We are 2 weeks away from the Rams season debut in Australia against the San Francisco 49ers, and there is still that outstanding idea that there could be the personal conduct policy suspension that has been floated by ESPN's NFL insider Adam Schefter that could happen for Puka Nacua, and why the Rams are not exactly sure of his status entering week number 1. We shall see. Just a few notes for this preseason finale. We are going to see the Chargers starters, at least offensively, for about 6 to 9 plays. Could be a drive, could be 2. We will not see the Rams starters. We know we are going to see Ty Simpson, But the backup quarterback battle wages on in case we also see Stetson Bennett. We'll get a look at the Chargers starters quickly, Fish. It's also Justin Herbert, and it's the center, Jake Slaughter, having to step in that rookie spot for a second straight game.
Yeah, I'm excited about some of the concepts we'll see even in the one or two series that they play. They won't show everything, but I just want to see one or two plays that kind of give us a glimpse of what the Chargers offense is going to look like.
We're getting ready for football. We're 2 weeks away from that Rams opener against the 49ers. 4 games in the NFL preseason on this Thursday. The Raiders also in action in Las Vegas. Fernando Mendoza is set to play. The Dodgers continue to struggle against baseball's best. Why? We'll tell you next on D. Fish and Decker.
Those of you that are mad at the Bus family, or more should I say, those of you that are not mad at the Bus family, change your minds. Change your minds. I am now officially so Team Genie, I don't know what to do with myself.
Wow.
This hostile takeover that's been taking place around Genie Bus needs to come to an end, because not only has the Bus family boys decided to not only betray her, no, they went a step further and have betrayed Los Angeles itself. And what am I talking about? Ladies and gentlemen, the brothers, both Joey and Jesse Bus.
The 2 younger ones, it should be noted.
Joey and Jesse Bus have just announced that they will serve on the Padres Advisory Board, led by new owners Jose Feliciano and Kwanzaa Jones. They are joining the San Diego Padres ownership. So not only did they cash out, screw over Genie, on the way out, they went ahead and bought into the Dodgers' biggest rival, and they're after us. What the hell is this heel turn from the Bus family?
It does feel like it is very pointed, and it does feel as though it comes from a revenge standpoint, because who is the Dodgers owner? Mark Walters.
Big
still.
time!
And Mark Walter had a very friendly relationship with Jeannie Buss and their agreement to keep Jeannie on as the acting team rep and the governor for the Los Angeles Lakers. And most notably, Cody, in a lot of this Buss family infighting, Johnny and Jim, Jeannie's 2 older brothers, they have not liked each other for a long time, and Jim was involved with the Lakers basketball operations. Of course, he was fired by Jeannie over a decade ago. This has been long-standing, but Joey and Jesse have not enjoyed their role, or lack thereof, it should be said, in the Buss family advisory group for the Los Angeles Lakers. And it's been well reported. Some of it, of course, is gossipy and drama that Joey and Jesse have been trying to cut out the legs of Jeannie for basically as long as they can.
As long as they can, and this is one hell of a way to do it, dude. It's one thing for the Buss family to cash out and go do something. It's another thing to cash out and take that money directly to San Diego. Oh, man, the betrayal is palpable. Palpable.
It does feel like there is some large family betrayal right now. And season 7 of Succession was just renewed, as we will go down the 5 to San Diego as well. I'm sure a lot of people saw the introductory press conference for those Padres new owners, Jose E. Feliciano and his life partner in Kwanzaa Jones, both the owners of the San Diego Padres, and her exuberance of being all in and winning. She made a song that was played as people, reporters, media, others walked into the introductory press conference room. I wonder if she wrote a verse that included Joey and Jesse Buss.
I mean, if somebody's got some bars, they should get it in there, because this is, dude, this is a full-on heel turn.
Yeah, it really is. Man, fun times in the Buss family here in Los Angeles, or I guess I can say the greater SoCal area at this moment.
SVP, the segment where I tell Evan, Brock, and Alex different events going on in LA, and they tell me if they're RSVPing yes or no. This one, guys, it's kind of a week long, so we'll see if it happens or not. But it's LA Restaurant, a Dine LA Restaurant Week. So Dine LA is a 15-day dining event that happens twice a year. It highlights restaurants all across Los Angeles, so you're never too far from one of the restaurants that's it's highlighting. The whole idea is basically to get people out, trying different spots around the city, everything from casual neighborhood dine-in to even takeout. It's literally everything. Oceanfront patios, higher-end and Michelin-recognized places. You got there isn't really any cons, so let me tell you guys about the pros. Huge variety of restaurants, good excuse to explore different parts of LA, special menus and deals, and for the single guys out there, great date night options. for any type of event that you guys want to do. You could take anyone to anything. They have so many restaurants. I went through the whole list. Are we at RSVP?
It is 9 a.m. in L.A. on this Thursday morning. It is D. Fish and Decker. He is Laker great and 5-time NBA champion Derek Fisher. He is former Major League Baseball player Cody Decker. I am Ben Stevens. It's the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of L.A. sports. We've got polls out there all morning at The Fan L.A. on YouTube. Who should Raj take with the 35th pick of the Fan Fantasy Football Draft? Who did you take, Raj? Was it Jeremiah Love or Colston Loveland in that first poll of the day?
Well, in that first one, in the first pick there, I took someone that no one picked, Breece Hall.
Interesting.
I thought they were trying to sabotage me.
Going with the New York Jets.
Cody put that in my... But he's the only one that's going to freaking do anything on the team.
He is the only one that's going to do anything.
Even though it's a bad team. So that worried me. But then coming back around, Brock Vereen, who comes up in 56 minutes, you can hear his show, Brock and Alex, of course.
Yep.
He surprised me. He went to Mika Ibuku, who I like, but then he took Tyler Warren, the tight end, so that let Loveland fall to me. So I had to take him with the next.
Who was the tight end innovator in this fantasy football draft?
Well, I believe the first one that broke the tight end mold was myself by getting Brock Bowers. Maybe a little earlier than I should have, but I just feel as though that Brock Bowers is that type of a tight end that is, you're just not going to get that production for any other tight end.
Completely agree.
Yeah. And we had a very important question in the chat. They said Rogers losing. Someone said George and Kylie said I'm going to lose. That's fine. Andrew thinks I'm going to lose as well.
Okay.
But George and Kylie also asked an important question. Raj, you think we could get a small segment where the guys pick their winners for the games? I think he was talking about NFL games, and that's already been thought of. We have imaging and everything. There will be a weekly segment on Thursdays where I'll select probably 4 games, and the guys will have a little fun competition, points against the spread, but confidence edition. Yes, I know it sounds complicated, but yes, you will get your game picking fix from D. Fish Deck, and of course with Ben Stevens. So
all right.
we've already thought about that, but yeah, we got you covered, Ben.
Oh, I like
George
for M. Cali. Yeah. Okay. So we are going to pick some games. Very, very cool. We're not picking any preseason games on this Thursday.
No, we don't do that, man. We just do the real stuff. You know what I'm saying?
For what it's worth,
you degenerate. You're a little gambling degenerate, ain't you?
I'm
working that little gambling channel. I know what's up with you.
There are edges to be had in the NFL preseason if that's your kind of mumbo jumbo, and the Rams are catching 3.5 tonight.
Yeah, hey Derek, should we give them the 1-800 1-800 gambling number?
Yeah, give me some of the disclaimers I need to know. From the ad. Actually, no free ads. You're only paid to do this a certain amount of time.
Let's just be real clear here. You're talking about the 3.5 points over there for the Rams. That's nice. They're the home team.
They're not the home team tonight.
Where are they playing?
They're playing in SoFi. But you know who the home team is.
Who's the home team? The Chargers are not a home team in any game they play in. Period.
Inside SoFi?
That includes SoFi when they're by themselves.
Yeah, listen, I don't disagree with that, and especially traveling fan bases. I've mentioned a few times on these airwaves, my father in his office building in Woodland Hills overlooks the Rams practice facility. Some breaking news from Rick Stevens. Rams out there for an early walkthrough on this Thursday. 9 a.m., they're already out on the practice field. See? There they are.
Oh, nice.
You see the photo?
It's beautiful.
That's good.
That's detective work.
Yeah.
That's some serious detective work. Also, don't be afraid to zoom in, whoever's taking these photos.
My dad.
Good Lord.
He doesn't understand really how to work a phone.
For the love of God.
Just the fact that he even got the green grass,
For
I think, is pretty impressive.
For the love of God.
Good work, Rick Stevens.
2 fingers. This
is like how they found out about Watergate. You just had the guy right there getting ready to go.
And last thing before you guys get back to the Dodgers, what the hell is going on? Looks like D. Fish is about to be on the clock.
Whoa!
And of course, he has. Well, he is on the clock.
You can't do that look when you're on the clock.
Like,
oh, what?
He's got time to think. He's got McCaffrey, took in the first round. Drake London followed up in the second. In the third, he took Javonte Williams from his Dallas Cowboys. And now he is on the clock with the 4th pick. So we'll stay tuned and see what Derek does.
I'm only, 2 picks after that.
Are we going to get?
You know what, Fish? Text me
live on air?
Text me 3 picks you're considering, and we'll put it on the poll. And they won't try and sabotage you. They'll give you their honest opinion.
I will absolutely
try
to
put it on the chat.
I need some help from the people, though.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm here to help you. No, D-Fish, I'm here to help you, my guy.
I don't know.
I'm here to help you.
Do you have even a group of 3 right now that you were thinking is likely?
No, because I don't know on this.
I'll fix it right now. I'll come in right now and cross off who was taken.
Even. You know what I mean? I got to.
I got you. I'm
Did
coming
you print
right now.
out that hard copy?
Look at that.
Yes.
Look at that.
See, that's
old school.
Yeah, that's big time
I love
fantasy
that.
It's got
football.
coffee stains and everything.
I love
Yeah,
it.
man.
Can I get you a monocle while you're using it? Like just some more old school stuff.
This is a guy that comes to the draft prepared. He's got his stacks of paper ready to go.
He's wearing a suit.
Yeah.
Yeah, just love it.
You're taking this super serious.
I like that.
I love that.
I like that.
Yeah, he sounds like he's taking
Yeah,
it
he's
super
so fired
seriously.
up. He's so fired up
Which
to do this.
also, because we have to get D Fish's response in this poll before we end out the show at 10 a.m. for, I believe, that 4th round draft pick in the Fan Fantasy Football Draft. That means that our most recent poll has come to a close. At the Fan LA on YouTube, are you worried about the Dodgers losing record versus winning teams? The Dodgers, following last night in Atlanta getting walked off by the Braves, are now 6-15 against teams above 500. Are you worried?
Yes, I am worried, but I want to explain what worried means.
Okay.
I'm not going to sit here and say, "Oh, panic button! Oh my God, the Dodgers! Oh my God, the Dodgers! What are the Dodgers ever going to do? Oh my God, they've lost all these games. They're the second best team in Major League Baseball. They're behind the Milwaukee Brewers by like a game and a half for the best record in Major League Baseball. The Dodgers are more than fine, but I can't sit here and pretend there aren't some cracks in the armor that have been exposed and can continue to be exposed by a very well-oiled machine like an Atlanta Braves, like a Milwaukee Brewers, like a Arizona Diamondbacks, and like even the San Diego Padres. These are teams that can absolutely expose the Dodgers in a certain amount of aspects. But it's all really coming down to this. I don't think it's those teams that are going to be necessarily exposing them. It's the Dodgers themselves that are borderline exposing them. I'm really concerned with the lack of manufacturing of runs because this is a team that is more than capable. This is, I just can't stress this enough. This might be the most astonishing baseball team ever put together on paper.
No doubt.
It is just an insane glutton of riches for the Los Angeles Dodgers. But to see this insane glutton of riches, where we've always seen this group of Dodgers playing multiple roles, we're not seeing the roles being played by everybody right now. It seems like they're just going up there doing swing and bang baseball rather than manufacture, get them on, get them over, get them in. And I understand that some of this has not always been part of the Dodgers game, but it also has been part of the Dodgers game. We talked about the lack of stolen bases this season. Now, I'm not saying that this wasn't a choice. I bet it was a choice of the Los Angeles Dodgers, where they did as an organization say, we're going to pull back a little bit on stolen bases. Obviously, Shohei Ohtani with his like 11, 12 stolen bags, that's nowhere near what the 59 bags was 2 years ago. Granted, there is also a knee issue that he's been mitigating as well.
Right.
But Andy Pages, where's his stolen bases been this year? Not really a whole lot there. Mookie Betts hasn't exactly been taking extra bases. And when the guy's not hitting for power and he's getting on first and not taking those extra bases as well, listen, those extra bases mean everything. But they mean everything more in October. And I have a feeling the Dodgers are going to turn it up a little bit when we get closer.
One of the things that, help me, and maybe in baseball it's different because the season is so long, but looking at the home and away splits, and that gives you sometimes an indication of like, is it a mentality thing? Do they enjoy being on the road more than at home? Do they lose focus, when they're at home because they are like whatever the variables might be? The Dodgers are essentially the same baseball team at home or on the road.
Quite literally, 40 wins in both places.
I personally, that's a positive sign to me. That means that they're not necessarily showing up based on home or road with a different mindset or being casual or cavalier in nature because we're on the road in Pittsburgh or we're on the road in Detroit or we're at home versus the Giants or at home versus the Reds. Like, they're just playing the game based on it's a game day. And sometimes when you get to that point in your journey, you're not getting overly excited about any particular opponent. You're just kind of checking the boxes of like playing the games. And I think they've been in, we talked about this earlier, Cody, like the amount of one-run games that they've been in.
Yeah.
I think over post All-Star break, I think they've been in a ton of one-run games. A lot.
And they've been on the losing side of a good amount of them.
Yeah, and like I think in their last 21 one-run games, they're 11-10. And so, again, like we're not the concern is fair to have. I think the concern level will be higher if like they weren't playing in any one-run games, which means they're not really that interested in competing that hard. They're not grinding out games. They're not like they still have a lot of things that they've been battling and navigating, and injuries and returners and guys going out, and let's not forget, like, the best player in baseball has missed time doing one of the things he's best at doing.
Very true.
which could help them maybe squeeze out a couple more wins. So, it's right to be cautiously concerned. Like, we can't just assume they're going to win the World Series again just because they show up to the park.
No question.
Right. Totally fine. But I do think, let's keep some perspective on the fact that, like, the manager of the team has said, look, this team is built for October. There's some things that we need to do better. I like the fact that they haven't peaked yet. I'd rather them not win 25 straight games going into the postseason.
Okay.
No chance of that. Don't worry.
Yeah, probably not going to happen. You need a little bit of hunger. You need to, when you won the World Championship twice in a row, like, you need a little bit of chip on your shoulder, underdog mentality that you haven't felt in 700,000 calendar days.
Yeah.
Like, and so some of that, that's what it kind of takes when you're trying to repeat or defend or do again something you've done before. And the margin for error is pretty small. Won't be easy.
In that poll, 71% of Dodger fans saying, yes, something needs to change. 29% saying, no, we are going to be fine come October. It sounds like both of you are in that camp with the 29%. And I ask you both, because you have been in those clubhouses, you have been in those locker rooms, for a big series, for a big game, you get walked off against a team that you could very well see come October. You are both saying that they are going to be fine, that they are going to figure this out, that they still have that hunger, of course, to win a World Series. Does last night sting when you lose a game in that fashion against a team the quality of the Atlanta Braves? Or do you think it's more of a component fish of, hey, we're going to be okay, tough loss, no doubt, let's get back at it?
I mean, to Tanner Scott, it sounded like it stung. Mm-hmm. And not because they lost the game. Where, like, what a walk-off game does for a competitor is, like, you could tell in that sound we played earlier from Tanner Scott, like the millimeter of that ball being down a little lower than he intended for it to be is what kept him up all night last night.
Yeah.
Like, he could not stomach the fact that he let that ball get down and he threw too many fastballs. And so it stings and it stung for them, but my guess is that most guys in that clubhouse, while not maybe overly confident necessarily, are still in a good place. Like, I think emotionally, psychologically, I think they still believe in who they are. They still believe in what they're capable of. And again, in some way, you do go through these doubts and through these moments when you're trying to do this the way they're doing it. Because you don't know. Like, you don't know if you're still good enough to get it done. Like,
is this a moment, then, when they're 6-15 against teams above 500 post-All-Star break?
I don't know. I literally remember doing a SWOT analysis of our team during the season. I can't remember which year it was, if it was 09 or 10 or whatever, and it was at some point in the season, and it was kind of a similar thing, right? Like, our record versus, the Celtics, the Cavaliers, like these teams that were, like, it wasn't that great. And it was frustrating for me and I think collectively for us, but it's just a temperature check. Like, it doesn't necessarily define where you're going to be. It's just good for you to be aware of it, though, and to keep giving you reasons why. Keep showing, like, Kyle Tucker just needs to keep showing up.
Yes, he does.
And taking BP and finding that one swing that's going to help him unlock what he needs to unlock. Mookie Betts, it's just a reminder to keep showing up and trying to figure things out. And so that's where they have to be. Like the 6-15 versus teams above 500. Those teams are supposed to want it more than you do. You've been bullying them and pushing them around for 2 years.
Absolutely right. Yeah.
So they better be at the park wanting it more than you. Otherwise, they won't be in Major League Baseball. So it's sometimes it's like you tip your cap. Hey man, you got me today. It's cool, but remember, I've been riding this bike for 3 straight years.
Mm-hmm.
You just got on this bike 3 weeks ago. You better have more energy than me. And so, good for you today.
Mm-hmm.
But when I see you in a couple months, it's going to be different.
Right, it might be.
I'll be coming off the bye week. I'll be coming off of this. Otani will be back. Like we'll be better when we see you again in a couple months. And that's the confidence you just still have to have as a champion.
Well, they better do something against the Atlanta Braves specifically, because right now they're in danger of losing out to that bye to the Atlanta Braves. So that's the only thing that also worries about me. And giving up games to the Braves specifically, that is the one team that they are in danger of losing that bye to. So I'm hopeful.
But we talked about this. That's why we talked about the remaining strength of schedule,
which is good for the Dodgers going forward.
So
Very
then
good.
I know in the NBA, they prop that up a lot. So like, what is the Braves' remaining strength of schedule compared to the Dodgers?
Mm-hmm.
If this series ends between the Dodgers and the Braves, and their records are exactly identical, the Dodgers' remaining strength of schedule will give us some formulation that they're going to win 80% of their games. The Braves' remaining strength of schedule could only win 72% of their games, and therefore the Dodgers are still going to end up with the bye.
Yeah.
Right now, the Dodgers, who will end their series tonight in Atlanta, that will be game 150 or 134 this year, 28 remaining. In those 28 remaining games, they only play 2 teams in 2 series that currently have a winning record. The Miami Marlins, who are not a playoff team, the Fish just 2 games above 500, and the San Diego Padres in the second to last series of the year, that one at home inside Dodger Stadium. And the good news for the Dodgers is that post-All-Star break with sweeps of the Royals, Rockies, and Pirates, their records against teams that they should beat up on is 13-2. So you can also have that with a grain of salt, just to the point that Cody made right there. The Dodgers, a 2-game advantage still in front of Atlanta, but have lost this series and the season series to the Braves, Cody, which would also cost them the tiebreaker if they were to be tied at the end of this season. What else we got going around in the world of sports?
Well, dude, we got to talk about this real quick before you get out of here, because UEFA, we got some breaking news, Rod. You got to see this. Because this actually has some very interesting implications, because it's not only about Gianni Infantino. UEFA just took legal action in New York on Thursday against FIFA and its president Gianni Infantino, and Thrive Capital specifically, who just purchased the Lakers. So, it's anticipated that the lead investor to plan to sell the minority stake in the World Cup per Front Office Sports. The European soccer body is seeking information through this discovery process from FIFA, Infantino, and specifically Thrive Capital, and information it could lead to the Swiss authorities, with the goal of bringing criminal charges specifically against Infantino and potentially other FIFA officials. So, not only is this a big deal for the world of soccer, of which a World Cup we just had, this could affect specifically everything around the Lakers right now.
Yeah, because the chairman of Thrive Capital is
Jared Kushner.
Josh
Kushner.
Yeah,
Sorry.
a couple of J's.
I don't put Jared Alt in this.
Honestly, too many J's involved with Lakers
too
ownership. You know, Josh Kushner, everybody with the Buss
Jesse
family.
and Jeannie Buss.
They're Padre owners now.
No, that's right. Sorry.
Kick them down the 5,
Go Pods,
man.
I guess, for them.
Whoa.
Not for me. I said for them.
Can I ask you a sincere question?
Bring it.
Growing up here in Santa Monica.
Born and raised.
Lifelong Dodger fan.
Yes.
But played in the Padres organization.
Yes.
Played in the bigs for the San Diego Padres.
I did.
Do you still love the Dodgers more than the Padres?
My fandom is a little different than that these days. I see things a little differently when it comes to fandoms. I don't have a team.
You got new glasses.
No, I have a team that I don't have a team I specifically root for. I have people that I root for, players that I root for.
Fair.
And when you play for everyone in the National League West except for the Los Angeles Dodgers, you don't exactly root for the Dodgers.
Fair.
What I do root for is the best baseball. And you know what the best baseball has been for the last 10 years? the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Yeah.
So I enjoy the Dodgers and I appreciate the Dodgers. Do I root for the Padres? No. I played there for 7 years and they made me live in my car for 2 of them. I do not love the Padres. I tolerate the Padres.
That's a really good answer.
Yes.
I think that was very full and a
They
great
should have
detailed
treated
way.
you better, Daddy.
They should have treated me better. Can't agree that more. But look at the bright side. I have all of their minor league records. Exactly what I dreamed of as a child.
And there's a bobblehead in this studio setup. You see it right there. That bearded man next to Marcus Allen in the Trojan uniform.
That's
That
me.
is Cody Decker with the El Paso Chihuahuas.
Yeah. Do you know why? Do you know why that exists? Because I was in El Paso for way too long because that's what they forced me to do. Trust me, not a lot of love towards the Padres for me. I appreciate them.
Yeah.
Thank you for calling me up.
Yeah.
Screw you for keeping me down there for 7 years and making me hit 150 home runs before I can get a day.
Final San Diego-esque versus LA conversation. Better Mexican food. El Paso, Texas, Los Angeles, California.
El Paso, Texas. El Paso, Texas. I mean,
it's hard to
El
disagree
Paso,
with.
Texas is also Juarez, Mexico. It's one city. You can't beat the Mexican food there. It's outrageous.
I'm sure it is very,
Outrageous.
very good.
Oh, it's so good.
4-game slate in the National Football League preseason that start the end of the preseason, just 2 weeks away from the start of actual football in the regular season. We'll talk the backup quarterback battle for the Rams once more, and the quarterback battle that has come to a close in Cleveland. The Browns play tonight as well in NFL preseason week number 3. Football next on D. Fish and Decker.
Rams are playing the Chargers on Thursday, that final preseason game at SoFi. Now, we had heard from Harbaugh that the starters are going to play 2 series. Now, the Chargers starters played 1 series in preseason game 2. So the fact that he just, they're bumping it up to 1 more because when we watched it, we're like, that kind of feels like a tease. We needed to see more in a new Mike McDaniel offense. Justin Herbert, we got nothing. Okay, we got nothing, and we need to see a little more if I'm going to believe in what this new system is come week 1. So we know the Rams aren't going to have any of their starters out there. That's not what they do. But as you mentioned, it's going to be great for the battles of those final roster spots for the Rams to say, oh, look what I did against a starting roster.
Yeah, imagine if you're Cam Lampkin or Alex Cook or a bevy of other names who are fighting for those final 4 to 5 spots on the Rams roster. You get an opportunity to go out there against starters, whereas typically the final preseason game, you're competing against other backups. And if you go out there and ball, you really have to elevate your game and play the game of your life to really show, okay, you were against third string, but you played so well that your spot is solidified. How rare of an opportunity it is to go out there in the 3rd preseason game fighting for a final spot against the starting caliber NFL offense. And the Chargers are expected to have one of the top ones, because if you can go out there as a linebacker and handle that Chargers offensive line and Omari Hampton, if you can go out there as a DB and handle Ladd McConkey as a DB and make a play against a Justin Herbert pass, that goes a long way, because again, for this final preseason game, you're not just auditioning for the Rams, you're auditioning for the entire NFL. You go out there and ball, Jim Harbaugh may say, hey, that guy that the Rams released tore us up the other day. Bring him over. Anyone who is making decisions between the final preseason game and Sunday when you got to cut down rosters will be looking at this tape, and it is a tremendous opportunity for those guys.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Joe Serralo in for Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we are so excited to bring in our first guest of the day, AVP professional volleyball player, Olympian, and former NBA player, the reigning Manhattan Beach Open champ, Chase Budinger, joining the show.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Chase, thank you so much for being here. Now, you have a very unique story as an athlete. And we always hear a lot of athletes talk about, like, if they played one sport, like, oh, I could definitely dominate another sport. But you did it at the highest level, successfully transitioning from the NBA to an elite Olympian and beach volleyball champion. For people who might not know your story, can you kind of explain when you decided to make the jump, and did you always love beach volleyball?
Well, first, I've always loved beach volleyball. I definitely came from a background in both sports, in basketball and volleyball. So this wasn't something new that I just all of a sudden picked up and wanted to try it. This was something that I was very good at a young age. Once I got to college, I kind of stuck with basketball. I wanted to see how far it could take me. It got me to the NBA, played there for seven years. Had a good career. And then when I was done with that, I found myself back on the beach, living this lifestyle that,
It is a Thursday full of football here in Los Angeles. It's the first Battle of LA this year between the Bolts and the Rams tonight inside SoFi Stadium. It's the preseason finale for both teams. 2 weeks from this exact moment, the Los Angeles Rams will be in Melbourne, Australia to take on the San Francisco 49ers in their season debut. The Las Vegas Raiders also at home in their preseason finale, hosting the San Francisco 49ers tonight. We are set to see Fernando Mendoza. And speaking of football, at the Fan LA on YouTube, the question has been posed to the chat. Who should Derek Fisher take with his 4th round pick in the Fan Fantasy Football Draft? Your 4 options are as follows. Jeremiah Love, the rookie running back for the Arizona Cardinals, might be the only good thing for the Cardinals this year. T. Higgins, Zay Flowers, and a quarterback in Lamar Jackson. Fish is waiting eagerly with anticipation. He wants to hear from you. This is the voice of LA sports. He wants your opinion. And then you draft only 2 slots after
that is true
in the 4th round.
And I will tell you, 2 names on this list are 2 names that I do have potentially circled as my next potential pick.
I can't wait to see what the final draft results are, probably by like next Wednesday, for how long these rounds are taking. But then we will have a full-blown power ranking of the Fan Fantasy Football League. I can give my unbiased opinion, despite sitting between you two and with Hype Man Raj back there. But I will give my unbiased opinion of the power rankings of the 12 teams in the 97 won the Fan Fantasy Football League. All right. We'll get through it.
Anyone you're leaning towards, D-Fish?
Out of those 4?
Yeah.
I mean, for some reason, the quarterback thing is, I'm still confused by the whole quarterback thing.
First-time fantasy football player?
Yeah.
They throw the ball.
He had to do that, huh?
They sometimes run it.
He had to do that.
Hand it off on occasion.
So I'm leaning towards some other positional guys. I mean, T. Higgins is interesting to me. Like, I think, assuming Joe Burrow's healthy, obviously they have Jamar Chase, but I think T. Higgins could be a nice pick. I like Jalen Waddle a lot. I just don't know, like, how Bo Nix is going to return, and can he get the ball to Jalen Waddle consistently.
Good questions.
But, yeah, I would probably lean towards T. Higgins at the moment. I have a couple running backs already. So I'm not sure about Jeremiah Love. He might get destroyed by the 3rd week.
He might.
Sure.
He might.
They're going to try. They gave him 14 touches in a preseason game. So
they're going to run him. Yeah. Like, there's no question they're going to run him.
Though. Yeah, high volume.
So, yeah.
Until the wheels fall off.
I'll see. But, hopefully the people listening, watching that have played a lot of fantasy football will lead me in the right direction.
That's right.
I believe they will. And you will make that official pick, your 4th round selection, in our final segment coming up in about 15 minutes from now.
Yeah, I think out of those names, whoever the people send me, I'm rolling.
Okay, good.
I dig it.
There you go.
Let's go.
You hear that at the Fan LA on YouTube. The chat decides Derek Fisher's 4th round pick in the Fan Fantasy Football Draft. I do not believe Deshaun Watson is going to be selected at all in the Fan Fantasy Football Draft. I don't think that would be a wise decision.
You don't think somebody's trying to lose?
I would hope nobody is trying to lose, and certainly nobody is drafting a guy who hasn't played football since 2024 and has an average yardage per game of 177 with a 61% completion percentage during his time with the Cleveland Browns. And we got this reporting, by the way, for the Browns who will play in their preseason finale tonight. Longtime Browns beat reporter who knows this organization probably better than anybody, Mary Kay Cabot of the Cleveland Plain Dealer, noted that the Browns believe Deshaun Watson will produce less crappy football, was the quote, than Shedeur Sanders. There were some operational issues with Sanders in preseason snaps, pre-snap operational penalties, which coaches get very angry about even in preseason games, and just how some things were happened internally inside that building outside of the on-field performance throughout the preseason. Less crappy football for Cleveland. Get excited, Browns fans.
Yeah, get right in there. Get super excited by the less crappy football. Listen, I understand what she's saying by that, but by the way, she used the quote less crappy as if that was the word that was actually given to her, not that she's just going out of pocket saying this is crappy football.
Right.
Someone in the organization said crappy football and referring to those pre-snap penalties and all that. That being said, I just can't see a universe still to this moment where anybody from the Browns camp is still trying to make the narrative that Deshaun Watson is a better choice than Shedeur Sanders. I'm not getting there. He didn't do it on this field play. It certainly didn't do it with his off-field play. It certainly isn't due to injury history. The only reason that he's in there, and I just would love someone at Browns camp to just put it out there honestly. There's so many anonymous sources with all this crap all the time. I would love someone just to anonymously put out the truth. He is starting this season because he's being paid to do so. That is the reason, and I need them to stop insulting all our intelligence.
The Browns at home tonight against the Patriots in their preseason finale. I don't think Deshaun Watson is going to play, but you have to wonder what that Cleveland reception is going to be.
Not good.
Yeah, I don't know, man. This is frustrating to me from the standpoint of like why this narrative becomes a narrative after the whole QB1 decision, and why wasn't this reported 2 or 3 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Like why now does it which
I'll tell you why.
To me means you're putting this out.
They are.
For sure.
They're 100% putting this out there. Damage control is what they're trying to do.
Mind-boggling to me.
Yeah,
it's awful.
It's unfortunate how it's being handled, especially for Shedeur Sanders. This is being put out there more than likely from the Browns organization in almost justifying what Browns fans, even if he is the better quarterback, and what Browns fans feel is the wrong decision to trot Deshaun Watson out as your starting quarterback.
And we made a joke earlier, and yes, I'll make the joke again. That is, no question, Pro Bowler Shedeur Sanders.
That's true.
But that we say that joke, I still think he should be out there in game one. We just know why he's not. And to answer the question again, this is just a PR move. Everyone in Cleveland hates this decision. Everyone that I can really find, I have yet to find a single person, period, that thinks this is a good decision or justifying this decision. Yeah, this is the only thing I've seen that is justifying this position.
I don't like it, man, because it kind of, for me, and then it's like, it shows you how difficult the job is for, I don't know the woman reporter for the Browns, but in order to be a beat reporter, you have to carry the water.
A little bit.
Which then means, what are you actually giving us then? Are you giving us what the team wants you to give us, or are you giving us the truth of whatever the situations are from team to team? And that's a tough position for journalists and media folks to be in. Where there's the pressure to send these messages in order to continue to have access to the team. And if you don't carry the message the right way, you won't continue to get access to the team.
Well, her thing is she's an actual journalist. She's not an opinion person. She's not out there to give her opinions to break down what it is. If it's being reported to her from the actual team, that's a full-on report. That is, frankly, her job. That is the journalistic integrity that she needs to do. Now, if she were to write a column about it after the fact on what her interpretation of it is, then that's a different conversation. But in this personal respect...
I understand that, but I don't... Fans deserve, still, the people that are beat reporters for teams aren't supposed to just be carrying messages for teams. That's my opinion.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
Right? That's not the truth. Because if a team wants to create a narrative or send a message, so that fans feel a certain way, that may not actually be the truth.
Very true.
Or it may only be one side of the conversation.
It is one side of the conversation.
So you're not giving people all the information.
Well, she's giving the information that's being given to her from the organization.
My point is, and if she doesn't do it this way, she loses the Browns beat reporter access.
It could be the case, but honestly, that's what I think we're for, D-Fish, because we can take this report and honestly give you our interpretation of the report. My interpretation of the report is very simply this. This report is out there. This is simply from the Browns. The Browns are very much trying to get this out there to do a full PR move to make the bitter-ass pill that they're all being forced to swallow taste a little better.
But my point is, if she doesn't, she knows that too.
Yes, I would assume she does as well.
Right? So then what if she doesn't agree with that?
Then she could choose not to post it.
No, she
But unfortunately, it is what she does.
Or she could give an opinion on the fact later. But I think as the team reporter or as a beat reporter covering the Cleveland Browns, that is information that the public would want to know, provided by the actual team. There is truth to it. Regardless if it's only one side of that aspect, there is truth to it if the Browns are seeing this within their own facilities. And I think just from the fan perspective, you always want to know what's happening behind the scenes. You want to know what's happening in those team meetings. And that, I think, is what she has provided. Listen, it's not a great thing in Cleveland even to have that report and be like, oh, less crappy football.
Yeah, and what I really dislike about it, D-Fish, like really dislike about it, and then this is where it comes off very unnecessary to me, not on Mary Cabot's part, but on the Browns' part. To prop up Deshaun Watson, they immediately need to crap on Shedeur Sanders. And that's where I get a problem with these teams. The same way we had I had the same issue with the Eagles with the anonymous reports out there on Jalen Hurts. That's cowardly nonsense, and I don't like that at all, because what they're really doing is trying to just affect his pocketbook. And that bothers me when those reports come out like that.
Right. But yeah. So then if a player decides he or she is going to start talking about what's going on behind the scenes, how are we going to label that player?
Depends on how it's going, but often they're like, oh, this guy's a problem, he's complaining too much. But that's just how narratives go, and sometimes it can depend on the actual messaging of the player. If a player is really well-spoken, can really display the point, sometimes fans get behind them. But you know how fans can be. Fans turn on players way too easily, and it's just the way it goes.
Right, so a team can literally message through a journalist what they want us to hear and believe.
In a way.
And so can players.
But players can do that too.
No, they can't, Raj.
No, so I have former NFL players in the NFL. Maybe in basketball it's different for you. I'm not going to speak on that, but I will speak to close NFL former Pro Bowlers that I am friends with. One of them admitted, I was always the locker room source. I'd like just telling what was going on. He just wanted people to know, good, bad, whatever. He was like, I was the unnamed source.
Even A.J. Brown admitted this recently.
Yeah, but I'm talking about with your name on it, not the sources say. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying with the name on it. You can't go out there and say, yeah, man, so-and-so on the field, man, he was having pre-snap issues and he was doing like, you can't do that. So why can't a team do it?
I mean, I
don't know.
Do.
The Browns haven't necessarily put their name toward it either. These are through sources that Mary Kay Cabot has
but they're
cultivated.
Brown sources.
Listen, you're questioning right things, right? But this report comes out there about the actual football that will be played or things that are happening that affect the actual football. We've got actual football tonight, preseason football. What we definitively know here in Los Angeles, the Chargers will play their starters for a few plays. Ty Simpson will be out there in the preseason finale in Los Angeles. And what we also definitively know, Derek Fisher is going to make his 4th-round pick in the Fan Fantasy Football Draft on the other side of the break.
So Adam Schefter just reported that the NFL is reviewing a couple players and discipline for a few of these players. And a Rams superstar right now is under review by the NFL. And this is what Adam Schefter had to say via his Adam Schefter podcast on Puka Nacua.
Cases that I believe are now being reviewed include that of the Rams wide receiver, Puka Nacua, who could potentially face discipline for some of the offseason headlines that accompanied him and some of those incidents last year with another woman, what did and didn't occur, we'll leave that to the NFL to figure out what did and didn't happen. But it's possible that when the Niners and Rams play in Australia, it's within the realm of options that Puka doesn't play in that game.
Are you surprised?
I am surprised that it has taken this long. I'll be honest, I need to go back and look at when suspensions are typically handed out preseason, but this does feel a little later than normal, so put a pin in that. I'll do some research there. But no, so there's been unfortunately a commonplace with the NFL offseason is legal disaster. Schefter was listing off names like James Pearson at Atlanta, who will be suspended. It's just a matter of games due to his misconduct. Josh Jacobs is facing 5 charges. He'll probably be suspended. Jonathan Cooper got arrested 2 times in the same week with Denver. He'll likely be suspended. And we just heard Adam Schefter talk about Puka, and he also at the end there spoke about left tackle Alaric Jackson. So the NFL, they don't have to wait for you to face legal trouble to suspend you. I always want to remind people the NFL can say whether or not you go to jail. For example, James Pierce, who did some heinous things, did community service and went to a rehab program in exchange of jail time. The NFL doesn't have to wait for you to be in handcuffs or actually sued in order to suspend you. They can say, you made the league look bad, you made the team look bad, and we are going to suspend you, and that's all the reasoning that we need. So for anyone wondering, well, Puka wasn't arrested, X, Y, or Z, that's why the NFL, it's a right, it's a privilege, not a right, etc., etc. So I am not surprised that this is coming down. I am more so just shocked how late it is, and I'm curious why the NFL waits to handle all the cases at once, which is kind of a weird way to go about it.
Yeah.
But no, the Rams being without Puka Nacua and or Alaric Jackson week 1 would not be a surprise. It's disappointing for a myriad of reasons, but I can't say I would be surprised.
So just to kind of go back, and if you were unfamiliar with what happened with Puka Nacua last season and what these potential lawsuits and controversies are, like there are some stuff that happened around the team and on social media that I'm sure the Rams addressed. But once it becomes a legal issue, that's when the league gets involved. And it started, I think it was in December when he issued a public apology after appearing on a Twitch live stream with an influencer, and he performed a gesture that was anti-Semitic. And he first claimed, I didn't know that was harmful. I didn't know that was an anti-Semitic gesture. And then New Year's Eve, there was a lawsuit claiming that Puka bit a woman. And there are photos of his bite marks on her shoulder, and then also bit her friend's thumb and made, again, anti-Semitic remarks. So fool me once, okay? But when it's repeated behavior, this is where it becomes an issue. And again, these are the legal things that went down. There was also him immediately going onto social media and was trash talking the refs. That
the refs were the first time, and then the Super Bowl was.
And then the Super Bowl was making fun of Sam Darnold right after he won the Super Bowl, and then there were video of him drunkenly stumbling into his car. So he then checked into rehab, but again, like this is a PR situation. Like, oh, look, he's cleaning it up. It's going to be fine. He's claiming again with the live stream, he wasn't aware that what he did was wrong, and with the biting, he's saying that it was consensual horseplay. Mm-hmm. So it's so. There is so much, and again, we've talked about it a lot during the offseason. This is why the Rams have not extended his contract. He is entering the final year of his rookie contract, which runs through the end of this season. He recently fired his former agent and now is with the Wynn Sports Group, who recently just got JSN his big contract and Zay Flowers his big contract, which he was saying, he just wanted a redirection
The time has come here on this Thursday morning on D-Fish and Decker. He is former MLB player Cody Decker. He is Laker great and 5-time NBA champion Derek Fisher. I am Ben Stevens. But one thing that we both have more experience in than D-Fish, that is fantasy football. This his first ever fantasy football league here at 97.1 The Fan. And he is about to make his 4th round selection live on the air, according to you, at The Fan LA in the YouTube chat. Are you ready?
Yes. I mean, are the people ready? I'm ready.
The voting is done. Okay. Commissioner Raj, do you want to read it? Should we have Crash read who Derek Fisher is going to draft, or do you want me to do the honors? Or Derek to do the honors?
Why don't you go ahead and do the honors since I'm nowhere near that page right now.
All right, yeah, come on. And I don't even see Crash for what it's worth at this moment. All right, who should Derek Fisher take with his 4th round pick in the 97.1 The Fan Fantasy Football Draft? The 4 options: Zay Flowers, T. Higgins, Jeremiah Love, and Lamar Jackson. And who came in with the most votes? 43%. Lamar Jackson. Derek Fisher's 4th round pick is a quarterback, the starting quarterback for the Baltimore Ravens.
And there was news. I know you guys don't have a TV up here earlier today. They had Lamar after a practice mic'd up because last season I talked about this. He wasn't running as often or as effective. He said he was dealing with an injury this year. He is 100%, not 100, 100, and he is ready to run, Derek. He's ready to run for you. Run your way to a fantasy championship.
Derek, as the man that will now be sweating out Lamar Jackson's performances each and every week, how do you feel about having Lamar Jackson as your starting quarterback?
I'm gonna find out. I feel there's pros and cons to him running a lot.
Yes.
It could also mean he
for fantasy though, pros.
Well, that's if he plays 17 weeks.
What you got, Gold?
We just sat around talking about sources and why people are putting out story. Why do you think that man just tried to encourage you so much to get Lamar Jackson?
I saw it on the damn television.
That's the most excited I've ever seen him do anything on this show in 3 months. I'm just telling you, dude, he's running this league, and I'm just saying. Yeah. Why did he do that?
You think he cooked the books?
Why did he do that?
You think he had people vote under different names?
That's why I went with the people, man.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that Raj did not put false information in terms of what the people wanted me to do. And
he was running around Odyssey like, hey.
We had Honest Ben read the results. So just look at that man's face. You think he would lie?
Yes.
Where the results came from, not what he read. I just don't, Raj might have been back there fixing up the numbers.
For what Raj, how many different YouTube accounts do you have where you're just smashing that button?
I got a half dozen. I got different venture. I got a Chelsea one for my Chelsea page. I got a football one.
Was it the start of this hour when we didn't have any sound at first? Because Raj said I got to step out of the booth for a couple of minutes. Maybe was he walking around the office here at Odyssey?
Just saying.
Miracle Mile being like, hey, who's in the chat right now?
I'm just saying, dude.
For what it's worth, Fish, I voted for Jeremiah Love. That's who I wanted you to take with your 4th round pick.
Have you officially taken Lamar Jackson?
I mean, not officially.
He's already taken 2 running backs.
Listen, I have no issue.
I'm taking Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, he's got Lamar Jackson. Your squad's looking pretty good.
I trust my listeners
and
the people. I'm good.
All right. Good pick.
You're on the clock here very shortly.
Because he's taking Jeremiah Love.
Yeah, maybe I'm not.
He wanted T. Higgins or Jeremiah Love, and both are still available.
Maybe. I feel like I'm going to be good regardless.
Maybe we were pointing the finger at the wrong guy.
No.
Cooking the books.
Lindsay's got the next pick, and I'm just waiting for Lindsay. And frankly, as of right now, I got 2 picks that I know I'm going to make. I'm good. I feel good about my next pick.
I'm
just looking forward to it.
All right.
You might have just drafted the league MVP, man.
You might have. And for what it's worth,
2 of the last 4.
They have talked about this, not just Lamar being healthy enough to call his own number and run, but he's got a new offensive coordinator in Baltimore by the name of Declan Doyle. And through most of Lamar's career, they were calling design runs for Lamar Jackson from the quarterback spot about 15% of the time. Last year, that number was down to 7%. So they expect to up that back up this year in the Charm City. Good news for Derek Fisher.
Just keep him healthy, man. Keep him upright now.
Yeah, that's right.
Keep him healthy. Keep him upright.
Maybe don't run him as much. Maybe don't run as much.
Just
want to stay healthy.
Just from like inside the 2-yard line, rushing touchdowns, really big.
You know what? He's got great pocket passer rating.
He does.
He's a great pocket.
He's
passer.
a very efficient and accurate passer of the football. There is no doubt. So the Fan Fantasy Football Draft continues. Football here in Los Angeles. Chargers, Rams tonight, the first battle of LA this year. And quickly, before we play some trivia, Dodgers hoping to avoid the sweep in Atlanta. a really good pitching matchup, a battle of aces. Yoshinobu Yamamoto gets the start for Los Angeles. Cody, Chris Sale on the other side for the Braves.
Listen, that is one hell of a pitching matchup. You got two of the three very best pitchers in Major League Baseball. Not in the National League, in Major League Baseball. They're both in the top 3 in ERA, and frankly, they're both having monster years. I'm inclined to take the Dodgers in this matchup. I don't see a world where the Dodgers are going to be okay getting swept in Atlanta. That being said, their bats need to wake up. I know Yamamoto's going to show up because that's what this cat does. If it happens to be one of those off nights for Yamamoto, which does not happen very often, then listen, it was meant to be that the Braves were going to sweep this series. I think like the Dodgers are going to get one out to salvage at least a semblance of this series.
And that would really change momentum as well. It would make the Dodgers have a 3-game lead on the Braves for that second spot in the National League. Of course, that is
Big
the bye.
swing.
Yamamoto,
Big swing tonight.
in 6 starts since the All-Star break, a 1.98 ERA. Big swing indeed. All right, as we do to end out the show here on D. Fish and Decker on this Thursday morning, it is time to compete. It is time for the final out.
D-Fish and Deck know their stuff when it comes to trivia. Well, kinda. Let's see who'll make the final out.
That's right, guys. It is that time for the final out. You know this game we all love. Derek loves this game especially. I can see him just sitting with anticipation, can't even sit still. So, guys, who was yesterday's champ?
Boom, Cody.
Okay, all right. Cody was the champ.
Tough subject matter for me yesterday.
Yeah, it was
Dodgers and Braves.
This category is fluid, so I think once every other week or so I bring this up. But NFL Super Bowl odds, the 10 most favorite teams. I took this from DraftKings to win the Super Bowl. And I'll give you guys a hint. 4 NFC, 6 AFC teams. Yeah, a little hint there for you guys. You know what I'm saying? So, Cody, the champ, give me a team, dog.
I'm just going to go ahead. I'll throw the Los Angeles Rams.
Still number 1 on the join. We'll go, what is that, left or right if you're looking? Go ahead, Ben.
I'm going to go the Buffalo Bills.
The Buffalo Bills, number 6 on the list. That is correct. They are on the list. Fish, a Super Bowl favorite, I guess, is what we would call it.
Wow, 6 AFC teams?
6 AFC teams, my friend.
I'll go with the Houston Texans. I'm going to go on the AFC side.
Ooh, boy, you living on the wire edge, but they are right. Number 5. Remember Bleacher Report, Fish? They had them as the most stacked team? Yes, number 5. What?
Number 5?
Fish just kind of winked at me when you said living on the edge, and they were 5. So,
I'll go with the defending champion Seattle Seahawks.
Seattle Seahawks are 7th. They're not expected to win.
Yeah. Wow. That was a little bit deeper down the board.
Grace there.
All right. I'm going to go with the quarterback for Derek Fisher's fantasy team. I'm going to say the Baltimore Ravens.
That was going to be my next pick.
Lamar Jackson is 2nd on the list. That's right.
That pregnant pause for number 2. Goodness
Lord.
Okay, so that's 3 AFC teams already. 4. AFC. Dang.
Yes.
That's tough. I'm going to go with, did the Chargers get a vote? Los Angeles Chargers?
Chargers staying home with the home team. Number 9 on the list. They are number 9.
That's living on the edge.
By the way, has anyone picked the Bills yet?
I have.
You picked the Bills. Okay, Kansas City Chiefs.
Nice.
Chiefs did make the playoffs last year.
I know. I'm still going with the Kansas City Chiefs.
They are on the list. Of
baby.
course, they are number 4 on the list. Yeah.
Number 4. We've only hit 2 NFC teams, right? We
Yeah.
only have hit the Rams and the Seahawks.
This is going to be tricky.
But let me finish with the AFC. The New England Patriots.
That was going to be my next pick.
The New England Patriots are on the list, of course.
Oh, now we're down to 2 NFC teams?
Because that's all 6 AFC. We've got 2 NFC teams remaining.
Uh-huh.
All right.
And we've got 2 minutes left in the show.
We've got Derek Fisher on the clock for a second time in this segment.
You guys are doing well. You're doing well, by the way.
NFC.
Yep.
I'll go with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Hot dog number 3 on the list are the Eagles.
Are we down to the last
This
one?
is it. This is it in the top 10 at least.
This is it. Whoever got the Rams, of course, wins.
Was me.
Okay, because of the tiebreaker, there's one team left.
I want to point out this is unfair because this means everyone goes 3 times except
Well, you're the
me.
champ. You're
Nobody
the champ.
thought about
you
that
shouldn't
for a
be complaining if
three-person
you're the champ. You know, what's up?
NFC team.
Yep.
NFC team.
San Francisco 49ers.
The San Francisco 49ers. That's Lindsay's favorite team. Substation Blues. Not on the list. Can you steal the win?
No, it's not the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, no, you're out. Can you get the win?
No,
then?
Fish said Dallas Cowboys. I didn't say
All right,
that.
all right. Hurry up,
So
we
we've
got a minute.
All right.
Oh, we're going around again.
Well, no, he's out.
Yeah, if you guys get this
Yeah.
wrong, I get to
Jesus
win.
Christ, guys, we play this game every day.
Let me
Come
think.
on.
Let me think. Let me think.
I still got a shot.
Let me think. It has to be from the NFC North. We're gonna go with it. The favorites in the NFC North are the Detroit Lions. Detroit Lions, Rush.
Detroit Lions are incorrect, so that means Derek Fisher is the final out. Derek Fisher is the final out. Let me get the music.
Who is the fourth NFC team?
It's the Packers.
Wow.
This
I
according
thought
to
the Lions-
DraftKings. Don't you guys question the sponsor.
Raj,
you
we
better
only
sit
have
down and
20
stop
seconds,
questioning the
but I
sponsor.
need you to look at the NFC North odds because I'm pretty sure the Lions
This ain't
have
the
the
North
best.
odds. This is Super Bowl
That
odds.
doesn't make sense.
Okay, well, you write your letter to damn DraftKings.
You're done reading DraftKings ads now, if that's the case.
10 seconds.
It's not an even thing. You're out when you're out, bro. What are you talking about?
He would have guessed the Packers, too. All right, Brock and Alex is up next. We got a lot of things
I
to
wouldn't
figure
have
out.
guessed the Packers.
Cam, you are not just the wonderful in-stadium host for the LA Rams. You're also the wonderful host of Big Ten Tailgate, coming to you 2 Saturdays from now, where you watch Cam Irwin on site, facing the Big Ten elements while I am in an air-conditioned studio, sipping coffee, but man, do we love her and appreciate her. What is a storyline of this Big Ten season that you are most excited to see play out?
Oh, man. The coach over at Big Blue, man. Kyle Whittingham. I'm so excited because I was a Pac-12er back in the day. I know what he did at Utah. I have so much respect the way he goes about his business, the discipline, the accountability, like that old school tough nose. I think it's the perfect hire for Michigan. I am excited to see what he can do in shaping those young men, and especially like Bryce Underwood. When I met him last year, I was really impressed for a freshman quarterback stepping into a massive spotlight. Him as a human really surprised me in the sense of just his poise, his professionalism, his ability to engage at such a young age. So I'm excited to see what year 2 for Bryce Underwood and alongside Kyle looks like.
Cam, you guys had 8 programs from the Big Ten crack the top 25 national rankings. And I think a big surprise is having the Hoosiers at number 6, even though they're the defending champs. When you look at these top 8 teams from the Big Ten, who are you keeping your eye on? You got USC there at 14, Ohio State number 1, Oregon number 2, Indiana 6. As I said, USC number 14. You were just talking about Michigan at number 16. Who are you kind of keeping an eye on to upset and kind of disrupt this season?
Yeah, I think Washington is actually primed for a little bit of an upheaval. 3rd year now under Jed Fish, 2nd year under Ryan Walters, their defensive coordinator. And I think on the defensive side of the ball in particular, they had to scheme. They didn't necessarily have the bodies in order to put the defensive performances out that they did last year. And I think it surprised a lot of people. I think Ryan Walters' adaptability was truly on display. And I can only imagine what he's going to be able to do in his 2nd year with Jed. And I also think, Damon Williams, and I like Desmond Roebuck, kind of his go-to guy. They've been playing ball together since they were like in the 5th or 6th grade. They're good friends. I'm just imagining like the 7-on-7 back to 11-on-11. And it's kind of like that backyard junk ball, like who's your outlet guy? And he's got one of those guys. And I was really impressed with how that organization just run things from top to the bottom. I was out there probably, last week? And I think it says a lot about a program when the guys come out for interviews and like the first thing they do is hey, thanks for coming out, like shake your hand. They're in their polos. They, showered up after practice. And there is a standard that has now been built. And it's funny because I'm a Coug, but I can love on the Huskies when need be. And I was really impressed with what Jed Fish has done with his program and the accountability, the discipline that they have put together. So yeah, they're a little bit my dark horse up there in Seattle.
Cam, one more for you. Thank you so much for being generous with your time. What does a successful season look like for USC and the pressure that may or may not be building for the Trojans?
Oh, gosh. Okay, well, this is way to go. Brock, you're hitting me with a hard one right now. Oh, man, that's a great question. Oh, I don't know. How many wins are you giving them?
I think they have to win the CFP for it to be considered. Sorry, not win the CFP.
Like,
make the CFP. They have to make the CFP to be considered a successful season. Where do you stand
and
on that?
How many wins do you think that it's going to take to be able to get in?
They can't lose more than 2 games, so it has to be a 10-win season. But I don't know if I'm asking too much.
Yeah, you are.
Oh gosh,
Curry just shuts it down immediately.
Yikes. I mean, yeah, you can be hopeful.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've got to get there for sure. And I was going to say, like, is it 10? Is somebody sneaking in with 9?
What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. We love when you are a part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-975-2326. Brock, it's popping in the office today.
Yeah, it is.
It's like, it feels like a big party is about to go down that we are the only ones that are not going to be able to attend.
That's all right. We can live vicariously.
It's what, full office party meeting going on?
I believe
officially
so.
It's what it's called?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes. There will be there will be music, there will be fun, there will be food.
Dang. But we will be here with you guys. It's what's going down. Some interesting news that like kind of semi affects LA yesterday. And I'm just going to say the Lakers had 2 big names that were on their radar this offseason that chose to go somewhere else and did it for a massive pay cut.
Yes, they did.
Like,
and
we know the first one. That was LeBron James.
Mm-hmm.
Like we were saying, like, no way he's going to take less than $25 million. Ends up taking league veteran minimum to go play for Philly. And the next guy on the list was Jonathan Kuminga. And we thought that the 20 mil for 2 possible years.
It was 20 for 2 was the most they could offer.
Yeah, was I don't know. That's such a low ball. I don't think if he's going to be able to do it. He ends up taking a $12.4 million deal for 2 years with the T-Wolves. What?
That is correct.
What?
That is correct. I feel that Jonathan Kuminga could have been beyond serviceable as an LA Laker. I feel it would have been the best step toward the best version of him.
Yeah.
And the longer that the offseason went on and he went unsigned, the more it became clear he does not want to be a Laker. He initially was holding out to see what LeBron was going to do because they play a similar position. And then it was, okay, well, what's James Harden going to do? Because now the Cavs are looking for someone since they didn't have LeBron. And once James Harden signed his 3 for $90 on top of Donovan Mitchell's historic extension, they didn't really have the money. So then it became, okay, it's the Lakers or the Timberwolves. But the longer it went on, the more you have to think, well, do you want a player who's there reluctantly? Because the Lakers' offer to Kuminga was one of the first ones he received.
Yeah.
And he spent the entire offseason waiting for another offer. So it does
waiting to see if there was something better, and he actually got way less than what the Lakers were offering.
So it got to a point where, you know what, if he is somewhere and excited to be there, even though the Timberwolves are going to be I don't think they're going to be very good, but they're going to be entertaining because you have Anthony Edwards, LaMelo Ball, and now Kuminga, and all three of them play YOLO ball, and there's only one basketball, so they will still be must-see TV. I don't see them being a threat in the playoffs. Kuminga, I'm going to call you a traitor because it's funny, but in actuality, you don't owe anyone anything. But I do feel as a sports fan, this is not a good move for his career.
Not at all. Question, though, how much do you think this decision had to do with, like, the ownership dumpster fire that's going on with the Lakers right now? Or does it have something to do with their new face of the franchise and Luka Doncic?
I feel that because this offer was out to Kuminga months ago, I feel that it had nothing to do with the ownership. I feel it's Kuminga looking at the offense and the offense that the Lakers are going to run with the pieces that they've added and built around Luka and saying, I don't know how I fit into that offense, which
even
is
though they offered him a starting role.
Yeah. Even though they offered him a starting role, he was sitting there saying that the pick and roll offense is not going to suit my skill set and the player I want to be. I want to go to an offense that is just going to have three guys who are ball dominant and somehow find a way to share the rock. Maybe if he goes to Minnesota, he's saying I can be the face of the second unit instead of the fourth option on the main unit. I anxiously await his explanation when he gets to Minnesota and gets settled and has his first press conference. It's a strange move, but he clearly wasn't excited about being a Laker. I would rather have him somewhere else than reluctantly wearing purple and gold.
Okay. That's a nice way to look at it, Brock. Like, hey, if you don't want us, we don't want you. We were the first ones trying to make a move on you, and you didn't take the offer, and then you decided to go somewhere else for way less. Like, that's insane.
It is.
You thought that he was holding out to get the most money, and he ends up getting just a fraction of what he could have gotten.
Strange decision making is kind of Jonathan Kuminga's calling card, but this does add to the Timberwolves, outside of the Lakers, being the most exciting team I am to see because it's going to be a dumpster fire.
In terms of the new dumpster fire. Yeah. Okay, I was like, don't put them in the same category as the Lakers if you're going to call them a dumpster fire.
They are going to be so entertaining and not for many good reasons.
Okay. Yeah, that's
must-see TV.
You're lost, Kuminga.
There we go.
You're lost. Okay. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Our loss last night. Another one bites the dust, you guys. Dodgers just absolutely dropped a close one to the Braves last night in walk-off style to Hassang Kim, giving Atlanta their second straight win and ultimately clinching the series. And the tough part is, and I think this has been the story the last few nights, is the Dodgers have had plenty of chances. They left the bases loaded in both the bottom of the seventh and the eighth inning. Like, that can't happen without you being able to capitalize on that. They went 4 for 14 with runners in scoring position and stranded 11 runners on base.
Tommy Edman is batting over 300 with runners in scoring position. Outside of him, the Dodgers just something about seeing other Dodgers on base, they just fall apart. 11.
Like, oh, cool. You can just stay there.
Yeah, stay there, buddy.
We'll meet back in the dugout.
Rest those legs. 11 players left on base in back-to-back games. You can't beat bad teams that way. It's really difficult to beat playoff, maybe even World Series caliber teams like the Braves. And like you said, the motivating thing is the opportunities were there, and you hope that when the stakes are high and it's playoff baseball, the Dodgers make those plays instead of letting them falter. But the fact is, in back-to-back days, when called upon, the Braves answer the call, and the Dodgers fall flat at the plate with runners in scoring position.
Another guy that fell flat was Tanner Scott. Like, it's now back-to-back outings that he wasn't able to help the Dodgers just kind of stay in the game. Not a blown save, but like not helping them in any way. He gave up a 2-out double in the ninth before Kim ended it, even though the Dodgers like fought back to tie it. And it's just, it feels like deja vu with Tanner Scott to what we saw last year. And there was kind of this little glimmer of hope when Edwin Diaz came off the IL, was struggling. Tanner Scott came in and was dominating. You're like, oh, okay, maybe Tanner Scott is doing what we wanted him to do last year this season, and that's okay because the guy that we got for this year is kind of doing what Scott did last year. But you could just tell. He spoke to Kirsten Watson on Sportsnet LA after the game about his outing.
Straight to the point.
That's all we got?
Straight
you didn't
to
get
the
more
point.
for it? Okay, so he kind of went on just kind of explaining his day and just the frustrations, and it's just you have to be a goldfish, and you got to have a short memory, and you just have to move on. But I feel like it's probably the hardest for closers because you are either the hero or the villain every single outing.
Yeah, it is difficult to not have confidence in the last person who is holding the baseball, right?
Yeah.
Whether that's Diaz's struggles, whether that's Scott's struggles. Early on, it was Vesia who was kind of mixing in with Scott before Scott took that closing role officially in Diaz's absence. And what you hear in Tanner Scott's voice there is, of course, disappointment. The footage of him walking off the mound kind of rejecting his teammates' chances to reach out, pat him on the back and everything.
The body
Obviously,
language.
he's caught up in the moment.
Yeah.
And you worry about the body language and lack of confidence more than you worry about the pitching itself.
Yeah.
Diaz, of course, is on the IL, but is not in a great place mentally.
Yeah.
For not the first time in his career, but maybe the most public time in his career. And then Scott, had his embarrassment last year where he started as the closer after a big contract and then didn't even make the playoff roster. You just hope he can maintain that level of confidence and not start having flashbacks of last year losing his job and then losing a spot entirely come playoff time. But in his voice there, you can hear some things.
You hope that he's not having PTSD about the situation. Like, no, not again. So what's more frustrating here? The Dodgers leaving 11 runners on base or Tanner Scott giving up another late run and ultimately the game?
I would say I still don't know if I can put it on Scott because once again, I'm looking at the corner outfield positions and Teoscar Hernandez needed to have a big game.
Mm-hmm.
Alex Call, who, again, I will always admit when he comes up, I am president of the fan club.
Yes,
and
you are.
I'm extremely biased.
Uh-huh.
Teoscar goes out there after Alex Call had an incredible game in game one.
Uh-huh.
And yes, it was a scheduled rest day, but anyone who's been following along knows what Alex Call has done versus what Kyle Tucker and Teoscar Hernandez have done. And Teoscar did not make a great case for why he should still be playing over Alex Call. In the fourth inning, there is, I don't want to call it a routine line drive to left field, but it certainly wasn't a very difficult play, and Teoscar just overruns it. Just a strange thing. I don't know if he was concerned about the wall that wasn't really close to him, but either way, he overruns a line drive, completely whiffs on it, and it ends up being a 2-run double. Now, Tanner Scott's role is to go out there and win the game and make a flush out of the cards that you are dealt, and he did not do that. But I think now in back-to-back games, the attention is put on the last person who's holding the baseball when there is a massive fielding error that happened before.
It's just tough because it's like if the Bats did anything in the 7th or 8th inning with the bases loaded, we wouldn't be having this conversation. And then they wouldn't be, they wouldn't be putting the closers in this situation. So can I be frustrated about both?
Yeah.
I'm just pissed about both.
Yeah,
like,
you
guys, this is, I will say the silver lining of this whole situation is this is going to be the Dodgers' toughest series until they face the Padres at the end of next month, at the end of the regular season. Other than that, they have a pretty favorable remainder of the regular season. So I don't think there's any worry or any, we need to hit the panic button. The only thing I think we need to be worried about is Roki Sasaki, because now we have another pitcher that's landed on the IL. He left because of a blister on his right middle finger. He only lasted 3+ innings and gave up 4 runs. And you kind of started to see that something was off because his commands started to fade a bit before he came out. But with all the pitching drama and situations that the Dodgers have going on right now, Dave Roberts was asked about it after the game, and he kind of gave us an update and what they plan to do moving forward with Roki Sasaki.
Obviously, it puts Lowour in play. Not sure what day he's going to start. So yeah, but I think that where we're at, we'll bring somebody tomorrow to fill this spot. He'll be a relief pitcher.
Yeah.
Not great.
It's brutal. And blisters are tricky. We saw this with Shohei Ohtani already this season. From what we knew about the blister, it lingered for about a month, but he was managing it for weeks while he was still pitching at an elite level. And none of us knew kind of that late May, early June until around, I think, June 10th, it began to like visibly affect his pitching. And then June 17th against the Rays was where the blister burst and he was bloody on the mound. And once it pops, you guys, that is painful.
Yes.
Extremely painful. I'm not a professional athlete. I got my first blister in years a couple weeks ago, just like on my foot from wearing too small of shoes. It was painful to walk for 2 weeks, even with a Band-Aid and a sock in a shoe. So I can't even imagine this is on your pitching hand and what you're doing. They're not allowed to cover it up if they are on the mound. So that's why Dave Roberts said we're going to be able to cover it and have him still move a bit. That's why he is going on the IL, because it was significant or big enough or busted of a blister that Dave Roberts was like, yeah, the only way we're going to get you back in time for October and keep you in the shape we need you in, we got to shut you down for a little bit.
Yeah, and with Roki, when you think of his arsenal of pitches, you think of the forkball, and the forkball really relies on the surface of your middle finger because the ball's wedged between your pointer finger and your middle finger, and that constant rubbing against the middle finger. I don't know if that's what caused the blister, but I know that you're not throwing that pitch confidently post-blister. So credit to Dave for just biting the bullet and saying, you know what, he's going to IR. We have depth. We're going to figure it out and just focus on this blister being completely out of the way. It's a bummer for Roki because the assumption, of course, was he would get bumped to the bullpen once playoff comes around. And hopefully this isn't his last full start for the season because you want a little more positive juice going into the playoffs. But if so, then so be it. He ended up going 3 1/3, 6 hits, 4 earned runs, 3 strikeouts, 2 walks, and in the 4th inning, he starts with a leadoff walk after being up 1-2 in the count, and that's what you were referencing earlier when you realized, okay, something's up.
Yeah.
He doesn't look happy, and then of course after a few more pitches, he ends up calling over Mark Pryor and the trainer, and then exiting. So it's just one thing after another with the Dodgers, but that's why you load up with depth.
And the crazy part is, so if you guys remember, Roki Sasaki was the Dodgers closer in the postseason last year. So when there were these conversations of, okay, what are we going to do with this just absolutely dominant Dodgers pitching rotation now that everybody's coming back and healthy, and Blake Snell looks lights out, Tyler Glass now looks like he's back, he's going to get back into like top tier form come October. What's going to be Roki's role? And the conversation was kind of centering around like, well, he could be kind of that like late relief or closer again because Edwin Diaz is struggling. Be like, oh no, we got Tanner Scott, but now Tanner Scott is struggling. And if Roki Sasaki is dealing with this, we don't know when he's going to be back. If it started today, who's going to be the Dodgers closer?
It's also an important question because Roki only going 3 1/3 yesterday means a lot of the bullpen was used.
Yeah.
And I wonder how much that affects what the bullpen can bring today. Now, with Yoshi on the mound, you don't expect to rely on them, but it just adds to the question of who can pitch in the 9th inning. Please raise your hand because I think we're running out of
Please
healthy
stand
arms.
up. Please stand up. Please stand up. Yeah, Dodge got a lot to figure out. We'll continue to break all this down throughout the show. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, the NFL is killing the Pro Bowl games. How do we feel about it? We're talking about that next year on Brock and Alex.
You got to have a big time win. I want to love on my Trojans. I feel terrible, but that's a big task in the Big Ten, especially. I don't know.
Kim,
I'll give them 9.
Greatest. Yeah, I was gonna say,
I know.
you are being so kind.
I was just pulling up their schedule, and I'm like, we might need to do another segment on this, Brock. You just brought up a whole other can of worms here. It's gonna be brutal.
I was gonna say I've got a lot of good friends on that USC staff too, so I want to wish them the best. I just think that's a tough schedule, and 10 wins, and I think anybody that can get 10 wins in the Big Ten, man.
Yeah, good luck.
You're doing something. CFP.
Yeah, you're doing something great.
Be sure to check Kim on Big Ten Tailgate 2 Saturdays from now. She is the absolute greatest. Thank you so much, Kim.
Cam, we appreciate you
guys
so
are rock
much.
stars. Have a great day.
The Las Vegas Raiders had to help Ashton Genty off the practice turf yesterday, could not put any weight on his injured right leg. The Raiders do a prayer circle. It feels as though this could be the end of the season before year number 2 for Genty even began. Did your heart stop?
Wouldn't say my heart stopped, but I definitely thought, yeah, that should happen to the Raiders. Why not? Why not ruin the one good offensive thing that looked like it was coming into this season? That would have been Ashton Genty for his sophomore season, because last year left a lot to be desired. And I firmly have been behind Ashton Genty throughout the entire process, because everyone's like, well, what a bust was he? He looks fantastic. He looks jacked to the gills. Good Lord, how much muscle this guy put on.
Like you in the gym.
Like me in the gym. I really appreciated what this guy had been doing. I was fired up for this season. Of course, I was a little worried when I saw the news. I thought, based on how they reacted, we were going to hear an ACL tear, MCL, something with the knee. Finding out it was ankle, I felt a little better about it. And it's looking like he will be back at some point this season. When will that be? I don't really think it matters. This team is racing for 6, baby. This is going for 6 wins. The over-under for this team is 5.5 in the most devastating division in the NFL, and they have the hardest record in the NFL. At the end of the day, how much does this impact their season? None. None and zero. How much does it affect the future of Ashton Genty? We shall see, because I think the Raiders' future is bright, and I think Ashton Genty's a big part of that.
Shohei Ohtani is the type of player that you have to begrudgingly applaud if you are a Phillies fan. What he's doing is absolutely amazing. I don't remember the stat. Was it like one of the fastest to 300, or was the number 350 homers this week or last
300
week?
home runs, 9 seasons to get there. Unreal.
Correct. So crazy low number right there. Not even Barry Bonds, if I'm not mistaken. So in that regard, you have to respect that. But then he's also striking everybody out. So, I mean, who else can cuss out their catcher in another language in the middle of the game and not get no blowback? Told his catcher, get it together. And then the catcher after the game was like, "You right. That was my fault. That was on me. That was my fault."
Yeah, Dalton Rushing's been a topic of discussion in Los Angeles quite a bit as of late, Roy. We can't get away from the cat.
It sounds like he's trash.
Dude's going through it right now.
I'm sure he is, because he's put so many years of higher performance together. But it also sounded to me like like frustration. He knows he needs to be better, wants to be better for his team and teammates, but that, he's seen everything and he's been through everything. Like, you don't get to where these guys are without having navigated some of these moments and stretches. What I can tell you, though, is, the third time through is, you are on fumes. I don't care how hard you work out in the offseason, how much time you put in. what kind of recovery you're trying to do. 3 seasons in a row playing all the way to the end is exhausting. Your body is not what it used to be 2 years ago.
Not to mention the years before that, because, listen, this guy's played to the playoffs every year, both in Boston and here. He's won 4 World Series now, 3 in LA, 1 in Boston. I mean, this guy definitely has played like full seasons post the regular season.
Yeah, and some of it, it's not an age thing, or it's not because of, he's getting older or this, or like some of it is just.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. We love when you are a part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-975-2326. Some interesting news that dropped yesterday in the NFL. And I think if you have been involved in the game or covering the game, not many of us were surprised and was like, okay, yeah, we kind of saw this coming. Makes sense. So the NFL announced yesterday it's officially getting rid of the Pro Bowl games starting this season. So the 88 players will still be named Pro Bowlers in late December, but there will be no actual game, no flag football game, no replacement selections. Instead, the NFL is shifting the focus completely to just the honor of being selected. So players named to the Pro Bowl will be invited to an in-person celebration here in LA during the traditional Pro Bowl weekend. And that probably, I'm guessing, because like NFL Network is here and is kind of like the hub. So I'm guessing that's why it would be here in LA. But I mean, the regular, like the traditional tackle style of the Pro Bowl, that stopped in 2023 and was replaced by like the skills competition, dodgeball, and flag football. And it kind of just became this social media hangout with the fans. Like, I guess maybe kind of fun if you're there to just see your favorite guys, but it's so much different, I feel like, in football than every other sport. This is like their all-star game.
Yeah.
Football is so violent. There is absolutely no way, like, for fun, these guys want to be playing another game where they could possibly get hurt.
Yes. So we'll rehash what the Pro Bowl used to be. A couple years ago, maybe a couple decades ago now, the Pro Bowl was a full-on game. It was the NFC versus the AFC. Guys were trying. You were trying to win. If there was an opportunity for an interception, you took it. If there was an opportunity to run someone over, you took it. It was big hits, and it was treated like every other all-star game. Then somewhere along the way, I think the watershed moment, if you will, is Sean Taylor, RIP, is out there on punt return, and one team, he would have been in the NFC, so the AFC, I'm blanking on who the punter was, they run a fake punt in like a haha, this is so funny kind of way.
Yeah.
It's an all-star game. We're all just out here in Hawaii having a blast. And the punter takes off running, and Sean Taylor almost decapitates this man. It is one of the hardest hits I've ever seen. And for those of you who know what I'm talking about, you can still hear the metal and plastic clanging against each other. So after that moment, I think players kind of took a step back and said, yeah, I can get hurt in this game. And there were various injuries along the way of guys maybe not ruining their careers, but ruining their next season, all for the sake of an all-star game that effectively doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
And then I would say year by year, the effort decreased, and it got so bad, it essentially became a two-hand touch game where guys were still wearing pads, but you would wrap a guy up and the whistle would blow before you even took him to the ground because the refs were told, we don't want any injuries. Don't let guys get hurt. If someone gets hurt, it's your fault. And
It's like,
so
what's the point at that point?
And that's how the flags came around. They said, okay, let's put flags on them so they have to go back to trying. And maybe for a year they did, but then guys realized, well, if I'm out here running full speed routes after an entire season, my body's still worn down. So then the effort decreased there. So then they started implementing, they kind of made it a celebrity game. But now, why am I going out there? I just played 18 weeks of football, maybe a playoff game or two, and I'm playing against some streamer who's trying as hard as he can to embarrass me.
Yeah.
And I'm not really trying, and I'm also hungover.
Yeah. Facts.
This was the inevitable end, but there are so many stories of what the Pro Bowl used to be of also, one of the reasons why it died was they took it away from Hawaii. The Pro Bowl was always in Hawaii, and it was an all expenses paid for you and a certain number of tickets for your family.
Yeah.
And it was a way at the end of the season, let's go to Hawaii, stay at the nicest resort that they have, and I'm going to go play in a game. There's stories of Sean Payton was a Pro Bowl coach one year, and about halfway through the practice, he rallies everyone up and says, guys, we have a problem. And everyone's like, what's going on? He's like, I don't smell enough alcohol on your breath. Why weren't you drinking less? Like, that's what the Pro Bowl
it was
used
a
to be.
celebration.
And it got away from that. And so if I could boil this down to two moments.
Yeah.
One, moving it from Hawaii to Orlando, which, to be fair to people in Orlando, you're not Hawaii.
Yeah, absolutely not.
And the Sean Taylor big hit where guys, something clicked in their head where they realized, oh, I can get hurt out here. And that is why we are where we are currently.
Okay, so then how much do guys, obviously the play started to decline, but how much does saying I was a Pro Bowler X amount of years actually matter? And especially since obviously they still have first team All Pro. Like when you kind of weigh those next to each other, end of your career.
At one point it mattered. It no longer does at all. So it used to matter when everybody wanted to go to the Pro Bowl because my wife and kids are going to go hang in Hawaii for a week at the nicest resort and everything's going to be free and we're all going to have a blast.
That makes sense. That's almost, it's like here is a gift for being a top player.
Exactly. The NFL cut back. I don't know what the books look like, but the frustration is it's not like they couldn't keep affording to do it.
Yeah.
So when it moved from Hawaii to Orlando and when guys started not caring about going, they stopped going because now, okay, I'm going to be named a Pro Bowler. I'm going to opt out of going. And if you look at recent Pro Bowl rosters, they weren't the best players at their position.
Yeah.
Because this guy passed up. Joe Burrow passed up. And then Matthew Stafford's playing in the Super Bowl, so he's going to pass up. And then at that point, you get to like the seventh quarterback going, and that kind of loses its luster. Shedeur Sanders historically will forever be the last Pro Bowl quarterback, which is kind of funny. But
that's hilarious.
Shedeur Sanders had no business being at the Pro Bowl, right?
No.
So that is why people don't care. Also, All Pro has always mattered more.
Yeah.
Now it's the only thing that matters. Nobody cares if they're listed a Pro Bowl unless it's an incentive in your contract, which it no longer typically is.
Interesting. And that is because of like who's voting on these, right?
Correct.
Because the Pro Bowl is voted on equally by fans, players, and coaches. So when fans get in there, that's when you get like a Shedeur Sanders at the Pro Bowl, opposed to first team All-Pro, where you're having like major organizations like the Associated Press, and it's literally just the best on the field.
When you are talking about guys getting their numbers retired in stadiums, guys getting statues built of them outside of the complex, and guys going to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
How many Pro Bowls you made is never brought up. It's how many All-Pro teams
Which
did
is
you make?
interesting because I feel like in baseball, like that's a pretty big, like, he was a 15-time All-Star, 10-time All-Star. Because this is essentially NFL's All-Star game, the Pro Bowl.
Yep, and they are the first major sport to do away with it.
Do you think this is going to start a trend?
I feel that basketball is currently in a crisis. The dunk contest going from a sense of pride to if I don't do good, people are going to make memes about me, and I don't want to be that guy. Like the lack of interest in the dunk contest, how they have to go to the G League to find guys, the lack of effort in the All-Star games. They're I think Adam Silver and the NBA are closer to this than they think.
It's
this
so
being the Pro Bowl
interesting because you're
away.
like, how did we get here? Obviously, injuries and just fatigue and actually wanting some time. But I think social media plays a big part of this as well, because back when the All-Star games were as big as they were, that was fans' opportunities to really get a behind-the-scenes look of their favorite players or guys that were on smaller market teams that weren't on national televised games throughout the season. Like, this was their shot to actually see them play. And we weren't getting crazy behind the scenes trick shots. This is what my daily life is on social media with a lot of these superstars. And then now they're like, why would I do this when I can just like hire a production team and I can like probably make more money like doing my own thing on social media instead of being here for you?
Yeah.
What are you doing for me?
And we're now at a point where Gen Z and later millennials, people who grew up with social media their whole life, are entering professional sports and kind of being the most popular generation in professional sports. And they know that the internet lives forever, and any opportunity to maybe be dunked on or crossed over or scored on or hit hard, it's always in their minds. And so a lot of these guys just want to look cool, and they go out there to look cool because trying hard opens up the opportunity for embarrassment. And I would be curious. I would be curious how significant the fan drop off post moving the Pro Bowl from Hawaii to Orlando is. I mean, if you watch it on TV, it seems significant. But part of the Pro Bowl too was, if I'm a fan and here's a great time of year to go to Hawaii, I could hang out with Drew Brees at the pool and have beers together. I could play golf with Tom Brady. Like there were so many fan interactive things, and I wonder, with social media, we already know everything about the stars now.
Yeah.
And there isn't that curiosity.
And you're not going to get that kind of access.
And also, they're no longer going to give you that type of access. Yes.
Yeah.
So there's a million factors here, but to the question of, does being named a Pro Bowler from this moment forward matter? It does not. They're doing the thing in LA, like you said. I'm not sure if that's because it's NFL Network or because the Super Bowl's here, if it's going to travel.
Oh.
But
it's so funny. I didn't even think about that. I was like, oh, just because NFL Network's here. But like, oh, yeah, also the Super Bowl is here at SoFi.
But to that point, though, guys are still not going to travel to this thing, because why would I go?
Because they're going to pay them. They're going to pay them. And like, it's also, we don't have the details of like what this celebration is going to be. Is there still going to be a fan fest? I would imagine there has to be some sort of fan interaction, because that's what the whole purpose of it is, of having the game and having the fans come out and seeing your favorite players. But
they're
like,
going to have to get very creative.
What would you want to do? Okay, so let's do.
That's the
but
problem.
Brock, you're like,
Nothing.
we were talking about this morning in the morning meeting. If there is anybody who has never had FOMO in their life, it is Brock Farine. This man is like the ultimate of like degaff, chill, like, nah, I don't need to be there. It's fine. Like, absolutely not. Because I was talking about how I used to have the worst FOMO. And then once I got in my 30s, the most beautiful thing was I was like, oh, I don't care anymore. Wherever I go, like that's where the party
free
is.
From the shackles.
So like, I don't have FOMO, but people should have FOMO when they're not hanging out with whatever we're doing. Because like, I am so content with where I am and wherever I am. It's interesting to see like what the player's perspective would be with this. Are they having that like, well, if everyone else is going to be there, and like, say it's my first Pro Bowl selection, like I need to be there.
Younger players will still be excited because it's in LA, because they want to go to a Super Bowl, because there are so many. I'll give you $1,500 to come here, $3,000 to go here.
Yeah.
But why they're still going to struggle to get the stars, and why stars stopped going to the Pro Bowl, and even going to Super Bowls. Early in the week, you can get like a superstar on your radio show, but unless you're in LA, Vegas, Miami, places that guys want to go to anyway, the stars don't show up because they're just making so much money now.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, like,
they just don't want to go for $20,000.
The difference in celebrities that we got in Vegas compared to San Francisco.
There you go.
Like,
there you go.
People, like, kind of players, like, and people showed up on Thursday and Friday, but like That's it.
They're like,
and
I'm
then
not spending my weekend
in and
here.
out. They're like in and out. Vegas. People were there
early.
That's why I'm saying, like, Super Bowl. I'm very happy the Super Bowl's here in LA, but like the Super Bowl should just be in Vegas every single year. I'm throwing that out there because it has the infrastructure to like take everybody in, and like there's so much to do, and you can walk everywhere, and it's just. It makes the most sense.
I have been a firm believer that it should be a 4-city rotation between LA, Miami. Which one am I missing? LA, Miami. No, not New York. LA. Oh, LA, Miami, Vegas, and New Orleans. I feel they should rotate
so you
those
liked
four cities.
New Orleans? I heard I was pregnant at the time, so I wasn't able to make it out, but I heard there like the hotel situation and the flights getting there was really tough.
It's not a big enough city to host it every year, but if they have enough time to plan ahead, typically events are run well. The most recent Super Bowl, there were some negative stories, but just as a city, people love New Orleans. But if you want to boil that down to 3, New Orleans is the first to go.
Okay, which is so funny. I was there the last BCS championship game that was in New Orleans, and that was wild.
Yeah,
like it's Bourbon Street, right?
Yes, it
is. Yeah. Like that was I've never experienced Mardi Gras there, but I was told that was like the closest vibe celebration to Mardi Gras, and we did shut it down and go home when the sun was coming up. So we had a good time. Okay, we had a really good time.
R.I.P. to the Pro Bowl. I had so many memories as a kid watching, but once high school came around, I realized I don't think this game matters anymore, and I don't know if I've watched it since.
And I think that's the biggest thing. When the game doesn't matter, the players don't care, and everybody involved in watching it can feel that energy. So it'll be interesting to see what they do here in LA in place of the Pro Bowl with a new kind of celebration. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, do you care, LA? That's next.
In particular, when you've had such success in the past, like you have a standard for yourself, and sometimes when that standard isn't being met, like you can feel I'm not meeting my standard. That's the additional frustrating thing as well that can start to negatively impact your performance, because now you're pressing, you're trying harder, and you're trying to replicate what you used to do or what you normally do when the situation requires you to just be the present version of what you need to be. And so maybe your power isn't there, maybe your speed isn't there, maybe whatever, for whatever the reasons. But what adjustments can you make in real time to try to still be successful for the team? And that's kind of what everybody's going through in some form or fashion. Robleski, who's not the same age as Mookie, but he's not playing well right now. So, again, it's not automatically like we like to quickly just go to age or to some like easy thing that we can wrap our brains around.
Yeah.
But if a 24-year-old is struggling and a 34-year-old is struggling, that's not an age thing.
No.
Right? That's just part of sports and part of life. And you just have to figure out how to navigate these things. And to me, Mookie has world-class experience in navigating adversity and will ultimately do things that are going to help this team win. How old would Kobe be? And I was like, well, he was born in 78, man, so he'd be 48 years old. It'd be fun to like see the almost 50-year-old version.
Oh man, he really would have been.
Because he was already like so wise and well thought out for such a young guy. So to like get to these stages in life where just your perspective on things and where he would be as a father and as a husband at this point would be pretty fun to see. It's a great day, even though it's not, it's not an easy day to think about. But birthdays are to be celebrated, man, no matter what. So, I mean, what comes to mind the most is just, it's Vanessa and the girls and, and how I'm sure challenging and enjoyable it is to still find ways to celebrate him while honoring his memory and, not being there to hug and celebrate and blow out the candles and sing happy birthday and all the things that we all get to do when we celebrate people's birthdays. And I'm sure the family still does find ways to enjoy those moments. But it's still sometimes hard to believe in some ways.
Surreal for sure.
But it also serves as a great reminder of how it's not necessarily how long you live, it's what you do with your life. Mm-hmm. And he did the most you could possibly think about doing for a guy that was barely into his 40s and had impacted the world so significantly the way he had.
You know, it's funny.
He still does, actually.
Oh, no question.
SVP, the segment where I tell Evan, Brock, and Alex different events going on in LA, and they tell me if they're RSVPing yes or no. This one, guys, it's kind of a week long, so we'll see if it happens or not. But it's LA Restaurant, a Dine LA Restaurant Week. So Dine LA is a 15-day dining event that happens twice a year. It highlights restaurants all across Los Angeles, so you're never too far from one of the restaurants that's it's highlighting. The whole idea is basically to get people out, trying different spots around the city, everything from casual neighborhood dine-in to even takeout. It's literally everything. Oceanfront patios, higher end, and Michelin recognized places. You got there isn't really any cons, so let me tell you guys about the pros. Huge variety of restaurants, good excuse to explore different parts of LA, special menus and deals, and for the single guys out there, great date night options for any type of, literally any type of event that you guys want to do. You could take anyone to anything. They have so many restaurants. I went through the whole list. Are we RSVPing yes or no to Dine LA Restaurant Week? Evan, take it away.
I gotta say yes. And you know what? Because you gave me a full week, I might be doing multiple. It's actually going from so here's the deal. With Dine LA, every year they do this twice a year, usually the summer and the winter. And there's literally hundreds of restaurants that participate. I sort of wish it was promoted even more because it is such a cool way to kind of taste these restaurants that maybe you think of as
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. And we love when you are a part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time, 855-975-2326. But right now, let's bring in Producer Shay.
The sports world is talking. But what's actually worth talking about in LA? Producer Shay brings the stories. Now Brock and Alex give the city your verdict. Do you care, LA?
How are we doing, LA? It's Do You Care, LA? And I am Producer Shay. The man, the 53-man roster can never cut. How we doing today, guys?
Yeah.
The NFL is right around the corner. Brock, I know you like that one. Don't even sit there.
That was like an ick. He just gave you like a ugh.
No one can cut me. No one can cut me.
He literally just gave you the ick.
We got Do You Care, LA? It's a segment where I tell Brock and Alex different stories from around the sports world, and they tell me if they care from an LA perspective, guys. We talked about it a little bit at the top of the hour, but we're still kind of annoyed about it. Jonathan Kuminga chooses Minnesota over the Lakers. Kuminga is finally off the market, but we're not too happy. The 23-year-old is agreed to a 2-year, $12.4 million deal with the Timberwolves with a player option in year 2. The Lakers were very much in the mix, as you guys heard us talking about it all week, but LA reportedly offered Kuminga more than $12 million per year over 3 years in a sign and trade and pitched him on a starting role. But yet we weren't enough, guys. Do you care, LA?
You know what? I did, and now I don't. Because you know what, Kuminga? This is your loss. Like, this is insane because we thought you were waiting because it wasn't enough money. This feels like a better roster, a better situation. You are going to a team where there are so many question marks of I guess, what are you going to be? What are you going to look like? And maybe from his perspective, he thought that about the Lakers too, with the new look and Luka Doncic as the new leader and the ownership situation going down. But to take that big of a pay cut, why?
It's such a strange decision, but if you look at Kuminga's career, the only way to make sense of this decision is because he's been the third or fourth fiddle for the entirety of his time in Golden State. He's still not the first or second option, but he didn't want to be the fourth or lower option anymore, and he was willing to take a significant pay cut to do it. The Minnesota Timberwolves, I will reiterate, outside of the Lakers, the team I am most excited to watch. They are must-see TV. It will be such an entertaining disaster. And maybe Kuminga comes out to regret this. But why I care is because now we know that the Lakers roster is locked.
Yes.
There's no more frills. There's
no more speculation.
Yeah, and you know what? Jared Vanderbilt finally gets to say, okay, I'm
here.
a Laker. I'm
here. He was on the trip.
Him and Luka are really close.
Yeah.
So for the sake of the Lakers, this is the roster we got. Now we can plan things going forward.
Also, if you didn't want to be here, we were like one of the first people to come to you with an offer, and you didn't want to take it, and then you like kept us waiting, and then like took less money to go somewhere else.
It
you
got
don't
to a
deserve to be
point
here.
where
you don't deserve to be here if you don't want to be here.
Yeah, it got to a
Your
point where
loss.
even if he was here,
Bye-bye.
he would be here reluctantly.
Yeah.
And as I started thinking, if I got on a plane that my leader and Captain Luka paid for me and took us to his home country and fed us and housed us and took us on all these things, and then some guy shows up 2 weeks later, what that dynamic would be like, and it would be strange knowing that a guy who was on that trip is now gone and now you're here. This is probably for the best. He would have shined as a Laker, but that is now in the past. Best of luck to Minnesota. I will be watching.
You're too nice, Brock.
On to the next one,
You're way too nice.
guys. We are sticking with the NBA, but not so much the NBA with this one.
Okay.
Blake Griffin is getting a late night show. The former, I would like to say, Lob City brother.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So Blake Griffin is officially entering the
Probably
late.
one of the best last dunk contests.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say that
Yeah.
there was
Zach.
one
The
incredible
car.
one after that
Yeah,
with Zach LaVine.
Yeah, Zach LaVine. And
Who was he going tit for tat with? He was going someone on the Magic. Was it Aaron Gordon?
Aaron Gordon.
It was the Zach LaVine, Aaron Gordon dunk, but the Blake Griffin one is my second favorite one after that.
That's like what I
It was great.
remember as like the last great dunk contest.
Yeah.
All right, go on.
They might be getting rid of that soon. We'll see. The former Lob City will host a weekly show called The Step Back with Blake Griffin, debuting October 20th, so it's coming up soon. It's going to be made with Amazon Studios, YouTube, and Wondery, and will mix sports, comedy, culture, and Griffin's opinions on topics like gambling and NIL. Obviously, he's a funny guy, but the late night show has been a tough thing to break through in. Do you care, LA?
I don't see how this is going to work.
Yeah.
Because was it Jason Kelsey who tried to do a late night
Yes,
show and then all of a sudden we didn't hear about it anymore?
Okay, that's a good point. I remember the rollout of that show, but I never saw any clips of the actual
And then nothing. I don't think
show.
this is very much I don't think they realize late night talk shows is a mix of comedians and really incredible hosts or actors who can put on a show. Blake Griffin's entertaining and he's on the Prime broadcast and he's in a bunch of commercials. But this is a heavy lift, a really heavy lift, and I don't see how this is going to work.
There's a reason why late night talk show hosts. Okay, let's look at Conan O'Brien, who's one of my favorites among them. He went to Harvard. He wrote for The Simpsons for a decade. He's a writer and a comedian at heart. And I think recently we've been saying. Well, TV producers have been saying that person's famous. Let's put them out there. No, there's
not gonna work.
Craft to it.
It's probably one of the most difficult crafts.
Yeah, Seth Meyers and Jimmy Fallon, they came through SNL. They were acting. They were in sketch. They were doing all these underground shows. There is a reason why most of the late night people come.
Yeah,
from
Kimmel
a
went through
trajectory.
sports radio and kind of worked his way up and had the comedian, but then also host side to do long form hosting.
Now I will say this: I feel that Blake Griffin could be this is not a great comparison because he's a wrestler. I see like a John Cena path for him. Like
That's fair.
I want
Like,
him to
not
be
The Rock.
in movies.
Not
Yeah.
The Rock, because that's like
Goofy.
Rock's on his own platform, but
Yeah.
John Cena's probably like the second best
Yes.
to The Rock to do it.
Yeah.
He would be great.
I would
He would
love
be a
him
great
doing
actor
stuff
doing
like
that.
Yeah, him being just the big goofy guy that's out of touch but has a heart of gold. Like
But
I want to see
hosting-
him in movies and TV
But like
shows.
hosting
not
a
this
late
stuff.
night talk show, I just
It's
don't
hard,
think
man.
that's the best use of his talent.
But if this is a step toward that, then maybe I'm gonna say I don't care. But
Yeah, me neither.
I want to see him in movies someday
And like
soon.
a weekly show, so it's like once a week.
Yeah.
Those never seem to do as well, unless
As
it's
the
like
daily.
unless it's John Oliver with Last Week Tonight, and that's like incredible.
And that's because
And
he
he
was on a
wins-
daily show before that.
Yeah,
then
and he
was
wins
able to-
Emmys like every single year. But again, that is a professional.
So don't care, but rooting for Blake, and hopefully he's
Yeah.
in movies sometime soon.
And last but not least, guys, it's Do You Care LA. Kinley Rasmus is making Little League World Series history. So the 12-year-old Kinley Rasmus has become one of the breakout stars of this year's Little League World Series. She's doing it both on the plate and on the mound, maybe a little Shohei in her. Kinley has 5 hits in the tournament, tying the all-time Little League World Series record for a girl. She also has 14 strikeouts, tying Monet Davis for the most ever by a girl in Little League World Series history. Her dad is former pitcher Corey Rasmus, who played for the Braves and Angels, and her uncle is former MLB outfielder Colby Rasmus. A lot in the genetics for that family. Do you care?
I love this so much. And there's a chant that happens every time she's on the mound. It's this big white bow, and they chant, "Fear the bow." And to see how her teammates rally around her after an insane strikeout or an insane hit, like she's the only girl on the team, is just like, she's given Play Like a Girl a whole new meaning in the best way possible. And I love to see, like, she's throwing heat. She's throwing absolute heat. I mean, her dad was a pitcher on the Angels. I worked and I covered Corey. And so to see, you can like see bits of him in her.
That's awesome.
And he's coaching the team.
Yeah.
So this is just such a cool story. I love this so much. I care a lot.
Dad is Corey Rasmus. Her mom was a D1 college softball player, Jill Rasmus. Her grandfather was Tony Rasmus, Angels draft pick and Little League World Series manager. Her uncle is Colby Rasmus, former MLB player, and another uncle through marriage is former Angel Jeff Mathis. So,
they have so many Angels connections.
She is just baseball through and through, and she has been a pleasure to watch.
This is just so great, and why I love the Little League World Series, because it's really the first time that you get to see, like, okay, yeah, there's softball and baseball, but like girls can do it too, and they can do it just as well. But again, if your dad's a professional athlete and like pitched in the big leagues forever, maybe just a little bit. All right. Speaking of pitchers, Roki Sasaki, when are we going to see him back next?
Expensive, or certain places that have like fixed menus and things like that. It gives you a little bit more flexibility to be able to try they have the lunch special ready to go, the dinner special ready to go. I got my sights set on Bloodso's on La Brea, classic LA barbecue. Bloodso legend, best brisket in town. And you know what? His pork ribs are great. The rib tips are great. The sausage, the cornbread, best greens in LA. I mean, look, they got a Dine LA menu. And all you need to do, you go on the site. I think it's discover.losangeles.com/Dine LA. You could search by neighborhood. You could search by price. You could search by cuisine. And you'll be shocked because a lot of the big names are on there. But so are some of these like neighborhood mom and pop spots that want to be included. And it's a big time discount from whatever you normally be eating. And again, great place to try. But I got Bloodso's circled for me.
This is incredible. I'm on the site right now as I'm going through this.
They got some heaters.
Wow. And I just searched like Hermosa where I'm at, and I'm like, oh, what can I get here? I love this. There's a lot of lunch and dinner specials. So basically, I'm guessing it's probably like a set menu vibe and a set price. So yeah, no, I am for
and they want to show
RSVPing to this.
Don't forget, they want to showcase like their best dishes too, right? So they're always putting their best foot forward. So you're going to be able to get like the best. It's awesome because It's not super expensive. Dining in LA is expensive, but this is like the most budget-friendly way to be able to try like cool, hip, high-end restaurants and not really break the bank. So
I'm right there with you, and I want to double down on the Bloodso's love. I'm looking at it right now. The La Brea location, which I frequent, there's probably a mold in the seat that I sit in because I always get sat in the same booth for some reason, and I'm there so often. $25 lunch, $45 dinner. That is a steal.
What do you get?
For my money, it's
What
the best
kind of
barbecue
food
in
is
LA.
it? Oh, barbecue. Oh, this is the place you guys were telling us about.
This is the barbecue place we were talking about. Absolute staple of Bloodso's. The story is awesome. You got a guy who's from Dallas, then he went to Compton, and he brought his barbecue with him. And Evan, the LA in a Minute connoisseur, laid it out perfectly. I think you had a post maybe a little over a month ago. You went by Bloodso's. Is that correct?
I had to because Kevin Bloodso, he's from Compton. His aunt, grandma, extended family was in Texas. That's where he learned the barbecue trade.
Wow.
Came back to be a probation officer, just barbecuing, smoking stuff on the side. But it was so good that people always smell it. Oh, let me try that, blah, blah, blah. People wanted to he's like, yo, you should sell it. You should open a spot. He had a catering company, ran into Mac 10, WC, Ice Cube. I don't know if you remember WC and the Mad Circle and all them back in the 90s, but they were kind of like big proponents of his, put him on to some people in that industry, and then eventually ended up opening his spot in Compton and now on La Brea. But he's an institution, especially because the truth is LA, and I'm a big barbecue guy, we have so many good foods, so many different cultures. We don't have that many good barbecue spots, man. Like, not the Texas barbecue that I love, and like Bloodso is the godfather of that. Shout out Kevin Bloodso and Bloodso's. I mean, I'm going to be there. I might even go tomorrow, honestly.
Dude, I love that. So there's the La Brea location and a Santa Monica location. So, yeah.
Van Nuys as well, believe it or not. Yeah.
Whoa. Okay,
So
well, that one's not on the Dine LA list right here.
Oh,
those two are I'm on the list. Okay.
Got it.
Right now, we're going to bring in producer Shay for a very special edition of LA RSVP because we have the one and only Evan Lovett from LA in a Minute joining us for this edition of LA RSVP.
From courtside to red carpets, big game to big nights, Los Angeles sends the invite, and Brock and Alex decide. Are we ready to RSVP?
How we doing, LA? It is LA RSVP.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry, here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We love when you're a part of the show and a part of the conversation. If you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-975-2326. Hour number 2. We got Rams, Chargers, preseason game, the final preseason game kicking off tonight here in LA. We'll dive into that in just a bit. But what we do know, Rams are not playing their starters. Chargers, we're getting probably 2 series and a quick little look of what's going down there. So in just a bit, we'll dive into kind of what to expect, what we're going to be looking for throughout that. But I got to say, Brock, I have absolutely loved this offseason and this preseason. Players calling out their teams and the league and owners. So first one we kind of saw was CeeDee Lamb wearing that like beekeeper's hat when they were in Oxnard because he's like, I got to practice for the glare. And like in Cowboy Stadium, apparently they have shades that they can put down.
They were there for the World Cup.
Exactly. When the sun is setting, it hits a certain part of the window in the stadium, and it's just like a terrible glare. And you've heard players talk about how it really affects them.
Yeah.
Right? So that was kind of the first call out. The next call out was Joe Burrow, Joey B, just saying, this is it. If we don't get this together, this is it. I can't take it anymore. And then we had Josh Allen say something yesterday, and I'm just going to let you guys listen to it first.
Grass is healthier for our bodies. I'm to a point in my career now that when we practice inside on the artificial, I can feel it the next day, and when we go out there, I feel great, and I think any guy that was honest would tell you that's how they feel. So one, I think it's healthier injury prevention. I've gotten numerous burns on my legs from artificial turf, like to the point where I can't sleep at night because it's bubbling over, and it's very painful. So I'm excited to not have to deal with that at home at least. I know we still probably will play games on the road that are turf, but if I can snap my fingers and make every field grass, that's what I would do for sure.
We know it's possible.
Speak about it.
Because they did it for the World Cup. Every single football stadium was real grass for the World Cup. You are hearing a former MVP, one of the faces of the league, tell you, my burns are so bad that I can't sleep at night when I'm sliding or falling on the turf. That is bad.
There is well-documented numbers about the increase in knee injuries and ankle injuries on turf because beneath the turf is just concrete. You lay the turf on top and there's little rubber pellets and everything.
And they get everywhere.
But the amount of injuries comes from, one, the burning, just from the fact that it's rubber and you're sliding against it, but it doesn't give as much as grass. Like if you walk across turf, you probably feel it being spongy and light, but it's not that, because when you are 200-something pounds and another guy's 200-something pounds go to the ground, it's what's beneath that really has to give. Grass gives because there's soil. Turf does not give because it's laid on concrete. Why ownership want turf is because they want these new stadiums to be concert venues and festivals and monster truck rallies and rodeos, and it's easier to manage that. Their argument is it's easier to manage all those feet and all the trucks and everything rolling around their surface when it is turf, whereas grass, it will get destroyed, even though there's pretty strong arguments that that's not quite the case. Good for Josh Allen, because he knows he's the face of the league.
Yeah.
He knows how much he is adored and admired, and I like how he went about it. Most guys go the way of, we need to have grass, and I'm upset with my owner for not having grass. That kind of gets brushed off. Josh Allen went the other way. He's saying, the Bills just built us a brand new stadium, and they found a way to make it grass. So credit to my owners, bigging them up and hopefully putting pressure on other ownership.
But I also think giving examples,
Yes.
like the visual, because like that when we were talking about it, I think last week, as a soccer player, I played on a lot of turf fields, and playing defense, I slide tackle a lot, and I was just my legs were just covered in crazy burn raspberries. And when I was playing in San Diego, it was over 100 degrees a lot of the time during soccer season. So I was just, my legs were a mess. Yeah. And it is painful. And it's hot on your feet if it's outside. Like there's just so many, there's more negatives than positives playing on turf opposed to grass.
It's just cheaper.
That's it?
I remember when I was in high school, we switched from a grass to a turf field, and I thought, oh, look at us being all fancy. This is so fun. But then by the time I got to college, and a lot of college stadiums still have grass fields, and I was like, oh, this is so much better. I forgot how much better a grass field was, and it is cheaper because the turf fields are essentially just recycled rubber, and they just chop it up into a million little pieces.
It's so gross.
And it's so
gross.
cheap to maintain that, and maybe every now and then you just put a new layer of chopped up tires on it, whereas grass, you have to have a deeper maintenance crew, you have to water it, you have to take care of it. It's basically a golf course at that point, and it's just cheaper. It always comes down to money, as you say.
Always follow
but
the money.
When it is affecting the main product that you're putting on the field, which is the football team, you would think there'd be more pep in the step of ownership.
Like, not just the injuries, like there are facts. Like, I'd be curious to see all the injuries that have like happened, whether it's preseason or during the season, happen on turf compared to real grass.
Yeah,
that would be a very interesting side by side.
It is lopsided toward knees and ankle injuries. It's massively lopsided.
Because sometimes
to
your
turf.
cleats get caught in the turf. Like that's happened too before. Like there's, it's frustrating.
Yeah,
it's like, why make it make sense? It's similar to CeeDee Lamb wearing the beekeeper thing at Cowboy Stadium at Jerry World, being like, why can't you just put the shade down? We know it's there.
Right.
We know the shades are there. You put them down during the World Cup. We know you can do the grass in the stadiums. You did it during the World Cup. The World Cup just kind of like opened up every player in the NFL's eyes like, excuse me.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
How come Cape Verde comes to town and you guys roll out all the stops, but the players that you're giving tens of millions of dollars that helped you build this place don't get the same type of treatment?
Interesting.
Good for Josh Allen.
Yeah, no. Proud of Josh Allen. That's what I want to see. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Dodgers, though, you guys, in a bit of a tough place. They dropped another one last night, another close one that they had the opportunity to, they came back to tie it and had the opportunity to hopefully, like as we thought, maybe take it to extra innings and get the job done. But unfortunately, Dodgers pitching woes just continue. But again, like I don't want to put all of that onto Tanner Scott last night. Because Dodgers had plenty of chances. They left the bases loaded in the 7th inning and the 8th inning. And if you can't capitalize and you strand 11 runners on base and you only go 4 for 14 with runners in scoring position, you don't deserve to win.
11 left on base in back-to-back games. So it is not a shock that they have lost back-to-back games. In the 2nd inning, Shohei has 2 on, 2 out, flies out. In the 4th inning, Freeman has 2 on, 2 out, flies out. In the 7th inning, after scoring a run due to a Mookie RBI, the bases are loaded with 0 outs. And from that moment forward, they got 0 runs.
Wild.
And then in the 8th inning, bases loaded, 2 outs for Max Muncy. And he battled through a 9-pitch at bat. And I think he just got worn out because he swung at some junk on the outside and threw his bat in his helmet and was upset about it. But you got to capitalize off those opportunities. And it's frustrating that the most reliable bats are the ones with the opportunities to capitalize, and they're just not taking advantage of it.
Yeah, just kind of brutal all around start in Atlanta. Now, if we're going to find some positives here, the Dodgers have a pretty easy remaining schedule for the rest of the regular season. I think that the only other real tough series is going to be against the Padres, and that's just because anytime the Dodgers are playing the Padres, it's the Padres World Series. Like, they just get up in a way to play the Dodgers that they don't for any other team. Similar to when they knocked the Dodgers out of the postseason a couple years ago before they won back-to-back. And then got absolutely rocked in the next round because they were like, well, that was our World Series. Like, you can't, like, they're just, the Dodgers are the Padres Padre. But let's get to pitching again for a second here, because the Dodgers are having an interesting, tough closing situation right now. Obviously, Edwin Diaz went on the IL after coming off the IL after having the surgery to remove the loose bodies in his elbow. He just mentally was not there. He had 3 blown saves within a week, and Dave Roberts, whether it was a mental IL or there was actually something going on in that situation, he wasn't right. And he knew he wasn't right. Like, and his pitches weren't there. And so we're like, okay, Tanner Scott, like, this was the guy we picked up last year who ended up not making the postseason roster and just absolutely wet the bed. Maybe this is his opportunity. Maybe he can be the guy. And unfortunately, it's now been back-to-back nights that he has just given up the lead, not the lead, but hasn't been able to keep this Dodgers team in it. And he spoke with Kirsten Watson after his outing, and you could just hear it in the tone of his voice.
Look at just a game like this. I mean, you have been really good as of late. I know we could look at last night, tonight, but for you, how did you kind of put these aside and stick to what you've been doing and really being clutch in these high leverage situations for the team?
I'll just move on to the next day. Put this one behind me.
Like, that sounds like a defeated man.
Yeah, as a recap for Tanner Scott, last offseason, he signs a big contract, and through the month of May, for every save that he had 2 blown saves.
Yeah.
And played his way out of the bullpen and wasn't even on the roster when the playoffs started.
Brutal.
So you come to this year, and it's Edwin Diaz who signs the big contract, which is another slap in the face for Tanner Scott, essentially saying, you blew your opportunity.
You're not our guy.
Diaz struggles. Well, he gets hurt, and then he starts struggling, and Tanner Scott, who held down that role when Diaz was hurt and looked great doing it. And unfortunately, in the past week or so, he has reverted back. But why I bring up the backstory is what you don't want is him to go back into the tank that he was in last year, because he went into the tank after some early struggles, was not able to get out of it, so much so that
Tank
Dave Roberts
is in like a
says-
mental place?
Yes.
Okay.
So much so that Dave Roberts said, we can't rely on you, so we're going to have to go elsewhere. And any competitor, anyone, even the most positive athletes ever in Tanner Scott's position, are naturally going to wake up this morning thinking, what happened last year can't happen this year. It can't happen this year. It can't happen this year.
But then
And
that
you just
gets
have
in
to
the
fight
back
those
of your
thoughts.
mind, though, and then
You have to fight
sometimes
'em.
it takes over and you can't control it.
You just have to fight him. And why I bring that up is because you can hear in the tone of his voice.
Yeah.
He's never very long-winded, but the tone of his voice, and if you see the video, he's
looks
disappointed.
defeated.
Yeah, he's really bummed. And you just you can't let yourself go down that spiral.
No. Well, another unfortunate pitching story out of last night is Roki Sasaki lands on the IL because of a blister on his right middle finger. And you kind of started to wonder, like, is something off? Is something going on? And his command started to fade a bit. Then he had a mound visit, and you're like, oh, yeah, no, something's going down. And Dave Roberts kind of explained the situation after the game and their plan moving forward.
Well, it was a pretty good blister. It just came out of nowhere, and so it's going to be an IL. I think that there's just no way we can avoid it given the severity of the blister. So it will give him some time, but we can cover it up actually, to keep his arm moving, but it's going to be an IL.
What does that mean for the rotation and moving forward?
Obviously, it puts Lowour in play. I'm not sure what day he's going to start. So, yeah, but I think that, where we're at, we'll bring somebody tomorrow to fill his spot, and it'll be a relief pitcher.
The theme with all Dodgers pitchers should be just stay ready.
Yeah.
Stay ready. You never know what role you're going to be tossed into. You might be starting. You might be in the bullpen. You might the amount of injuries that this Dodgers pitching staff has gone through this season is insane.
And regards to staying ready, Roki ended up going 3 1/3, and like Dave Roberts said, the blister came out of nowhere. There was an indication on Roki's face that something was wrong, but until he called out Mark Pryor, then Mark Pryor called out his interpreter and the trainer, did he realize something was up. And you're watching the game, and Dave Roberts picks up the phone, he calls to the bullpen, and there's no one warming up because it's the 4th inning.
Yeah.
And Edgardo Enriquez, credit to him, has to come out there and finish the inning, and then Lowour comes out in the 4th. So staying ready at this point, I'm sure, is just the bullpen's mantra of we don't know what the heck is going on with this starting rotation. All we can do is be ready to shine when our number's called.
And how worried should we be about the blister? Well, blisters can be tricky, you guys, especially for pitchers. Now, if you remember, Shohei Ohtani was dealing with one mid-season, and his lingered for about a month that we were aware of.
Yeah.
Because late May, early June, he quietly managed the blister for weeks while still pitching at an elite level. And then around June 10th, you could see that it was visibly affecting his pitching. We were kind of getting murmurs that he might be dealing with a blister. And then June 17th was where it busted against the Rays, and you could see blood on his jersey. And you're like, okay, once it pops, the fun has to stop.
The fun has to stop. Yeah, and with Roki, I was looking around here a second ago because we have so many props. I can't find that baseball that's usually sitting up here. But when you throw a forkball, which is Roki's signature pitch, you place the ball between the webbing of your index finger and your middle finger. And as you throw it, it naturally rubs against the tip of your middle finger. That is where Roki's blister is. So like Dave Roberts said, we're going to cover it up so he can keep his arm loose in the bullpen and everything. But in regards to actually throwing that pitch, that blister has to be fully healed.
Yeah.
You can't send Roki out there with the batters knowing, well, he doesn't have a forkball. Like he has to be his full self. At least they're attacking it now. 15-day IL. Hopefully it doesn't get extended. But there is a likely scenario, just because blisters are such a fickle thing, that maybe Lowour just has to hold it down, and the next time we see Roki, it is in that bullpen role.
Like, I forgot how painful blisters were. I got one on my foot, like kind of right where a sandal hits, right where all my shoes hit, from a wedding that I was at a couple weeks ago. And even with a Band-Aid, like a blister Band-Aid that has the padding, a sock on it, I could still feel, and it was painful every single step. And I'm not like, this is like, as a job, as a professional athlete, when you're pitching, you're not allowed to have anything on your hand. You're not allowed to cover that blister. So when Dave said, we'll keep it covered and he'll like stay warm, that means they will be able to actually put something on it so he can like play toss, but not like full strength and full speed. But blisters are gnarly.
Blisters.
What?
Paper cuts and stub toes.
Dude.
Actually, you know what? Now that everything's digital, do paper cuts still happen?
Yes.
Okay.
I swear
That
every
sounds
time.
personal.
Well, because I have a big bag, and we
Yes,
always
yes,
get a
you do.
piece of paper. I've
That's
reached
true.
in a couple times to grab something, and it has sliced my finger. And it's just like,
It's just there.
so unfortunate. And then you don't realize how often like you're touching things right in that spot on your
Yep.
finger, how often you're picking something up and it's hitting something, how it reopens, because I'm constantly washing my hands with a child or putting hand sanitizer on. Like, it is.
Ooh, hand sanitizer. Oof. Hand sanitizer, paper cut.
I don't
you
think
are a
you
soldier.
realize.
You are a
So I'm a
soldier,
germaphobe.
man.
I think we've talked about this before. I have hand sanitizer in every purse, every bag, in my car. Like, if I shake someone's hand, I am hand sanitizing. If I touch something, I'm hand sanitizing. Like,
in a paper cut is no joke. Credit to you.
you
but-
just kind of like let it burn.
Yeah,
You're like,
shout out to Usher. If you have a paper cut, a stub toe, or a blister, I will never look at you sideways. You are fighting one of God's toughest battles.
Dude, why are stub toes so gnarly?
Because they're embarrassing. I think I
Is it
think that's what
though?
it boils down to. It's
So
how
I-
am I not looking where I'm walking?
It's
It's
you
pain, but it's
are,
embarrassment.
but sometimes like we now just joke about it. So I'm clumsy and I catch myself, but I don't fall. I'm like a professional like faller. Like I'm not
You're a
gonna
stunt-
I'm not
a
gonna go
stunt
on the
woman.
ground. Yeah, just because like my mom said I fell so much as a kid, I just kind of got used to it, and like if there is a crack or bump, I will find it. So now we just joke. We say like when you trip, you're like, oh, found it. Don't worry about it. I found it. Don't worry about it. But like, yeah, no, the stub toes are real.
Heal up, Roki. We hope to see you out there soon.
Yeah. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we are heading back to some football. We got Rams Chargers tonight. We are so excited to have Jordan Rodrigue, the senior NFL writer for The Athletic, joining the show, who just called the Rams' last game over the weekend. Don't go anywhere. That's next here on Brock and Alex.
And you heard Alex say it already. We got special guest Evan Lovett from LA in a minute. You guys have seen him on YouTube, on Instagram, on anywhere you can see major LA events. He's basically always there. He's highlighting the greatest things that happen throughout our great city of Los Angeles. Evan Lovett, welcome in and congratulations on being the first LA RSVP special guest, I guess that's what we call it.
Yeah.
Woo.
Evan,
Hey! What up, Evan? What up?
Legend.
What is
Absolute
up,
legend.
Brock, Alex, Shay? Thanks for having me. I did not realize I was the first, but let's do this. Let's get into it.
Oh, definitely. And I couldn't think of someone better to be our first, because honestly, I always call myself the expert in LA events, but I don't think there is anyone else that's better suited as the expert in LA events. But let me let you guys know what LA RSV actually is for the new listeners that don't know what it is. I basically tell Brock, Alex, and special guest Evan different stories from around LA or different events that are happening around LA, and they tell me if they want to RSVP yes or no to these events / stories / places / whatever's going on in Los Angeles. So our first event of the LA RSVP with Evan Lovett from LA in a minute is going to be USC football starting this weekend. They're going to be playing San Jose State August 29th, 12 p.m. at the Coliseum. Obviously, there's tons of pros. We get college football back. You're going to be at this old historic Coliseum. It might not be the greatest game with USC probably going to take the league very quickly, but that atmosphere might just be enough for that traffic. Evan, let's start with you. Are you RSVPing yes or no to USC football?
Listen, I got to go. I got to check it out. The season is starting. It's the Coliseum, USC. Slightly disappointing last year. Going to be a big season for Lincoln Riley, for Jordan Mailata. I mean, this is something to watch. Yes, it's going to be a blowout, but it is going to be something that is interesting to watch and will tell a tale for the rest of the season.
So, Evan, I've actually never been to a USC tailgate before, and I feel like you would be the right person to ask about this. Kind of paint the picture, and is it worth it even if you're just going for, like, the tailgates and do, like, I need to go?
Okay. If you wanted me to put it truthfully, it's going to be hot. It's going to be really hot.
That's all we want is the truth.
And look, will I be there for the tailgate? I will not. All right. But will I be there for kickoff? And you know what? At least the first half when USC goes up by 38 points. Yes. So that's the true story. Later in the year when it starts cooling down a little bit, we'll be there for the tailgating. But listen, Trojans fighting on. Gonna see. This is a big season because look, I mean, I don't have any inside info or anything, but Lincoln Riley, I mean, great coach, but at USC, what has he really accomplished? And I think patience is wearing a little thin, and I think we're going to have to take a look because across town, UCLA, the excitement's there with Bob Chesney, and man, he's got the transfer. They just had the kid coming back from James Madison with the extra eligibility. So UCLA has a lot of momentum, and if it turns out that UCLA starts off fast, USC maybe doesn't, Lincoln Riley might be on the hot seat. So I'm going to be watching this one, and this is a definite RSVP yes.
Evan.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. We love how much you are part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, you can get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can call us at any time at 855-975-2326. But right now, I am so excited to bring in our first guest of the day. She's a senior NFL writer for The Athletic, the creator of the play callers and Finding Rams. You heard her in the booth calling the Rams game last weekend. Please welcome Jordan Rodriguez.
Hey, guys. Oh, that was a rad intro. I feel like I want to run through a wall
Let's
right now.
go.
Thank you.
Of course, thank you for being here. And congratulations on an incredible broadcast, calling the game last weekend. Now, obviously, we're not seeing Ram starters in the preseason. That's just not what Sean McVay does. However, they still had a shutout performance. What stood out to you the most about really how deep this Rams roster is?
Yeah, I mean, you said it. I'm really impressed with how their depth looks right now. I think the Saints, I'm curious about the Saints' whole plan in general with how many joint practices they decided to do. I think they looked worn out, but the Rams looked really sharp. They looked at attention. They looked like they really understood this is a very vanilla version of the defense that they're going to be running, but it was all effort to the point where, you know, it's cool being in the broadcast booth because you hear these cool stories of certain players and they're mad to come out because they want to keep playing and being on the field. And I'm really impressed so far with their defensive line. I thought that this was going to be where we saw maybe some gaps just because they're so top heavy, but I really appreciate what I've seen from just how many players are showing up and really trying to make a case for themselves as depth on this roster or the practice squad. And this team always finds safeties. I don't know, they just have a knack for it. They always have this rotation coming in of either practice squad or late depth chart safeties who can have a chance of making this team and contributing on special teams. So really impressive stuff from them so far.
And Jordan, because you know this roster so well, as we get ready for the final preseason game, who is a fringe guy that you found yourself rooting for to make the final roster?
Oh, I love this question. I want everybody to pay attention to Mr. Wesley Bailey, the Canadian.
There we go.
The guy he's a Louisville transfer, also was an all-academic at Rutgers. And he just fills, first of all, you notice him because he looks like an NFL player. I know that is such a cliche, but he fills out the pads with the length that you really want to see in a pass rusher. And they have a lot of different sizes up all along that line, whether it's a little bit more undersized nose tackles in terms of height, or they have really dynamic, versatile, I would say like thicker bodied defensive ends or outside linebackers. And I really missed seeing a guy with a lot of length and that reach, the long arm techniques that you can use, kind of like a Leonard Floyd is who he reminded me of, just body type wise. And then in terms of how he's been putting things together, week over week, he has taken such advantage of his opportunities in practice too. Hear really good things about how he's wired. So I really found myself rooting for Wesley Bailey, and I hope that people keep an eye on him.
I love that. Now let's talk about a name that everybody knows and LA's excited to see in a Rams uniform, and that's Myles Garrett. However, he's been held out of practice. I think we might be a little over 2 weeks now. They keep saying it's for precautionary reasons. What's the latest on when we can expect to see Garrett back, and is whatever the injury is improving?
Yeah, we'll have to see, because this time of year, after this preseason game, and so then over the next 2 weeks and a little bit of a truncated period for the Rams too because of their trip to Australia, that's when you really see them ramp up what their full, I would say, install, or like the full upload of their offense and defense is going to be. They've been putting pieces of it together. Obviously, they've had some injury issues. With Myles, I never worry about Myles Garrett. That's just like my baseline status. So for me, I think that if he's feeling, a little bit of things that he knows his body so well, that feeling a little bit of things that he wants to stay on top of before a really, really long season, and they expect postseason, I think that precautionary tag that they've put on this is actually true. There's a lot of times when teams say that, and I really roll my eyes at it. In this case, I do think it's true that it is precautionary. That guy knows himself so well. And I have to tell you, I watched, it's sort of a blessing in disguise, because I was out at practice about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, and he was practicing fully, and he absolutely destroyed the practice. So it's kind of like when Aaron Donald used to be in there, and you'd be like, okay, that guy needs to take some mandatory rest days so that we can actually get some actual work for our offensive linemen without the fear just permeating through the entire. And I saw Myles at the facility on the bike and out there with teammates. And really, to me, it was funny. He's on the bike and he's under the big tent and he's watching out over the Saints and Rams joint practices. And it just reminded me of like a big cat, like a lion watching prey through the grass. Like, that's really what it felt like. I'm like, when this guy gets on the field, it is going to be let it rip, full go. So I do think it's a lot of precaution right now.
Well, he's going to be tearing apart offensive lines all season. What about the Rams' offensive line? If you had to point to a weakness in this loaded team, I think many people would look at that O-line. We're waiting on word of whether or not Alaric Jackson will be suspended. Justin Dedich just returned from injury. What did you make of this offensive line through joint practices and just throughout training camp in general?
Yeah, the question for me, obviously, it's headlined by will they have all their personnel available to them, and then the injury to Keegan Trost was really tough, because he was somebody who, if needed, was going to be able to participate right away for them if they needed to have that happen. He played mostly on the right side in training camp before his injury, but was getting some reps on the left side. I think the smart thing this team went out and did was re-sign David Quessenberry, who can be a swingman for them, essentially, on the left or the right side as needed. I'm really impressed with how Warren McClendon has come along. And then when you have an interior that features Steve Avila and then Coleman Shelton, who is probably every coach's favorite, one of their favorite players and the quarterback's best friend with what he can see at the line of scrimmage. And then Kevin Dotson, another guy who is every quarterback's best friend and every running back's best friend. When you have the interior the way that it is, I think it's a really solid group. I like seeing Justin Dedich come back, because though he is undersized, he is so good in the screen game for them, and he really scraps. So he is very, very quality depth for them. And I don't want people to sleep on Bo Limmer either. He had a really crazy year as a rookie playing center full-time, obviously unfortunate end to that year, and now is full-time at guard and gives them really quality depth at right or left guard, and seems to have really taken to that position and full time playing there like a fish in water. So they do have some sneaky depth in places that I don't think people have seen just yet. Hopefully they don't have to see it as the season continues.
Jordan, I want to stick with players who will be or might not be available and talk about Puka Nacua here, who's also been held out of practice with his groin situation. How serious is his injury?
You know what? That's something where, again, this time of year, I think a lot of things are done out of a excess of precaution. I couldn't speak to the severity specifically, but to me, watching him work on the side with the trainers, this is a player who they're going to ask a lot of him when he is available this season. Still waiting, obviously, to hear what the league comes down on for the Rams with that. But really, they're going to ask so much of him that any little thing that comes up, a twinge or an ache or something that maybe just doesn't feel like everything's connecting correctly or everything's flowing correctly, they are going to pull that player, whether it's, Puka or Miles, Devontae, any of these veterans, because their goal isn't so much, September, October. It's more November, December, January, maybe February. So I think, to me, the key word, I know it's a cliche, I'm sorry, guys, but precaution is really what I'm looking at here.
Jordan, the final preseason affair for the Rams and Chargers takes place tonight. The Rams are resting their guys, whereas the Chargers, after a lackluster effort against the 49ers, will be playing their starters. What have you made of the limited plays that we've seen from the Chargers so far?
Oh, I think they're so potentially exciting if they can just stay healthy. That's just the thing that we say about them over and over and over again. And I hate that it's become such a drumbeat for this team, because there's so much potential here. Justin Herbert and Mike McDaniel pairing, I know just we love it for the content also, but in terms of the schematics, it's awesome to think about what they can do. They're also, I spent a little time for The Athletic out at Chargers camp and for NFL Daily this year, and just the size overall of every player on this roster. They're going to get a lot out of their young guys early. I'm really excited for Omari and Hampton, what he can do with this overhauled run game, and especially the physicality that he brings to it. And Charlie Kolar, fantasy football people who are used to seeing Charlie Kolar as a blocking tight end, like, this guy's just going to be a dude in every facet. He probably won't come off the field. He's going to catch a lot of passes in this offense. Mike McDaniel absolutely loves him as that, what they call an F, which means, you either play receiver or tight end, but a lot of the offense flows through you and where you are on the blocking and passing surface. And so I really think that Kolar can do that for them. And then on the defensive side, I'm so curious and interested to see what Chris O'Leary's got in the bag, because they wanted him to just come and make a seamless transition back out of college and over, taking over Jesse Minter's group, which I think Jesse Minter coached the heck out of last year. And I'm curious. I'm very excited to see what they do, and particularly how he kind of gets back into NFL mode after dealing with some weird spacing things that you have to always deal with when you're coaching in college.
Jordan, sticking with the game tonight here, obviously Harbaugh is playing his starters for 2 series. Sean McVay not playing any starters. So there's going to be some position battles, and we talked about that depth earlier. What are those position battles that you're going to be keeping the closest eye on tonight in this final preseason game?
Yes, I am still looking at the competition at depth corner, and specifically maybe that 5th cornerback spot or that 10th defensive back spot. In that case would probably be a safety, because they play their safeties so heavily and use their safeties in the slot now and in their dime packages. So those are 2 positions I'm really, really looking at. And I'm also looking at, of course, this sort of 4th to 5th edge. Keir Thomas getting hurt was really tough, because I do think he had a real shot of making the roster. He's just so steady and so consistent. And so I'm really looking to see who they add as depth up front in that regard too, which is interesting. I think they're pretty set in most positions on that side of the ball, but that is actually where there are a couple of roster spots, I think, to be had. So this will be exciting stuff, and seeing what those guys have against a pretty exciting, potentially, offense and what the Chargers will throw at them.
Jordan, while most Angelinos know you from your direct coverage of the Rams, you have this whole league locked down. What is your favorite non-LA storyline to follow this season?
Ooh, that is such a great question. I am looking at, I think we have a couple of catalytic figures in these coaching positions that have come into the league and are really finding their stride. I would say Mike McDonald in Seattle is one of them, and certainly him coaching defense the way that he does. It is a thorn in the side of what I would call like the dominant coaching system that's sort of permeated through the league, led by, of course, Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan. And then Ben Johnson, man, that guy's got some fire to him. He scares me a little bit.
Yeah, he does.
But man, he is an antagonist, and I say that in the most complimentary way. Like, he does not care. He wants to take down every single one of these guys. And I'm watching to see how those two coaches, and specifically the systems that they run, collide with what we've seen as a lot of the maybe dominant crowd in the NFL this year.
Jordan, before we let you go, I want to take a look at the Rams' week 1 game. Very unique situation in terms of that they are going to the opposite side of the world in Australia. And between them and the 49ers, they're kind of handling the travel in 2 different ways. From what we hear, the Rams are coming in the night before, heading right back. So how are you hearing Sean McVay is going to handle this crazy travel, whether it's sleep, whether it's recovery, because all of that comes into play starting the season?
The only data I really have to go off of, and because, especially because, you know, it's been reported by ESPN, but I don't know that the teams actually come out and like talked about their plans, but we do have data from last year because they did the same thing before, you know, kicking the crap out of the Jacksonville Jaguars in London. And so those two, the thing that I'm curious about, and it's a great question, and I'm sorry, I'll just ask another question in response, is that's a longer trip, obviously, to Australia. And I think it worked really well. I heard stories, you know, murmurs here and there about how players really bought into the plan and were shocked at how good they felt that day when they got into London and were getting ready to play, because they had tried to, on the plane, keep as normal a schedule as possible, almost to where teaching their brain to reject the time change almost, if that makes sense. And so I'm curious about that, because I think, yes, we saw it work and proof of concept there in Jacksonville, or against Jacksonville, but this is a whole different beast, this trip to Australia. And I think we will learn a lot about either strategy with how either sharp or flat either of these teams look, because you know that this is going to be such an important game for both of those franchises. You know, the fact that it's happening on the other side of the world is a little bit of a plot twist here, but I think we're really going to see a lot of proof of concept either way for these guys.
Wild. And the fact, I forget if it's going there, or coming back, like you time travel going to Australia, like you lose a day, gain a day. So it is going to be
upside down. Don't you flip upside down too?
What?
Yes, you do. You're on the other hemisphere.
It's insane, you guys. Jordan, we appreciate you so much, all of your insight. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks, guys. It was my pleasure. Take care.
Anytime.
Awesome.
She's awesome.
Yeah.
She is
If you got to watch her broadcast, like it was great on Saturday. Love seeing women in the booth. That's like my favorite thing.
I love that was a trend across the league, and she absolutely killed it.
Yeah. I didn't even think of, like, there's so many, even if it's like the people who cover the Rams on a daily basis, like, why is this happening? Plot twist. Why? I'm going to continue asking why. Why,
curious,
like, one of the best matchups.
I'm curious to see how the broadcast handles it. Obviously, they have to big it up, but they also are going to have to acknowledge each team's travel schedule.
They're also flying in Netflix. We talked to MJ Acosta-Ruiz the day before.
Yeah.
They're also getting in the day before.
I'm very curious how positive they can spin it, because nobody playing wants this to happen.
No, absolutely not. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, apparently the Dodgers will not be for sale. We got some updated news on that when we come back here on Brock and Alex.
And I'm right there with you, but I want you to give the people some nostalgia for those who don't know. Nobody knows Los Angeles better than you. Can you paint the picture of the USC heyday and how the Trojans were the show in town?
Okay. For the heyday, I can't speak on. O.J. Simpson, Charles White, John McKay, Robinson, that era. But the recent heyday, my lifetime heyday, let's put it this way. I am a UCLA Bruin. Through and through, 4's up, 8 clap. In the 90s, UCLA won 9 in a row against USC. J.J. Stokes, Kate McNown. But then came Pete Carroll. Then came Reggie Bush, Lendale White, Matt Leinart. This was not just an excellent program. This was a dynasty that during an era that Los Angeles had no professional football, don't forget, Raiders left, Rams left. USC was professional football, and it was exciting, and Pete Carroll and them had the Coliseum rocking. And it was honestly Saturday nights, Saturdays at the Coliseum were must attend, must see TV. And USC was running the town. It was Dodgers, Lakers, and USC football. So ever since then, they've been chasing it a little bit, had some great years in between, but never quite attained those heights. When they got Lincoln Riley, they were like, all right, we're here. It's big boy football again. But again, haven't quite got over the hump. So USC's always considered that premier elite program. Now in the Big Ten, they haven't really proven it. And as a UCLA guy, I'm excited about Chesney, and everything's looking up. But let's see what goes on with USC and Riley this year.
Okay, so Evan is still a RSVP. Yes, Brock, did you say
I'm
yes?
RSVP.
You're
I'm in.
okay, I'm going to RSVP no because of a couple reasons that Evan just gave. The heat right now. I'm going to wait till it cools down a little to have my full, because I want the full like tailgate experience. I'm going for the fun, not work. I'm new to like not being on the sidelines and working games, so now I'm getting to experience them as a fan for the first time, and I haven't been able to do that yet with football, especially because I had a Saturday show that I worked on for 3 years at Fox Sports. So now I have Saturdays open. So now I actually can go to football games. So I'm going to wait, as you said, Evan, until it gets a little cooler. And then also, like, I want to pick a better game. I want a great game to go to, a good matchup. So I'm RSVPing no. You got 2v1 here on this one, Shay.
Tell Fish I'll always remember him running down the tunnel towards our locker room to chase down Allen Iverson to say, good series, after the Lakers beat us in that 5th game in Philly. So he said, be well, thanks for understanding. He'll talk to us next week. But Fish, you've heard that story on this air, bringing the Lakers and Philly thing all together.
Yeah, that I just got emotional again thinking about it. That's awesome. Yeah, I think sometimes as a competitor, like, you know, there's blood in your eyes when you're fighting against another guy. Yeah. And then the minute the clock goes off and you recognize, like, you don't have to try to kill this guy anymore, like, it instantly turns to respect for my competitor. And, you know, playing against Allen for 5 games and how hard that was. And, you know, I was lucky I was on the team that had Shaq and Kobe. So,
but this is not just what it meant to you. This is a gentleman, what was this, 20 damn years ago? How many years? 25 years ago?
And that's what he remembers.
This is a person that was in that building
amazing.
as well and saw you run down there, and Allen Iverson told him as well what you did. So it's not just between you and Allen Iverson, it's between other people that were in the building or watched that too. So big ups to you, Fish.
That's awesome.
Thank you. There was the number 8 version of him and then the number 24 version of him. And I still think about that now when you think about players. Sometimes when we talk about how refreshing it is for guys to tell us what they're thinking and what's going on, and oh man, I feel like I struggled, or I feel like this. Like, I still think there's something to being in character that athletes should still hold on to. Kobe got into character as well as anybody that's ever played a sport. It was a part of who he was, but he went into an entirely different space and mindset when it came to competition. It was like putting on the actual armor to go out onto the battlefield. Like, right, we saw the Odyssey. There's not many times that they walked out there without sliding that helmet on. Like, it's like you turn into a different person once you slide that thing on. It's okay to be what you need to be for your team in certain moments that isn't necessarily consistent with who you actually are. It's okay to leave Clark Kent or Bruce Wayne at the house. We need you to be Superman and Batman.
Rams are playing the Chargers on Thursday, that final preseason game at Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We love when you are part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream at The Fan LA, get in the chat. You can also call us at any time at 855-975-2326. Now, there hasn't been a lot of positive conversation surrounding LA team ownership, whether it's the Buss family or it's Mark Walter. And it really all started, obviously, with the sale of the Lakers. So there's been a lot of speculation around Mark Walter lately and the federal investigation surrounding some of his businesses. Obviously, all kind of sparked all of our interests, and how it came to our attention was the 72-hour turnaround flip sale of the Lakers. Well, now TWG Global, that's Walter's holding company, released a statement saying there has been no fraud. Yeah. And that it is cooperating with the U.S. Department of Justice and the SEC. And it says no sale process has been initiated, and was backed up, kind of what Dodgers president Stan Kasten said recently, is Mark Walter has no plans to sell the team. But I also don't think he planned to sell the Lakers, if we're going to go there. He just had to, because you can't just get billions of dollars out of nowhere. The only place he is going to be able to cash out for billions of dollars, which is what this whole situation is around, that's the only way you're going to get it. So just to recap real quick, if you're new here, okay? For the federal investigation, Mark Walter has a large portfolio of companies he owns. One of those is insurance companies. I just found this out recently. I didn't know this was a thing, but insurance companies can invest the premiums they receive from their clients, and they are allowed to invest them back into companies that the insurance company also owns, but you have to disclose the full amount, and it can only be a certain percentage. The issue here is Mark Walter was not disclosing the full amount that he was investing these insurance premiums back into affiliated companies like the Dodgers. So one of his insurance companies claimed they invested $750 million when in fact it was closer to $18 billion. So that is the issue here, not disclosing how much he was investing these insurance premiums back into these sports teams. Now, you think he would have learned his lesson when he bought the Dodgers back in 2014 for $2.something billion and was sued back then because there were whistleblowers saying, well, half of that money isn't his. Half of that money he's using from insurance premiums to purchase the daughter. Well, they ended up Dodgers. They ended up settling and paying off those people. And instead of learning from that, he thought like he got smarter and did it again to purchase the Lakers, which is why I think the federal government then had to be like, uh-oh, red flags. Let's see what's going on. How is this guy having so much cash capital to be able to purchase these two big teams in LA?
Yeah, there's a difference between you maybe cutting the corners or adding a zero or taking off a zero here or there, and the federal government says, all right, everyone does it. But then you keep doing it, and eventually the government says, okay, now you're playing with me. Like now you are disrespecting us and our ability to pull the plug whenever we feel like it. So he got a little too frisky. And my annoyance, I guess, one of my annoyances is going back to Stan Kasten, the CEO and president of the Dodgers, who's effectively the mouthpiece for Mark Walter. Yeah. They are saying he's not talking very well since the stroke that he suffered in 2024, and Stan Kasten is kind of the face of things for now. Mm-hmm. It really rubbed me the wrong way how snippy he was with reporters and how defensive he was. Be realistic and acknowledge that people are pissed off. I don't think Stan could have handled it any worse. He answered just a couple questions on the field. Maybe it was late last week, early this week. And it was just so defensive. And I was just shocked at how appalled he seemed by people asking if the Dodgers are for sale. Nothing has ever been said. So what are we supposed to believe regarding the future of the Dodgers ownership? Like, you have no right to be so defensive and snippy with reporters who are asking questions when everything that has happened over the past 2 weeks is unprecedented. Like, say something or don't say anything at all, but don't get angry with people.
So he was like gaslighting
Yeah.
the reporters. He's like, this is not a Dodgers problem.
Yeah,
this
it
is
is.
a Lakers problem. It's like, yeah, but it's the same owner. What do you mean? And you have a lot of staff members that work for both the Lakers and the Dodgers. So not only is the fan base concerned, as they should be, like, well, if you in 72 hours flipped the Lakers for a $2.5 billion profit, what's to say you're not going to sell the Dodgers if they three-peat, especially, and they will be the most valuable they've ever been? I mean, they already are the most valuable team in baseball, sports team, because they became the first Major League Baseball team to net over $1 billion in revenue last year. And that is because Shohei Ohtani and the Dodgers basically being Team Japan.
Mm-hmm.
So they are a cash cow.
Yeah.
If you were ever going to sell a team, this is the highest they have been. And he has a end of the year deadline to get together. I think it's somewhere near, I don't know the exact number, $20 billion.
So he needs to prove that $20 billion is right on the books. I believe the number that he owes is $7 billion. But even with the sale of the Lakers, that's only 2.5. So he needs money from somewhere. And the fact is, like, the Stan Kasten thing just really, really irked me the wrong way. LA Sports ownership is going up in flames, and you expect fans and reporters, journalists to not ask questions about it. It just really irked me. There were reports that Dr. Patrick Soon-Shiong, who owns the LA Times, he bought them in 2018. And is a owner of the Lakers. He bought
minority owner,
4%. Yeah. He bought it from Magic Johnson in 2010. That he has inquired about purchasing Mark Walter's share in the Dodgers. That was reportedly
and he owns
shot down.
30%. I think it's around 30%. Mark Walter.
Mark Walter is just under 30%. Yes, I want to say it's like 28 point something.
Okay.
And that was immediately shot down, which then, of course, led to more and more reports. I still am with you. I feel that this team gets sold, and Stan Kasten just really rubbed me and a lot of LA the wrong way. Like, you have no right to be all snickety with us when we are just asking questions after the Lakers are going up in flames right now.
It's just tough because Mark Walter came in and completely turned this Dodgers franchise around and turned them into a current dynasty. And again, defending the money is getting harder and harder as a Dodger homer. And again, always follow the money. The hard part is like what he was doing is very blurred lines because you are allowed to reinvest back into your other properties. And if you're looking at the investment, it has been an insanely incredible investment. Yep. The issue is he wasn't disclosing the full amount he was investing, and he was investing other people's money who won't reap the benefits the same way that he is getting all the benefits. And that's why the government is stepping in going, why are you taking all of their money in the premiums that one day when they need it, whatever insurance they're calling in for, they're not going to be getting that same like benefit flip in like investment that you are getting in this.
Yeah, you can do what he did as long as you honestly report it, and he did not do that, which of course, if you're willing to lie about one thing, what else are you willing to lie about is the government's point of view there.
Ooh. Brock, you don't want to keep pulling the curtain back. Let's just leave it right there. All right, we're diving into Rams-Chargers preseason game 3 next. SoFi. Now, we had heard from Harbaugh that the starters are going to play 2 series. Now, the Chargers starters played 1 series in preseason game 2. So the fact that he just, they're bumping it up to 1 more because when we watched it, we're like, that kind of feels like a tease. We needed to see more in a new Mike McDaniel offense. Justin Herbert, we got nothing. Okay, we got nothing, and we need to see a little more if I'm going to believe in what this new system is come week 1. So we know the Rams aren't going to have any of their starters out there. That's not what they do. But as you mentioned, it's going to be great for the battles of those final roster spots for the Rams to say, oh, look what I did against a starting roster.
Yeah, imagine if you're Cam Lampkin or Alex Cook or a bevy of other names who are fighting for those final 4 to 5 spots on the Rams roster. You get an opportunity to go out there against starters, whereas typically the final preseason game, you're competing against other backups. And even if you go out there and ball, you really have to elevate your game and play the game of your life to really show, okay, you were against third string, but you played so well that your spot is solidified. How rare of an opportunity it is to go out there in the third preseason game fighting for a final spot against the starting caliber NFL offense. And the Chargers are expected to have one of the top ones, because if you can go out there as a linebacker and handle that Chargers offensive line and Omari Hampton, if you can go out there as a DB and handle Ladd McConkey as a DB and make a play against a Justin Herbert pass, that goes a long way, because again, for this final preseason game, you're not just auditioning for the Rams, you're auditioning for the entire NFL. You go out there and ball, Jim Harbaugh may say, hey, that guy that the Rams released tore us up the other day. Bring him over. Anyone who is making decisions between the final preseason game and Sunday when you got to cut down rosters will be looking at this tape, and it is a tremendous opportunity for those guys.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Joe Serralo in for Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we are so excited to bring in our first guest of the day, AVP professional volleyball player, Olympian, and former NBA player, the reigning Manhattan Beach Open champ, Chase Budinger, joining the show.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Chase, thank you so much for being here. Now, you have a very unique story as an athlete. And we always hear a lot of athletes talk about, like, if they played one sport, like, oh, I could definitely dominate another sport. But you did it at the highest level, successfully transitioning from the NBA to an elite Olympian and beach volleyball champion. For people who might not know your story, can you kind of explain when you decided to make the jump, and did you always love beach volleyball?
Well, first, I've always loved beach volleyball. I definitely came from a background in both sports, in basketball and volleyball. So this wasn't something new that I just all of a sudden picked up and wanted to try it. This was something that I was very good at a young age. Once I got to college, I kind of stuck with basketball. I wanted to see how far it could take me. It got me to the NBA, played there for seven years. Had a good career. And then when I was done with that, I found myself back on the beach, living this lifestyle that, you know, that most beach volleyball players will say it's one of the best lifestyles you will ever experience.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We love when you are part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time, 855-975-2326. It is the final week of NFL preseason, which means, like, football is so back, you guys. We got week 0 college kicking off this weekend.
Yes, we do.
And then we are now 14 days away from Rams' first game in Australia.
Exactly. Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Wild, you guys.
It's almost here.
Wild. But I will say, we've gotten, like, if you're going to take a look back at, like, preseason, some of the biggest takeaways, little too much in terms of the injuries. That is brutal. Okay, both Chargers and Rams are dealing with that. But I have loved, I feel like we're in again, like a different kind of generation of players having a voice. And we've heard a couple different faces of the league kind of come out and either call out their teams, call out the league, whether it was CeeDee Lamb wearing that beekeeper's headpiece when he was in Oxnard to practice with the sun glare because Jerry won't put the blinds down inside of Jerry World, which is absolutely insane because they did during the World Cup. And if you're seeing it's affecting your players, why wouldn't you help your own guys out? No idea. Then we heard Joe Burrow call out the Bengals of just like, there's no more next year. Like, this is it.
Yeah.
Like, this is it. I made the call that if the Rams and Matthew Stafford win a Super Bowl, he's sailing off into the sunset, and LA goes hard in the paint to try to get Joe Burrow over here. But then yesterday, another face of the league, Josh Allen, was sharing some thoughts on NFL fields.
Grass is healthier for our bodies. I'm to a point in my career now that when we practice inside on the artificial, I can feel it the next day. And when we go out there, I feel great, and I think any guy that was honest would tell you that's how they feel. So one, I think it's healthier injury prevention. I've gotten numerous burns on my legs from artificial turf, like to the point where I can't sleep at night because it's bubbling over, and it's very painful. So I'm excited to not have to deal with that at home, at least. I know we still probably will play games on the road that are turf, but if I can snap my fingers and make every field grass, that's what I would do for sure.
Listen to your star players.
It's important that it was Josh Allen saying this. He is the darling of the league, and I don't even mean that in a negative way. He's a lovable guy who is a hell of a player, and if anyone can go out there and say something that will be heard by everyone, it's him.
It's him or Patrick Mahomes or Matthew Stafford. I think those three guys could really make an impact.
Yeah. Mahomes coming off of the injury where he tore his knee up is definitely a case. With Josh Allen, though, I love that he went the alternate route, whereas for most of the past couple years, as this fight between grass and turf goes on, players have gone the negative route, meaning they are being negative toward ownership, saying we want grass. The uptick in injuries on turf is clear. We want grass. Whereas Josh Allen kind of goes the other way. He's bigging up his new stadium and the ownership that they have, and they just built a new stadium and put grass on there and saying, wow, I'm so thankful that our home games are on grass. It's going to be difficult to play at other places, so maybe that will get some momentum. But the ongoing battle between turf versus grass has been an NFLPA and player issue for at least 5, 6, close to a decade now, and it's significant.
And would you say most players want the grass, and that all players
want grass? Definitely. It's just easier on the joints, your ankles and your knees. If you look up the injury rates between grass versus turf, the biggest uptick will be your knees and your ankles, because grass just gives more. It feels like turf is softer, but it doesn't give the same way that grass does. And when you're looking at 300-something pound offensive linemen and 200-something pound NFL players elsewhere, the ability for it to give and absorb your contact when you're planting that foot and cutting the other way can help your ankles and your knees for sure.
Whoa. Like, it's just, as someone who played soccer on turf, it sucks. It's the worst. And when Josh Allen was talking about like the burns and it bubbling, like that's a real thing. Like you were playing on hot, heated rubber opposed to dirt and grass, which is going to be more forgiving and easier on your body. I just think it's crazy that all these billionaire owners are going like, yeah, no, we don't care what you guys want. Even though you're the reason we're making all of this money and you are the actual stars in the product, It's a little too expensive to do that, even though we know it can be done because they put grass in all the stadiums for the World Cup, which was like every NFL player like, excuse me, is everybody seeing this? Is everybody seeing this? I don't want to hear the excuses anymore, okay?
Yeah.
It can happen.
It's very petty to pull all the stops out for the World Cup. And the World Cup, of course, demanded the top quality grass and all of these fields that say we don't have the capability of doing it. No, you have the capability. You just don't want to because it's seemed too expensive.
Also, look at baseball fields. Like, they have concerts in baseball stadiums all the time during the off season. My husband just played Petco Park, and they had that big white, whatever the
plastic tarp thing.
Yeah, not tarp because it's hard. It's like
platform.
Yeah, just covering the outfield. So it's doable. And yeah, you got to have a grounds crew that's out there like every single day, sunrise to sunset. But it's so much better.
Yeah,
it's so much better.
Significantly.
So tonight, is SoFi?
SoFi's turf.
Of course it is.
SoFi is turf.
Of course it is. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And tonight, the Rams and Chargers, you guys, wrap up their final preseason game. But we're going to see two completely different approaches to the final game of the preseason. Start with the Rams here, okay? As we know, Sean McVay is doing what he always does, not playing his starters. We haven't seen Stafford, obviously Puka Nacua and Myles Garrett have been sitting out of practice the last few weeks. But they were never going to see any time during a preseason game. Their practice is during the joint practice. That's when they're getting like game looks. But even when Matthew Stafford was on the broadcast during their last preseason game, he goes, we're not even game planning for joint practice. We're just kind of getting in the flow again of, not facing your own guys during practice. So the Rams going into this, a couple different things we're going to be watching. Mm-hmm. We do know that Ty Simpson is going to be playing. We still haven't heard if Bennett is going to be in or not. If there's an update, please correct me if I'm wrong.
It is still TBD.
Okay. So, heading into tonight in Sean McVay's Rams, what is going to be the biggest thing that you are keeping an eye on?
Before I forget, anyone with an NFL question, throw it in the chat. This, of course, is a heavy NFL week. The season is here. If you have a fantasy football draft question, it could be Rams related, Chargers related. I don't care if you're a Dolphins fan. If you have an NFL question of any kind, let us know.
If you're a Dolphins fan,
happy to answer.
I am sorry for you. I've heard it like they've had a really, really rough preseason.
They're going to be terrible. Yeah. They're going to be terrible. So if you're a Dolphin fan, go to church and then put a question in the chat. What to look for the Rams? I think one thing we can look at is who is playing and who's not playing and what that dictates. For example, if Ty Simpson is the only quarterback that we see and Stetson Bennett is not out there, then Sean McVay is essentially saying that Stetson Bennett is the backup
QB2
quarterback, which is unique because Ty Simpson getting reps against the starters is something that Stetson Bennett has never done. He's never taken a regular season snap. He's never played against starters. So Ty Simpson having that ability, having that opportunity is kind of unique. One thing to look for is tight end Max Clare. Max Clare is the drafted rookie out of Ohio State.
Okay.
He had a better first game than second game, but by all means, he will be a dude that this offense relies on. There will be 5 tight ends that the Rams likely carry into the season. If Max Clare is playing, it means Sean McVay wants to see more. If Max Clare is not playing, it means Max Clare has shown enough, and we will see him implemented with the ones sooner rather than later. There will be constant rotation in the tight end room, but Max Clare not playing is a huge sign of how much faith and belief that Sean McVay has in him. Another one with the same idea is CJ Daniels, who has played so many snaps over the first 2 games. Similar concept. He will be used at some point this season, especially when you factor in Puka, if he gets suspended or not. And just the fact that...
in the injury.
And him and Devontae typically don't make it through an entire season without missing a game or two. CJ Daniels will be implemented. But if he's not playing today, it means that Sean McVay has seen enough, and CJ Daniels will be implemented sooner than we think. So those are the three things to look for regarding who is on the field and who's not on the field and what that can mean.
So obviously this is just what Sean McVay does. He doesn't play his starters. But as a former NFL player and someone who was fighting for spots, do you like, I guess, Sean McVay's style of just not throwing starters out there at all during preseason?
If I had a young team, if I was a member of a young team, I want as many reps as we possibly can. Obviously, every time you go out there in football, you don't know what play could be your last play for the season because injuries happen, and it's a brutal part of the game. And that
not for long, league.
There you go. And you have to proceed with caution in that aspect. Where the Rams can get away with this is because they are so heavily experienced. Quentin Lake has been there a while. Puka Nacua has been there a while. Trent McDuffie is a new Ram, but he's been around the league for a while. Myles Garrett is in his 10th year. Devontae Adams is an old man now. Like, there's such an experienced team, and because there hasn't been a lot of turnover with the head coach, they all know the system. And even though there's been a rotating cycle of defensive coordinators and offensive coordinators, even though McVay is the offensive coordinator, it's all similar systems, so he doesn't need to see a ton. You compare that to the Raiders, where it's a lot of young guys and it's a new head coach. So there's a lot of new stuff going on. We need all the reps that we can get. And compare that to the Chargers. Pretty experienced team, have not had the success that the Rams have had, and they have a new offensive coordinator. So 1 3-and-out is not going to be enough to get it done. We have new coordinators on both sides of the ball. We need to see more reps. So it comes down to if I was on a young team or an experienced team.
You just called Devontae Adams an old man.
He is an old man.
He's 33 years old.
Old man Devontae.
Brock, you just called yourself.
Tay.
You just called yourself an old man.
But I'm not playing football anymore. Old man on the football field, yes.
Nah, this has got to be like maybe over 35. You can call him an old man, but 33.
33 at wide receiver is an old man.
No,
it is.
Brock.
It is. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I'm not saying anything that Devontae does not know.
There's no way.
He's an old man who is still one of the best receivers in the NFL, so it is a compliment to him.
No. Okay, let's go to the opposite side of the field here, because the Chargers are doing the opposite of what Sean McVay is doing. Jim Harbaugh said that he will have his starters play 2 series. However, Derwin James and Khalil Mack are expected to sit out, which again makes sense. You don't want your guys, your defensive guys who are veterans and have enough work in to get hurt. But most of their starters should get at least a little work in. And after watching the one series that we got from the new Mike McDaniel offense and Justin Herbert, where we got basically nothing, this has to happen.
Yeah, three plays is one thing. 3 embarrassing plays is another thing. The first play that they ran from scrimmage was a run for negative yards to Amari Hampton because 2 defenders broke through the line immediately, and he was tackled for a loss. The second play was an easy toss out to tight end Charlie Kohler, and he stumbled, so he wasn't able to get the first down. If he's able to stay on his feet, then he gets a first down before getting tackled, and then the offense gets 3 more plays, and maybe 3 more plays after that. You don't know what's going to happen, but he stumbled short of the first down line, and then on 3rd and 1, McDaniel tries to get a little cute and catch the defense off guard. They're playing the Niners and tries to hit a bang 8 to Ladd McConkey downfield. Herbert chucks it. Ladd McConkey's completely covered. And that is all that we've seen from the offense. It was not good enough. In fact, it was terrible. And we said after that game that we need to see much more of this offense. And now Harbaugh is doing the right thing in saying 2 series for the offense, because if you say the offense is going to get 1 series, and then they have a 3-and-out and they come back out for a second series, now that's a story. Now
then people know, like, oh, you weren't happy with it. We at home watching were like, that was kind of weird. But then you're admitting
that it wasn't good enough.
It wasn't. We all saw it.
But
you can't gaslight us and lie to us.
Knowing it's not good enough and having to stand in front of a microphone and saying it's not good enough, it's the same thing, but it's different in regards messaging to your team. Whereas if you say the offense is getting 2 series and they go out there and have a 10-play drive, he won't put them out there for a second series. But now the story is, oh, Mike McDaniel's offense looks so good that Harbaugh didn't even think they needed a second series. So he's playing the PR game, and he's playing it well.
So who do you think has the most to prove out there tonight for the Chargers?
I would say the offensive line / tight end room. The reason Omarion Hampton was tackled for loss on the first play against the Niners was because David Njoku blew a block and got blown up. And he's a great blocking tight end. He's kind of a tight end of a bygone era. Now you're either a blocking tight end or a pass catching. He's one of the few who can do both very well. So that was shocking. And Charlie Kolar stumbling was unfortunate to see. Why it's a big deal is McDaniel wants to run a lot of 12 personnel, and those two are going to be the tight end 1 and tight end 2. So I would say the tight end room. I would also say left tackle, just because Rashawn Slater has been out for the past 2 weeks. He was out for 2 weaks. He practiced on Sunday and has been practicing since. I would love to see him out there with the starting offense. If he's not out there, then it's okay. Well, how far away is he from being fully healthy? So those are the two things I'm looking at. O-line / tight end, who I guess you could group those together if you wanted to.
So Rams haven't given up a touchdown this preseason. Are you expecting that same kind of performance tonight, or no? Because we're getting the starters for the Chargers.
If you are the Chargers, anything less than a touchdown on one of these 2 series is a failure. You have to be able to get a touchdown, not just points. Like driving down there and kicking a 40-yard field goal against the Rams backups is not good enough. There has been an expectation set for the Chargers that McDaniel is here. He is the genius. Herbert should be one of the next special ones. Like all of those things are true, but we still have to see it. The Chargers have to enter this game saying our offense must score a touchdown.
Crystal ball. What is your prediction for what happens score tonight?
I would say the Chargers starters leave the field up 7-0, 10-0, and then the Rams backups being a more talented unit eventually win the game. But when Herbert and the starting offense and Derwin James and Khalil Mack aren't playing for the defense, by the way, but when Tui Pelotu and the Chargers starting defense leave the field, they have a 2-possession lead before losing the game.
Okay, so you want to see a touchdown, maybe a field goal from the Chargers starting offense that's going to be out there for 2 series. If you do not get anything close to that tonight at SoFi, is there room for concern coming into week 1 for this Chargers offense?
Yes, because the game against the Niners was that bad. It was that bad to where we can only feel pretty icky coming out of it. You have to be able to move the ball on the Rams backups. You have to be able to do that.
But Rams backups are deep, you guys. That's all we've been talking about. The Rams got depth. So this is going to be a fun one tonight. Final preseason game, Rams-Chargers at SoFi this evening. We're going to be watching. We're going to be breaking it all down tomorrow, what you saw, what you hope to see. But we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, Dominique Daphne, former NFL tight end, is joining the show. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
And I've been enjoying it. I've been, playing very good ball recently. And
right now, we're going to bring in producer Shay for a very special edition of LA RSVP, because we have the one and only Evan Lovett from LA in a Minute joining us for this edition of LA RSVP.
From courtside to red carpets, big game to big nights, Los Angeles sends the invite, and Brock and Alex decide. Are we ready to RSVP?
How we doing, LA? It is LA RSVP, and you heard Alex say it already. We got special guest Evan Lovett from LA in a Minute. You guys have seen him on YouTube, on Instagram, on anywhere you can see major LA events. He's basically always there. He's highlighting the greatest things that happen throughout our great great city of Los Angeles. Evan, love it. Welcome in, and congratulations on being the first LA RSVP special guest, I guess that's what we call it.
Yeah.
Woo.
Hey!
What up, Evan? What up?
Legend.
What is
Absolute
up,
legend.
Brock, Alex, Jay? Thanks for having me. I did not realize I was the first, but let's get into it.
Oh, definitely. And I couldn't think of someone better to be our first, because honestly, I always call myself the expert in LA events, but I don't think there is anyone else that's better suited as the expert in LA events. But let me let you guys know what LA RSV actually is for the new listeners that don't know what it is. I basically tell Brock, Alex, and special guest Evan different stories from around LA or different events that are happening around LA, and they tell me if they want to RSVP yes or no to these events / stories / places / whatever's going on in Los Angeles. So our first event of the LA RSVP with Evan Levitt from LA in a minute is going to be USC football starting this weekend. They're going to be playing San Jose State August 29th, 12 p.m. at the Coliseum. Obviously, there's tons of pros. We get college football back. You're going to be at this old historic Coliseum. It might not be the greatest game, with USC probably going to take the lead very quickly, but that atmosphere might just be enough for that traffic. Evan, let's start with you. Are you RSVPing yes or no to USC football?
Listen, I got to go. I got to check it out. The season is starting. It's the Coliseum, USC. Slightly disappointing last year. Going to be a big season for Lincoln Riley, for Jordan Mailata. I mean, this is something to watch. Yes, it's going to be a blowout, but it is going to be something that is interesting to watch and will tell a tale for the rest of the season.
So, Evan, I've actually never been to a USC tailgate before, and I feel like you would be the right person to ask about this. Kind of paint the picture, and is it worth it even if you're just going for, like, the tailgates and do, like, I need to go?
Okay. If you wanted me to put it truthfully, it's going to be hot. It's going to be really hot.
That's all we want is the truth.
And look, will I be there for the tailgate? I will not. All right, but will I be there for kickoff? And you know what? At least the first half, when USC goes up by 38 points, yes. So that's the true story. Later in the year, when it starts cooling down a little bit, we'll be there for the tailgating. But listen, Trojans fighting on. Gonna see. This is a big season because look, I mean, I don't have any inside info or anything, but Lincoln Riley, I mean, great coach, but at USC, what has he really accomplished? And I think patience is wearing a little thin, and I think we're going to have to take a look because across town, UCLA, the excitement's there with Bob Chesney, and man, he's got the transfer. They just had the kid coming back from James Madison with the extra eligibility. So UCLA has a lot of momentum, and if it turns out that UCLA starts off fast, USC maybe doesn't, Lincoln Riley might be on the hot seat. So I'm going to be watching this one, and this is a definite RSVP yes.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. We just got a Rams update trade. Do you have it in front of you?
Yes, the Dolphins have traded wide receiver Tutu Atwell back to the Los Angeles Rams. Keyword being back. He was with the Rams up until this offseason in exchange for running back Jarquez Hunter. Tutu's back in LA.
Okay, so what does that tell you, though, about what's going on in LA?
It tells me that they are expecting Puka's suspension, and it tells me that or injury. You know, Puka's absence.
Yes.
They are expecting Puka's absence, and it tells me that they really want a wide receiver 3. Tutu Atwell had a couple years to separate himself in the Rams uniform. He was never able to do that, but they're bringing him back because he knows the offense.
Let's go. We love to see it. All right, guys, we are so excited to bring in our next guest, former NFL tight end, current college football and NFL analyst. Please welcome Dominique Daphne. Yeah.
There he is.
Hello. Appreciate you
Oh,
guys.
there we go. We appreciate you for being here. So obviously a lot of big headlines last week of preseason football here, but one of them kind of like shocked, I think, the entire football world. So as a former NFL player, what was your reaction when you were hearing about guys trying to go back to college after signing a pro contract?
I think, like many ex-players, I'm like, shoot, how many years I got left? I mean, if anybody can come back, I mean, how many I can get back at this point? If everybody's coming back, I mean, it seems like everybody's coming off the bench. But I mean, I really just don't like it. I think it's creating this log jam in college football where you have high school athletes that are trying to fight to get in, and you got 25, 26-year-olds who are fighting to stay in. Now you got to create this whole logjam when it comes to creating rosters going into the fall for coaches, and you have coaches who are even leaving open roster spots for guys to potentially not make the team, not make the squad for their 53, and they're potentially coming back to college. I just hate it. I think it's taken away from the essence of football, college football that we all grew up and loved, and it's just kind of setting this weird precedent for the future.
Dominic, we are 47 hours and 30 minutes away from USC taking the field against San Jose State in a Week 0 game. Big picture, college football, what are you looking for this season?
I think it's going to be one of the most, chaotic seasons. There's so many good teams. There's so much good talent that's floating around with NIL becoming a thing, with the transfer portal becoming what it is. There's so many good teams that could potentially win. Obviously, we have the 12-team playoff. You have the arguments of should it be expanded to 24. I think it's good where it is and where the future is going, but I think we're going to have so much chaos. There's going to be so many. You got the Lane Kiffins of the world. You got the Iowas of the world who are fighting to get in there. So I think there's so much that's going on this season that I'm excited for, but there's going to be so much chaos that we should have our popcorn ready every Saturday.
And speaking of the chaos, Lincoln Riley has not had the kind of success I think that USC football fans expected and were hoping he would have here. How much is his job on the line this season if they don't get into the college football playoffs?
Yeah, I hate to put coaches on the hot seat, but I think his seat is getting a little warm. And, I mean, if you really want to talk about the 9, 10, 11, 12 seeds, like for them, it kind of creates less of an excuse, especially when you talk about what Lincoln Riley is able to do as far as college players. And obviously the USC, they're the knight in shining armor that they are. They're used to success. So the fact that they haven't been yet, the fact that they haven't reached the peak that they're looking for, that they're expecting to, as they have Lincoln Riley as their head coach, if they don't make it this year, you could expect there to be a lot of news, a lot of rumors going around of are they going to remain with Lincoln Riley, or are they going to find somewhere else that they can go?
And as excited as we are out here in LA to watch USC, I'm more excited for UCLA. Now, you played college football in Iowa. You spent 5 years in the NFL. Can you break down the difference in mindset that takes place when you are at a UCLA team where people aren't expecting you to win many games, but the vibes are still high, and we may not go to a bowl game, we may not be as good as the team across town, but we are in a good place and we know that we're building something special?
Yeah, there's kind of a you against the world mentality, even if you're at home. There's this aspect that, you have so many doubters. You have so many people in media or across the field who don't think that you're a good team, you're a good player. So there's this kind of chip on your shoulder throughout the entire season. So you can understand that their mindset going into every game is that it's us against the world. So you can tell that the way that they're putting in the work, the players that they're putting in, the mindset that they're having during their fall camp, they're coming out with a chip on their shoulder. And you can expect them to kind of play with a little bit more physicality that you're used to seeing in Big Ten football. That was the big question for a lot of these California teams coming into the Big Ten. I feel like a lot of those answers, a lot of those questions will be answered this fall.
So a lot of the excitement around UCLA, obviously, is their new head coach, Bob Chesney. How do you see him kind of turning this program around in this first season?
I think the first thing is the mindset. Obviously with UCLA being pegged as a basketball school as of late, obviously I know plenty other people who would argue the opposite side, but I think the mindset has to change out the gate. You have to hone in on where they're going as a team, where they're going as a unit. And, that will change everything. That'll get you more physical. That'll change the perspective on campus. That'll change the perspective in the locker room. That'll change the perspective in the stands. So as soon as you can change that mindset for a team, get them a little bit more physical, a little bit more grimy, a little bit more, Big Ten-esque. It's going to be all 4 quarters of rough, hard-nosed football. Once you kind of get that mindset in the team, in the locker room, I mean, you stand a chance when you play against teams in the Big Ten.
Dominic, you spent so much time playing tight end out of the tight end factory that is the Iowa Hawkeyes, and then plenty years in the NFL. Out here with the Rams, it's all about the 13 personnel. Sean McVay carries 5 tight ends on this roster. Can you break down the ebbs and flows of what's being asked out of the tight end position? Initially, it was the Tony Gonzalez and the Shannon Sharp. Then Jimmy Graham and Travis Kelce kind of made it a wide receiver role. But are we seeing a resurgence back to the traditional tight end?
I think the reason why you see so many different tight ends as far as like 13 personnel is because you'll have a tight end like a Travis Kelce who he'll run the routes, or you'll have a tight end like a Jawan Johnson who he could do a little bit of both. And then you have a tight end like me, where I was kind of just go in there and move that guy from spot A to spot B. And that's your job. So you got 3 guys who are there's not one guy who's going to have the responsibilities of the entire tight end room. There's 3 guys who are going to go in, this is my rules. This is my rules of engagement going into this week. This is my ID, my identity going into the game. So that's why you see a lot of teams going into 12 and 13 personnel, because 1, you can run the ball extremely well, and then 2, you hide the pass just as well, because you have 2 tight ends who can run routes, but who could also block. So it hides what you're doing, but it also gives you so many different options as far as where you can go in the offense.
Dominic, you spent a good amount of time in the league, so let's stick with the NFL here. What team are you most excited to be watching this season?
I mean, I may be biased by the helmet right behind me, but I'm going to go ahead and
you were perfectly blocking it. We did not see it until you moved your head.
I'm a little biased by the helmet behind me, but I definitely will be excited to watch them play. Obviously, came in the league with Jordan Love, so obviously always got love for him, no pun intended, but always got love for him, and want to see him shine and want to see him grow as a quarterback, as a man, as a new father, a new husband, want to see him do great things. I've gotten time to spend with Tucker Kraft and watch him work, and obviously out in Nashville, it's Tight End U Factory, so we're all out here over the summer hanging out and working out, so I just want to see them grow and take that next step. The argument is LaFleur the coach that could take them to the new heights, back to the NFC Championship, back to the Super Bowl, potentially win one? So I'm hoping to see them kind of get over that hump, get over that barrier, and potentially go to the Super Bowl this year.
So I think Tight End U might be like one of those, I guess, camp workshops that everyone wishes they could be at now, because it looks so much fun, and you guys do a great job with whatever social clips you put out there. Take us inside as fans. Like, give us an idea of like what it is really like, because it looks like a party.
That's the perfect way to explain it. I mean, it's about 12 hours of hanging out and 2 hours of working out. That's about it. We will be on the field for about 2 hours, in the film room for about an hour, but the rest of it is essentially just kind of the camaraderie, trying to learn from each other, trying to build kind of a fraternity of brotherhood when you talk about the tight end position, because of where the tight end position is going and how important it is for a football team. And I think the real reason why it started is to shed light on how important the position is, because we all want to get paid. We all want to score touchdowns. We all want to, be the best tight end, be the GOAT tight end, the Mount Rushmore of tight ends. Like, that's what we're all shooting for. But we get here into Nashville, where it's Music City, and there's bridal parties and party buses and all sorts of things. So it's like, when you're here, how could you not have fun? Of course you're going to go out and have a little bit of fun, wear a cowboy hat or two, and just enjoy yourself.
And then you get a performance from Taylor Swift.
Of course.
As a bonus.
Little cherry on top.
Dominic, I'm actually glad that you were riding for your Packers there a second ago, because an ongoing discussion that we've had is the NFC North versus the NFC West. Now, me personally, being a little biased out here in Los Angeles, I think there is a significant gap between the NFC West and the NFC North. So state your case for your Packers, for your division. What makes the NFC North so brutal this year?
I think there right now you have 4 really good teams in the NFC North. And I don't mean to throw shade, but you got a couple teams in the NFC West that aren't really holding up their end of the bargain. So I think all around the NFC North is really top to bottom one of the best divisions in all of NFL football. So you got to be on your toes. You got to be ready for all those games, no matter if it's home or away. Those are 6 games that you're going to play that you don't know if you're going to win. There's going to be a tough opponent that you know you're going to have to play. And because of that, I think that's why it makes it the toughest conference in the league.
Dominic, the Rams are coming into this season as the clear Super Bowl favorites. They have the reigning MVP and the reigning defensive player on the same roster for the first time in NFL history, on top of having arguably one of the best rosters in the NFL. So who, if anybody, can really take the Rams down this year?
I think it would be probably the Seahawks. I think that's really their biggest, their adversary right now. I mean, honestly, building a little bit of a rivalry out there for how good both of those teams are. You talk about both teams being really elite on both sides of the ball. You got young talent. You got veteran guys who are going to push the young guys ahead and bring them along with them. The fact that you got to play each other 2 times a year, I mean, and then maybe even one more time in the playoffs. So I think that'll be a really big game to keep your eye on, maybe even 3 times this year to see who comes out on top.
Dominic, thank you so much for your time. Final question for you. As the final week of preseason games kick off tonight, there's a battle in LA, the Chargers versus the Rams. What is the mindset of a player fighting to make that roster entering his final preseason game?
It's a Super Bowl. I mean, this is your chance to stick around. This is your chance to, change your life. I'm one who could really speak, you could really change your entire trajectory from these preseason games, from getting on a practice squad and then getting moved up and then playing well and then getting signed to a contract. So it's every opportunity, every rep, every play. I know it's corny to say every rep matters, but when you get down to the nitty-gritty, it does, because not only is this your resume moving forward as far as a football player, 31 other teams are going to be looking at this film. So what do you want to put on film for your own team to see, to say, hey, we need to keep this guy around, if not on the 53 on the practice squad? And what these other teams need to say, this would be a great guy to have in our locker room that we could really see grow under our team, under our culture, and then put him essentially either on the 53 or on the practice squad as well. So you got to look at this as your last chance to really have an opportunity to put your name, your stamp on this fall camp.
Dominic, I love that perspective. Thank you so much for coming on the show. We appreciate you so much.
No, yeah, I appreciate it, guys.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, sir.
Have a good one.
Awesome.
Yeah, you too.
It really is when you kind of take a step back and think about it that way. It's these are these players' Super Bowl. Yeah. This might be their only shot to make it to the big leagues.
Some guys that will be out there tonight and through the weekend, whenever your final preseason game is, it'll be the last time you put on pads. And then some guys are going to make,
so sad.
Yeah, and then some guys are going to make enough plays to where, like Dominic said, you make a practice squad, and 3 years from now they sign a $50 million contract and change their lineage's financial situation. It comes down to the details, but it's special.
And that's what the mindset should have been of the guys that were like, oh, I'm going to sit out so I can get cut and then go back to college.
Yeah. No redos, not on our watch.
Nope. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, it is time to spill the tea with Brock Vereen. Don't go anywhere.
Evan, I'm right there with you, but I want you to give the people some nostalgia for those who don't know. Nobody knows Los Angeles better than you. Can you paint the picture of the USC heyday and how the Trojans were the show in town?
Okay. For the heyday, I can't speak on. O.J. Simpson, Charles White, John McKay, Robinson, that era. But the recent heyday, my lifetime heyday. Let's put it this way: I am a UCLA Bruin, through and through. 4's up, 8 clap. In the 90s, UCLA won 9 in a row against USC. J.J. Stokes, Kate McNown, but then came Pete Carroll. Then came Reggie Bush, Lendale White, Matt Leinart. This was not just an excellent program. This was a dynasty that during an era that Los Angeles had no professional football. Don't forget, Raiders left, Rams left. USC was professional football, and it was exciting, and Pete Carroll and them had the Coliseum rocking. And it was honestly Saturdays at the Coliseum were must attend, must see TV. And USC was running the town. It was Dodgers, Lakers, and USC football. So ever since then, they've been chasing it a little bit, had some great years in between, but never quite attained those heights. When they got Lincoln Riley, they were like, all right, we're here. It's big boy football again. But again, haven't quite got over the hump. So USC's always considered that premier elite program. Now in the Big Ten, they haven't really proven it. And as a UCLA guy, I'm excited about Chesney, and everything's looking up. But let's see what goes on with USC and Riley this year.
Okay, so Evan is still a RSVP. Yes, Brock, did you say
I'm
yes?
RSVP.
Okay, I'm going to RSVP no because of a couple reasons that Evan just gave. The heat right now. I'm going to wait till it cools down a little to have my full, because I want the full tailgate experience. I'm going for the fun, not work. I'm new to not being on the sidelines and working games, so now I'm getting to experience them as a fan for the first time, and I haven't been able to do that yet with football, especially because I had a Saturday show that I worked on for 3 years at Fox Sports, so now I have Saturdays open, so now I actually can go to football games. So I'm going to wait, as you said, Evan, until it gets a little cooler, and then also, I want to pick a better game. I want a great game to go to, a good matchup. So I'm RSVPing no. You got 2v1 here on this one.
Tell Fish I'll always remember him running down the tunnel towards our locker room to chase down Allen Iverson to say, good series, after the Lakers beat us in that 5th game in Philly. So he said, be well, thanks for understanding. He'll talk to us next week. But Fish, you've heard that story on this air, bringing the Lakers and Philly thing all together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just got emotional again thinking about it. That's awesome. I think sometimes as a competitor, there's blood in your eyes when you're fighting against another guy. Yeah. And then the minute the clock goes off and you recognize you don't have to try to kill this guy anymore, it instantly turns to respect for my competitor. Playing against Allen for 5 games and how hard that was, and I was lucky I was on the team that had Shaq and Kobe. So,
but this is not just what it meant to you. This is a gentleman, what was this, 20 damn years ago? How many years? 25 years ago?
Yeah, that's
this
what he
is
remembers.
A person that was in that building as well and saw you run down there, and Allen Iverson told him as well what you did. So it's not just between you and Allen Iverson, it's between other people that were in the building or watched that too. So big ups to you, Fish.
That's awesome.
Thank you. There was the number 8 version of him and then the number 24 version of him. And I still think about that now when you think about players. Sometimes when we talk about how refreshing it is for guys to tell us what they're thinking and what's going on, and I feel like I struggled, or I feel like this. I still think there's something to being in character that athletes should still hold on to. Kobe got into character as well as anybody that's ever played a sport. It was a part of who he was, but he went into an entirely different space and mindset when it came to competition. It was like putting on the actual armor to go out onto the battlefield. We saw the Odyssey. There's not many times that they walked out there without sliding that helmet on. It's like you turn into a different person once you slide that thing on. It's okay to be what you need to be for your team in certain moments that isn't necessarily consistent with who you actually are. It's okay to leave Clark Kent or Bruce Wayne at the house. We need you to be Superman and Batman.
Rams are playing the Chargers on Thursday, that final preseason game at SoFi. Now, we had heard from Harbaugh that the starters are going to play 2 series. Now, the Chargers starters played 1 series in preseason game 2. So the fact that he just, they're bumping it up to 1 more, because when we watched it, we're like, that kind of feels like a tease. We needed to see more in a new Mike McDaniel offense. Justin Herbert, we got nothing. Okay, we got nothing, and we need to see a little more if I'm going to believe in what this new system is. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. We love when you are a part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. We're also taking any and all of your football questions all day. So whether it's fantasy, you want to talk about your team, get in the chat at The Fan LA or across all socials. Tweet us at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-975-2326. But right now, it is time for Brock Vereen to spill the tea.
Welcome on in to Spill the Tea. There's no cup of coffee like the afternoon cup of coffee, but before we can have that cup of coffee, we first have to spill the tea. Today's tea is the fact that there is a youth sports crisis. And that crisis is called sports specialization. This is not a new thing, but the effects of it are relatively new. If you are watching any training camp coverage in the NFL, if you have been watching the NBA in recent years, at some point you've caught yourself saying the same thing, which is, how are these types of injuries happening to such young players? How can 20-something Tyrese Halliburton and how can 20-something Jason Tatum be tearing an Achilles? That is an injury that is reserved for guys in their 40s. Why are there so many soft tissue injuries with NFL players? And it boils down to sports specialization. Now, California, I would argue, has it the worst, but it goes for every sport. And it goes for every state now. Coaches of high schools and club coaches are failing kids by making them select a sport at a very young age. When you are 18 years old and you're walking around the college campus, odds are you have no idea what you're going to major in. You have no clue. And yet we are asking 14-year-old kids to pick one sport that they have to play for the rest of their lives, ignoring the fact that so many NFL players, so many MLB players, so many basketball players used to also be great baseball players, basketball players, and NFL players playing multiple sports. So how does this lead to all of these injuries? Kids' muscles are so overworked by the time they get to college that their bodies are just ticking time bombs because they haven't done anything else. They've working the same muscles over and over again for their high school team, for their club team. Basketball is a year-round sport. Baseball is a year-round sport. They're trying to make football a year-round sport with these ridiculous 7-on-7 tournament leagues that mean absolutely nothing. And the point I try to get across to parents, I train a lot of kids in the LA area with one-on-one training. And so many times they come to me saying, well, my kid got reached out to by the head coach at this private school, but he says he can't play baseball and basketball. He can only play football. And I tell that parent, take your kid somewhere else. Take your kid somewhere else. Because, yeah, if he goes to that super exclusive private school, he'll probably win a championship at some point over 4 years. But winning that high school championship will mean absolutely nothing if his body is broken down at the next level where it matters. I remind people all the time, college football is a billion-dollar business. They will find your kid. I promise you, if your kid is good enough, they will be found. What they need to do is enjoy this chapter of their life. With NIL, there's this added pressure now of, I need my kid to not only be able to earn a scholarship, but also earn a six-figure sum because that could change their life. And it comes from a good place as a parent, and I understand that. But what you don't hear of are the stories that I hear all the time now of a kid is only playing baseball from the age of 12 through high school. And when it's time to finally cash in, you know what they say? Mom, I don't want to play baseball anymore. I'm sick of it. I wanted to run around with my friends. I wanted to play basketball. I wanted to play football, but you got convinced that I had to only play baseball and I had to play on 2 different club teams and travel the country playing games instead of having fun. With NIL now, college sports is a business. Let your kid be a kid for the final years of their life before they enter the business that is now college sports. It is ruining kids physically. It is ruining them mentally, and sports specialization is going to be the death of this thing. And that is why kids that are now becoming men have the bodies of 40-year-olds. Because when you play football, you work a certain set of muscles. When I would go run track, I would work some of the same muscles, but I'm also working an entirely different muscle group. When I would go play basketball, you're working different muscles. When you go play baseball, you're working different muscles. You're getting other things stronger. You're not just grinding the same muscle groups over and over and over again. And sports specialization has to end. I don't know if it will, but that is why you are seeing an uptick in injuries. And that is the tea for today. Let your kids play different sports now and forever.
Brock, how many sports did you play?
Baseball, track, basketball, football, 4.
Wow.
4. And so did all of my friends who went to college, and many of them played professionally. Tyler Glasnow, grew up with him. He was a hell of a high jumper. We were on the same track team.
Damn.
His brother Ted was an incredible hurdler. He went to Notre Dame to run hurdles. Tyler was a multi-sport athlete, and he is now one of the highest paid pitchers in baseball. Clayton Kershaw played football. Matthew Stafford played baseball. Kyler Murray, Patrick Mahomes. The top athletes across all of these sports played multiple sports, and somehow parents are being convinced by coaches and these other grifters that want them to play for their club teams that you have to specialize or else your kid's going to fall behind. No, they're not.
Yeah.
They're not going to fall behind. They're going to be better because they're going to learn different ways to approach what seems like the same problem, but just problem solving and thinking your way out of things and learning from different types of coaches. That there are so many benefits to playing multiple sports. It kills me that we're getting away from that.
I mean, look at Patrick Mahomes, arguably the best quarterback we've seen in our generation post GOAT Tom Brady and what he was able to accomplish. He plays football like a shortstop.
Yep.
And because he was a shortstop, or he did play baseball, that's why you're seeing the sidearms. That's why you're seeing all these different crazy athletic maneuvers that he's able to make, is because he's kind of like cross learning what he did in both and molding it into the modern day quarterback that we see today.
And you know what's crazy? So we don't have a football here. Oh, it's in a box. Okay. Let's use this. We'll pretend this is a football. This is a set of disinfectant wipes.
Okay.
Before, when I would train quarterbacks, and before, if you just look at any quarterback from like the Tom Brady era, when they would throw the football, they would hold it above their head like this. It was a perfect right angle, and it was upright, and you wanted the ball nice and high to throw the ball. If you're listening to this, picture your arm at a perfect right angle and then the ball even above your head. That is how high, when you watch clips of old Tom Brady and Peyton Manning, the ball used to be held up there. What you're seeing now is this sidearm motion where the ball, your arm is still at a right angle, but the ball is level with your head, and you kind of tilt your body forward. Aaron Rodgers started doing it, which led to Patrick Mahomes, and now you have Caleb Williams, and now any mobile quarterback does this. Because by holding the ball at your head level and tilting your body, you're basically just playing shortstop. What is a shortstop doing? He's throwing the ball on the move.
Yeah.
And it allows you, not only is it safer for your shoulder, and it's an easier throwing motion on the move because a shortstop is never stagnant. So all of these baseball guys, again, multiple sport athletes are changing how quarterbacks are throwing the football. We would have never figured that out if Aaron Rodgers and Patrick Mahomes and Kyler Murray and Russell Wilson didn't implement baseball elements into football.
I love it. Shay, you said you got something for us?
Yeah, I actually wrote an article on what Brock's saying exactly.
Whoa!
And there's actually science that's backing what Brock's saying. So a study found that it actually, multi-directional athletes are like soccer, football, that type of stuff. And then unidirectional sports are like track. So if you were playing multi-directional sports,
it was a lot easier for you, like at a young age, and you just did multi-directional sports, your bones were actually not going to grow as thick as if you were not to do that. There's actually a study that finds this. I'll send you guys the study and all that, and I'll send you guys the article that I wrote. But there's a study that backs this. The study was published in December in the issue of Medicine and Science in Sports and Exercise, a journal from the American College of Sports Medicine, if you guys want to look that up.
Pulitzer Prize Shay. Okay.
So there's actual medical evidence that it's better for your kids to play multiple sports.
It is better physically and mentally.
What did you call it? Multiple, what is it, Shay?
Multi-directional sports are going to be like football, soccer, because you're not really just doing one thing. You're pivoting, you're turning, you're spinning, you're jumping,
So playing those kind of sports was better on the bone growth?
But if you only played those type of sports at a young age and you specialized only in that, it's not going to help you.
Oh, okay. So you needed the track or a yoga.
Exactly, because then you're only specializing in one of your bones.
Yes.
Got it.
That is why we are here, and what led us down this path is just trying to figure out why the heck so many guys are hurt in training camps right now. It all goes back to that.
Wow. Speaking of guys that are hurt in training camp, the Rams made a move that make you think that Puka Nacua might be more hurt than he's leading on. Come week 1. So we know the Rams aren't going to have any of their starters out there. That's not what they do. But as you mentioned, it's going to be great for the battles of those final roster spots for the Rams to say, oh, look what I did against a starting roster.
Yeah, imagine if you're Cam Lampkin or Alex Cook or a bevy of other names who are fighting for those final 4 to 5 spots on the Rams roster. You get an opportunity to go out there against starters, whereas typically the final preseason game, you're competing against other backups. And if you go out there and ball, you really have to elevate your game and play the game of your life to really show, okay, you were against third string, but you played so well that your spot is solidified. How rare of an opportunity it is to go out there in the third preseason game fighting for a final spot against the starting caliber NFL offense. And the Chargers are expected to have one of the top ones, because if you can go out there as a linebacker and handle that Chargers offensive line and Omari Hampton, if you can go out there as a DB and handle Ladd McConkey as a DB and make a play against a Justin Herbert pass, that goes a long way, because again, for this final preseason game, you're not just auditioning for the Rams, you're auditioning for the entire NFL. You go out there and ball, Jim Harbaugh may say, hey, that guy that the Rams released tore us up the other day. Bring him over. Anyone who is making decisions between the final preseason game and Sunday when you got to cut down rosters will be looking at this tape, and it is a tremendous opportunity for those guys.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Joe Serralo in for Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we are so excited to bring in our first guest of the day, AVP professional volleyball player, Olympian, and former NBA player, the reigning Manhattan Beach Open champ, Chase Budinger, joining the show.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Chase, thank you so much for being here. Now, you have a very unique story as an athlete, and we always hear a lot of athletes talk about, like, if they played one sport, like, oh, I could definitely dominate another sport, but you did it at the highest level, successfully transitioning from the NBA to an elite Olympian and beach volleyball champion. For people who might not know your story, can you kind of explain when you decided to make the jump, and did you always love beach volleyball?
Well, first, I've always loved beach volleyball. I definitely came from a background in both sports, in basketball and volleyball. So this wasn't something new that I just all of a sudden picked up and wanted to try it. This was something that I was very good at a young age. once I got to college, I kind of stuck with basketball. I wanted to see how far it could take me. It got me to the NBA, played there for seven years, had a good career. And then when I was done with that, I found myself back on the beach, living this lifestyle that, that most beach volleyball players will say it's one of the best lifestyles you will ever experience. And I've been enjoying it. I've been, playing very good ball recently. And, I've been able to hit all the goals that I've been setting up for myself so far.
So, Chase, you win the Manhattan Beach Open a year ago, obviously premier event on the AVP Tour. Now to go back-to-back, what do you need to take from last year? What do you need to change to feel confident about your ability to go back-to-back here this weekend?
Yeah. Well, I always feel like the first one to win is always the toughest.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. Hour number 4, the Power Hour. I almost mispronounced my own name right there. Did you see that? I was like, Alex Curry. You guys, we're doing our best here. It's been some long nights for me, solo parenting up in the middle of the night. We're in a sleep regression. If you're a parent, you know what I'm talking about. And it just is what it is. We're doing our best, okay? We are here. You know who else is doing their best, though? The Rams, to put together, we thought, they're done, right? They got everyone they need. They got depth. Well, they just traded with the Dolphins to get back Tutu Atwell, which the first thing, that came to my mind when you hear this is there's more going on with Puka Nacua than they're leading on. Whether the injury is worse than they're letting us know, or the Rams maybe got some sort of heads up in regards to his pending suspension.
Yes, so if the name sounds familiar, Tutu Atwell had multiple years here with the Rams and McVay, and he was brought in initially to be the speedster. Mm-hmm. You have your possession receiver in Devontae Adams, but before he got here, it was Cooper Kupp, and then Puka Nacua was this up-and-coming guy. We need a speed guy, and Tutu Atwell was given that opportunity, and between him, Xavier Smith, and Jordan Whittington, no one was really able to separate, and so his contract expired. The Rams did not re-sign him. He went to Miami. So it is only fair to assume that this is Puka related. Mm-hmm. The injury to his psoas, which affects his hip, his back, maybe his hamstring, it affects everything, and it's kept him off the field for a while. Sean McVay not playing his starters has led us to believe that this is not necessarily something that's going to keep him off the field very long, but also the impending suspension. Maybe this is a sign that they have heard word of how many games it's going to be, and so you bring in Tutu Atwell. While, yes, he underperformed initially, but he knows McVay's offense. Mm-hmm. There's no one that they're going to be able to go out and find and immediately throw into the fire that would know this offense better than Tutu Atwell, so that's why you go and get him.
Also, I'm sorry if there's any Dolphin fans listening. What a mess it is in Miami right now.
I feel bad for Jarquez Hunter, who was the running back traded to Miami. Miami's going to be an absolute disaster.
So this is like a similar trade situation. Again, not as big of a player, but in terms of what organization you're going from and to, with Myles Garrett
and Jared
Verse going to the Browns.
If you're Tutu Atwell, you are the biggest winner out of all this, because the Rams were not going to offer you anything. The Dolphins offered you the most money. So you got the most money, and then you just get to go back to where you were living before.
That never happens.
That's a win.
That never happens, where it's you can get your bag and get your ring. Because that's what it is. What do you want to go for? You want to get your bag, or do you want to go for the ring? And he went for the bag, but now he got his bag, and he's on the team with the best chances to get the ring.
The trade for Jarquez Hunter too is a perfect example of you are not just auditioning for your team, you're auditioning for every team.
Yeah.
So Jarquez Hunter was a 4th-round pick last year.
Okay.
And he was seen never on offense, but on special teams in 5 of the first 6 games. And then he was inactive for the remainder of the season, meaning he was on the roster, but he was never going to play. He was not suited up. He started the first 2 preseason games, Kansas City, 9 carries for 35 yards, and then New Orleans, 12 carries for 68 yards. 1 touchdown. It was a beautiful touchdown. He broke 3 tackles on the play. He was a bruiser. He was kind of stiff, limited escapability, if you will. And in a zone system, a wide zone run scheme, you need a guy who can plant that foot and get upfield. And Kyron Williams and Blake Corum take the lion's share of the carries anyway. So this makes total sense for the Rams. And it makes sense for Jarquez Hunter, who's going to have more opportunities to carry the ball behind Devon Achane at Miami. So thank you, Jarquez, for your participation last year. And hopefully he enjoys Miami.
Tutu, welcome back.
Welcome home, Tutu.
Welcome back. Now, we're just hours away from final preseason matchup between the Rams and the Chargers. As we know, the Rams and Sean McVay do not play their starters, especially not in the final preseason game. However, the Chargers will be putting out their starters for 2 series. You will not see a couple of their main guys on defense, Derwin James and Khalil Mack. However, we will see Justin Herbert and this Mike McDaniel offense try to string together a couple great plays, because we got nothing in the second game. So now that we have this information, obviously with the Rams, there's more going on with Puka and the wide receiver situation than was led on. Picking up Tutu, what are you expecting to see tonight, Rams versus Chargers?
For the Rams, I am looking for Ty Simpson and what he can do against a starting defense. If Stetson Bennett does not play, which is still a TBD, the last time Sean McVay brought it up, he said he was still uncertain about Stetson, but Ty will definitely be out there. If Stetson Bennett does not play, it means in Sean McVay's head, he is the backup. However, Ty Simpson has a unique opportunity that even in 4 years of football, Stetson Bennett has not had, and that is competing against starters. Now, Sean McVay could have never anticipated the Chargers' offense and defense playing in the third game. It's not like he's setting up Ty Simpson to have this opportunity.
Yeah.
The Chargers just looked terrible against the Niners in the previous preseason game, so that's the way things fell. I'm excited for the opportunity that Ty Simpson has ahead of him. And if Stetson Bennett does play, I hope both he and Ty get reps against the Chargers starters. That's where it starts for me. I will also say for the Rams, looking at tight end Max Clare and wide receiver CJ Daniels, if neither of them play, then Sean McVay knows what their role is and where they are in the pecking order. If they do play, then we will see both of them at some point this season. It just may mean they're a little further away of getting game reps, so they probably won't be out there week 1, but there will still be a plan for them going forward.
Okay, we just we're talking about what we're expecting to see from the Rams after they just made a trade to get wide receiver Tutu Atwell back in LA from the Dolphins. That final preseason game against the Chargers and the Rams is tonight at SoFi. We'll take a look at the Chargers and what we're expecting to see from them in just a bit. But let's talk some Dodgers baseball because the lineups just came out. Baseball coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. So I'm curious looking at this lineup if this the one person who's out of the lineup, it was a scheduled off day, but let's go through this. So we got Yoshinobu Yamamoto on the mound, hoping to help the Dodgers avoid the sweep in Atlanta this afternoon. You got Shohei Ohtani leading off, Tommy Edman in center field, batting second, Mookie Betts at shortstop, batting third, Freddie Freeman at first base, batting fourth, Teoscar Hernandez in left field, batting fifth, Miggy Rojas at second base, batting sixth, Alex Call back in the lineup in right field, batting 7th. Kike Hernandez at third base, batting 8th. And Ben Rortvedt behind the plate, cashing for Yamamoto. So there's actually 2 guys that are out right now, whether it's Kyle Tucker or Max Muncy. You think they're both scheduled days off?
Max Muncy, definitely. And I also like the idea of getting Kike more reps, getting him ramped up, because come playoff time, he's going to get thrown into the fire like always.
Yeah.
So got to get him more implemented into things than in previous years where he was, say, starting in the outfield. That's not the case this year. And Rortvedt, I'm excited for as well. Hunter Fiducia, offensively, has been incredible. Could not ask for more, and I'm not looking at the stats right now. Maybe offensively has contributed more than Will Smith even did before that month before he got injured. But defensively, over the past couple of games, he has shown his weaknesses. Now, against Tyler Glasnow, gave him some grace, because Glasnow, his whole thing is getting guys to chase, throwing balls in the dirt, and it's really difficult for a catcher to react to that, and catching him for the first time in a game. With Fiducia behind the plate, though, unfortunately, second base has kind of become a free base. He really has not been able to
throw out runners,
to threaten anyone there. And the second someone gets on first, you can guarantee that they're going to steal second. And he's having a lot of trouble framing his pitches. Framing meaning catching a ball that is on the fringe of the zone or outside the zone and popping that glove back into the zone to try to trick the umpire. But in doing so, he has dropped a lot of balls and a lot of drop dirt strikes and a lot of pass balls. Just yesterday, he had a situation in the 4th inning. He's trying to frame a ball, and the ball sneaks past him. And then in the 4th inning, he drops a perfectly fine slider. These were inconsequential things, but they have had consequences in previous games, leading to runs scored and runners on. So here's Rortvedt with an opportunity to get a fresh face in there. But mostly, I'm excited for Alex Callback out there.
Yeah, well, just a little bit of a catcher update. Will Smith is expected to catch 7 innings tonight with the Comets. So he began his rehab assignment on the 25th a couple days ago, when he had a home run with AAA Oklahoma City and threw out a runner. So things are moving in the right direction for Will Smith and that neck stiffness, inflammation, and he's still slated to come back early September. So it's looking like we could see him once the Dodgers come back home for that homestand to kick off September.
It would be perfect timing. Cannot speak enough about Rortvedt and Fiducia and just the carousel that have been catchers. Was Will Smith, then it was Dalton Rushing, then it was Chucky Robinson, then it was Eliezer Alfonso Jr., and we are now on the 5th and 6th catcher of Hunter Fiducia and Ben Rortvedt. And to be thrown into the fire, they have handled it tremendously, but I'm excited to see Will Smith back behind there.
It's crazy. It's been just such a revolving door behind the plate, especially with, I want people to understand like how important that catcher role is for your starting rotation.
Please.
And these are, this is quite possibly the most feared starting rotation in baseball when everybody is healthy. And we are now getting everybody back healthy. There has to be a trust. I mean, we saw how badly it can go wrong when the trust isn't there. And that was between Shohei Ohtani and Dalton Rushing when it was kind of hitting the fan, and it was just nothing is going right. It not only throws off the pitchers, it's just, I don't see how you can move forward in that situation. So to have the Dodgers bring in 2 new guys at the trade deadline and to just be thrown into the fire the way that they have been, not only with the pitching staff that they had when they got here, but now getting some of their best guys back is wild to think about. And Clayton Kershaw was talking about it on the broadcast the other day when he was calling the game. And he's like, people don't realize like the meetings that you have every single day with each different pitcher before the start of the game. He goes, what the catchers do is absolutely insane, and what they have to absorb.
I always think of Brett Favre, because Brett Favre, of course, historic Green Bay quarterback, he was known for how hard he threw the football.
Yeah.
But what never got discussed enough was how difficult it is as a receiver to have to catch those footballs. Same thing with the pitcher and catcher relationship. Whereas, wow, that guy has nasty stuff. Look how filthy Glasnow throws this. Look at that forkball that Roki. Like, Yeah, they're tricking the batter, but the catcher also has to catch those balls. Like it is
not let
a
it get
two-way
past them.
street. Yes, it is. It is a very difficult thing, and it is a very thankless job sometimes. As a catcher, you are as involved with pitch selection as anyone, especially Dave Roberts, who's a manager who prefers his catcher to call the game. Obviously, the ratio, whether you're catching for Lowour versus Yamamoto, may be a little different. But you have to be in tune with everything. When there's a meeting at the mound, who is the first person there? It's the catcher. And then Mark Pryor gets there. And then the interpreter gets there if it's Yoshi or Shohei. You know, they are in lockstep with their pitcher at all times.
Like the vibe setter, too. So when they're the first ones out to the mound, you've heard a lot of pitchers talk about this. You're not necessarily talking about mechanics. Like, people are coming out and they're like, oh, what'd you have for lunch today? What's your favorite kind of wing? You're literally just trying to get them out of their headspace and stop overthinking everything. It's like, you're here for a reason. You're a professional. You know how to do this. So the catcher coming out there, like, again, you're the vibe setter.
Yeah. And I realize now, in the nastiest segue of all time, why Brett Favre popped in my head. It's because Adam Schefter has reported that Packers running back Josh Jacobs now has been charged with misdemeanor battery and misdemeanor criminal damage to property, according to Wisconsin court records. For those who don't know, because it was pretty quiet, actually.
Yeah.
Way back in May, Josh Jacobs had some disgusting charges revolving domestic battery against him. And my belief, because this does relate to the Tutu and Puka situation, is the NFL is close to reporting what the suspension will be, which is why they're getting the language and specifics out there. And maybe this is an indication, because Josh Jacobs, Alaric Jackson, and Puka Nacua are the three guys who are
domestic,
waiting for charges of some kind that were not reported a couple weeks ago when the first batch got released. So Tutu being signed and Josh Jacobs' verbiage getting specific makes me think that the NFL...
So wait, say it again. What did they do?
So running back Josh Jacobs has now been charged with misdemeanor battery and misdemeanor criminal damage to property, according to Wisconsin court records. So early
but
on...
there hasn't been a suspension yet. There hasn't been...
Not a suspension, but this is different language than when the things were first reported back in May. So my belief is that the NFL is getting wording specific so that it can coincide with the suspension. And if they are going to come out soon with the suspension for Josh Jacobs, I would imagine we are close to hearing what, if there is one, what the suspension will be for Puka and Alaric Jackson. And the signing of Tutu Atwell maybe means Puka may be sitting for some time.
There, like it's like, oh no, something's going down. That first reaction. Wait, the Rams are going out and they just traded for a receiver that they've already had within the system for a couple of years?
Yeah.
And he signed somewhere else and got more money somewhere else and they weren't going to give him enough money?
Rumblings, they call them.
Read between the lines,
a lot of
people.
rumblings.
Read between the lines. All right, let's get back to Dodgers. That was a nasty segue, by the way.
Yeah, that was disgusting.
I'm like, here, I'm just going to give you a weird segue.
There's no way to do that one.
The pitching matchup tonight, you guys, is going to be nasty. Absolutely nasty.
Now that's a sick one.
Yamamoto going up against Chris Sale. And you could not have two better competitors on the mound tonight. I mean, Yamamoto's coming in 12-7 with a 2.61 ERA, while Sale is 12-9 with a 2.20 ERA. And the biggest issue here is for the Dodgers, their offense has been struggling. And facing a guy like Chris Sale, you cannot let those opportunities go by. And especially last night, they had bases loaded in both the 7th and the 8th inning and stranded 11 runners. There ain't no way you're going to avoid the sweep tonight if you do that again.
Can't get swept, and you can't leave 11 runners on base in back-to-back games. Back-to-back, it has been 11. Chris Sale is interesting because he, if you are a Braves fan or a fan of a team in the NL East, you are very aware of Chris Sale.
Yes.
But when you talk best pitchers in baseball, you start with a healthy Shohei. You talk Paul Skeens, even though he's struggling, of course. You got Christopher Sanchez and Zach Wheeler. You have all these NL names.
Cole.
Garrett Cole over there in the AL. Like, Chris Sale always seems to get left out of it, and he won the Cy Young as recently as 2024. But something, I don't know, something about him, he just gets left off those lists. He is filthy, and the Dodgers know that, which is all that matters. And like you said, you have to take advantage of opportunities because the opportunities will be few and far between when Chris Sale is on the mound.
Okay, so after the Dodgers came into this series on a 6-game winning streak, okay, we're going to play the if game. If they get swept and lose 3 in a row, does it change your perspective about where the Dodgers are at right now heading into the final stretch?
Slightly. Not in regards to what their ceiling can be, but so there's your ceiling and your floor. Your ceiling is, if this team is firing on all cylinders, how good can they be? For the Dodgers, of course, that's a World Series. The Dodgers' floor, I think, is what is currently being affected and what needs to be figured out over the next 29 games, I believe, remain, is if things go awry, if they're not playing their best, how early can they be knocked out? That's what we're working to figure out. And I think the floor is unfortunately lowered if they get swept by the Braves. I think it'd be hard not to lower the floor.
I'm going to go the opposite route and say it doesn't matter. It does not matter. Yeah, they're like kind of neck and neck in the National League race. It does not matter if they drop this. What matters if they get on this losing streak at the end of September? Dodgers are going to be just fine. When you look at their remaining schedule heading into October, they have one of the more favorable schedules that you can have. After this series in Atlanta, I think the Padres are really the only series you could look at and be like, okay, that one's going to be tough just because the Padres show up like it's the World Series every single time that they play the Dodgers. But other than that, like, no need to fear until mid-September. No need to fear unless they're doing this in mid-September.
Detroit is up next. St. Louis, Washington, Cincinnati, Miami, Cincinnati again.
Yeah.
San Francisco, San Diego, San Francisco. As favorable a final 30-game stretch as you can ask for, and they need to take advantage of that. But in regards to that 1 and 2 seed and getting that bye, this thing's going to come down to the wire. It certainly will. And getting swept here means they will not have the tiebreaker over the Brewers or the Braves.
Oh, okay. That matters. That matters. And is it just the sweep or because Atlanta took the season?
I'm pretty sure they've already lost it.
Yeah, they already took the season series.
Yeah.
It's already done.
I'm
the
pretty sure it's already over, yeah.
So yeah, you know what that means? Then you just gotta
So then it
win
doesn't
straight
matter.
out. You just gotta win straight out. And this really does not matter if they get swept. You're just furthering my point here. All right, guys, we're gonna take a quick break here. When we come back, what do the Chargers need to figure out tonight against the Rams? Don't go anywhere. That's coming up next here on Brock and Alex.
Once you figure out how to win, you get to the finals, you finally get that first win. Now you kind of know how to do it. You kind of know how to get there. You kind of know how to do it when you're in the finals, how you have to play. So I'm very confident in myself, but as well as I have a partner that has won it 4 times. So
Woo!
I have a new partner in Trevor Crabb. He's been there. He's done it multiple times. As I just said, he's won it 4 times. And it definitely is the most prestigious tournament that we have, just because when you do win it, you get your name on the menu.
MVP, the segment where I tell Evan, Brock, and Alex different events going on in LA, and they tell me if they're RSVPing yes or no. This one, guys, it's kind of a week long, so we'll see if it happens or not. But it's LA Restaurant, a Dine LA Restaurant Week. So Dine LA is a 15-day dining event that happens twice a year. It highlights restaurants all across Los Angeles, so you're never too far from one of the restaurants that's it's highlighting. The whole idea is basically to get people out, trying different spots around the city, everything from casual neighborhood dine-in to even takeout. It's literally everything. Oceanfront patios, higher end and Michelin recognized places. You got there isn't really any cons, so let me tell you guys about the pros. Huge variety of restaurants, good excuse to explore different parts of LA, special menus and deals, and for the single guys out there, great date night options. for any type of literally any type of event that you guys want to do. You could take anyone to anything. They have so many restaurants. I went through the whole list. Are we RSVPing yes or no to Dine LA Restaurant Week? Evan, take it away.
I gotta say yes. And you know what? Because you gave me a full week, I might be doing multiple. It's actually going from so here's the deal with Dine LA. Every year they do this twice a year, usually the summer and the winter. And there's literally hundreds of restaurants that participate. I sort of wish it was promoted even more because it is such a cool way to kind of taste these restaurants that maybe you think of as expensive, or certain places that have like fixed menus and things like that. It gives you a little bit more flexibility to be able to try they have the lunch special ready to go, the dinner special ready to go. I got my sights set on Bloodso's on La Brea, classic LA barbecue. Bloodso legend, best brisket in town. And you know what? His pork ribs are great. The rib tips are great. The sausage, the cornbread, best greens in LA. I mean, look, they got a Dine LA menu. And all you need to do, you go on the site. I think it's discoverlosangeles.com/Dine LA. You could search by neighborhood. You could search by price. You could search by cuisine. And you'll be shocked because a lot of the big names are on there. But so are some of these like neighborhood mom and pop spots that want to be included. And it's a big time discount from whatever you normally be eating. And again, great place to try. But I got Bloodso circled for me.
This is incredible. I'm on the site right now as I'm going through this.
They got some heaters.
Wow. And I just searched like Hermosa where I'm at. And I'm like, oh, what can I get here? I love this. There's a lot of lunch and dinner specials. So basically, I'm guessing it's probably like a set menu vibe and a set price. So yeah, no, I am for
and they want to show
RSVPing to this.
Don't forget, they want to showcase like their best dishes too, right? So they're always putting their best foot forward. So you're going to be able to get like the best. It's awesome because it's not super expensive. Dine LA is expensive, but this is like the most budget-friendly way to be able to try like cool, hip, high-end restaurants and not really break the bank. So
I'm right there with you, and I want to double down on the Bloodso's love. I'm looking at it right now, the La Brea location, which I frequent. There's probably a mold in the seat that I sit in because I always get sat in the same booth for some reason, and I'm there so often. $25 lunch, $45 dinner. That is a steal.
What do you get?
For my money, it's the best
what
barbecue
kind of food
in LA.
is it? Oh, barbecue. Oh, this is the place you guys were telling us about.
This is the barbecue place we were talking about. Absolute staple of Bloodso's. The story is awesome. You got a guy who's from Dallas, then he went to Compton, and he brought his barbecue with him. And Evan, the LA in a Minute connoisseur, laid it out perfectly. I think you had a post maybe a little over a month ago. You went by Bloodso's. Is that correct?
I had to because Kevin Bloodso, he's from Compton. His aunt, grandma, extended family was in Texas.
The fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. We love when you are part of the show and part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-975-2326. I talked about this off the top of the show. We had there was a big full company meeting here today. So everyone was here. There was a lot of food going around. I saw wings, I saw sliders, and you know what that's getting me excited for?
What's that?
Football. Football.
Sliders and wings
what is
are
your,
the food of football,
right? And dips, chips and dips.
Yes.
Like I am the dip queen. I am the sauce queen. I am so particular about my sauces and my dips and the right kind of chip, depending on what kind of dip and sauce you're using. Like that is where I get really gnarly and my OCD comes out. I'm like, no, this chip is for this dip. This chip is for this dip. But what is like your go-to like when you're watching a game?
As long as there aren't utensils, I'm good. If it involves utensils, I will likely not eat until halftime.
What?
It has to be finger foods. It has to
So
be...
what about like a meatball or like a wing?
Okay, if it's a toothpick in a meatball, I'm fine with that. But anything that involves me looking down using a fork and knife, I'm just going to wait until halftime. It has to be like a chicken tender, a chip, a carrot or celery stick. It has to be something I can eat without having to look at what I'm doing.
Do you want to know one of the more weird things about me?
Let's hear it.
I fork and knife my chicken wings.
That's gonna need some explanation. You're gonna need some elaboration there.
Anytime anyone is watching me eat a chicken wing and I am fork and knifing it,
That is so much work.
I know. Well, I fake front teeth, and I just have a fear that
To
I'm
make
going to
the
bite
bite
into
easy.
something, and then they're going to pop out. It's a weird
You
fear
have,
I
have a reason though, so
and
it's
I
okay.
also don't like things getting stuck in my teeth.
It's okay.
And then it gets everywhere in your teeth, which leads me to before the start of the football season, which means we have 2 weeks here. You're trying ranch.
Yeah, it's not.
I'm bringing in my favorite ranch. We are ordering French fries or chicken wings, whatever we're going to do. You're just going to do one little taste. Okay. I will have a chaser here for you if you don't like it. There will be like a palate cleanser chaser for you, but I will make sure I bring in, because again, I'm very particular about my ranches. I will make sure we bring in a good one.
Not happening.
It is going to happen. You already agreed to it like months ago.
Yeah,
We're
things
just, I'm
change.
following up. I'm following up on it. Nope. It's happening. Speaking of football, you guys, preseason game number 3 tonight for the Chargers and the Rams. What we know going into this, the Rams are not playing their starters. What we do know about the Chargers is Jim Harbaugh let us know that his starters will be playing 2 series. So like 6 to 9 snaps. The number one thing that we are going to be watching and looking tonight is how Justin Herbert looks in this new Mike McDaniel offense.
Yes. So what Jim Harbaugh's doing is playing the PR game very well to make sure that no matter what happens in this final preseason game, morale and momentum are high going into week 1. Going into week 2, the preseason game against the Niners, he said the starters are going to get 1 series. No offensive-minded coach expects a 3-and-out. And it shouldn't have been 3-and-out. If Charlie Kohler doesn't stumble, they get the first down, and then they get maybe 3 more downs, maybe another first down, etc., etc. They had a 3-and-out. It was ugly, and Harbaugh can't put them back out there because he said it was only going to be 1 series. So by saying, what do you say, 6 to 9 plays or something like that? Snaps. What he's doing there, which is great, keeps morale high, is if the Chargers go out there and have a 3-and-out, they will be back on the field again, and people aren't going to panic. What you don't want is the starters are going to get a series, and then they get a 3-and-out, and then you see the starters for a second series, because the first question Harbaugh is going to get, and that Justin Herbert's going to get, and Amari Hampton's going to get is, does it feel weird being punished having to go out there for another series or some version of that question?
You weren't good enough. Now you got to go
Exactly.
back out there.
So by throwing out a vague number window of plays, Harbaugh can keep control, meaning if the Chargers go out there and have a 7-play series and they don't play after that, it's a win. So Jim, you saw enough good out of the offense that you were able to rest them early, and Jim gets to say absolutely, and I'm feeling great about it, right? It opens the window to make sure that morale is high. That being said, they need to show something.
Yeah, I will say morale is pretty high, and it's always high around Justin Herbert, and Mike McDaniel was recently singing his praise. Take a listen.
I was thinking to myself, what if I had the choice to coach all 32 quarterbacks? Let me rank who I'd want to coach. And it was like 10 seconds into the thought, I was immediately debating Justin Herbert with like 2 other guys out of anyone that I could coach on the planet. To be on a team with the best player being the quarterback, it's extremely unique. I feel like I'm doing something illegal.
Can I say what's hilarious about that?
Yeah.
As reports are saying that Michael Penix Jr. in Atlanta, who was still injured, is likely going to be the starter, even though Tua has taken all of the starting preseason snaps. They won't name him the starter.
Yeah.
Mike McDaniel was the head coach of the Dolphins.
Yeah.
Where Tua Tagovailoa was the quarterback. Mike McDaniel is pointing out how unique it is to have the quarterback be the best player on the team.
No, that was a jab. That was a direct jab at Tua. More so than complimenting Justin Herbert, that was a side jab to Tua.
It's like, jeez, man.
Yeah, I have never been on a team where the quarterback is the best player on the team.
You didn't have to do that.
He did.
That was insane.
He did him dirty.
Oh,
but we've
God.
heard, now we've heard Harbaugh kind of say that Justin Herbert is the best quarterback he has ever coached and that there ever was. I think he went as
far as to say that. And then now you have Mike McDaniel saying, like, I've never been part of a team where the quarterback has been the best player and is putting him on this pedestal. So that's why I'm saying, like, all of the pressure is on Justin Herbert. Not so much, again, like there's going to be a little bit of like, let's see what you can do in this new style offense, but heading into week 1.
Yeah, and what Harbaugh and McDaniel are saying is what the collective of NFL fans felt up until last year.
Mm-hmm.
I think the fact that he has still not won a playoff game, most football fans, not Charger fans, but just football fans, have removed him from that category of best quarterbacks in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
But the potential is still there. So as a coach, they're saying what you are supposed to say.
Yeah.
The defense has its struggles, but statistically, especially under Jesse Minter, who's now the head coach of the Ravens, he had them as a top 10 unit. And before that, head coach was Brandon Staley, who had his shortcomings, but the defense was rolling. So it's kind of the argument of Joe Burrow, they give the excuse of the defense lets him down. For Herbert, it's the opposite. It's the defense is actually being limited by the offense. Like, we don't even know how good this defense can be, and if you have all the tools and everyone's telling us you're the next great one, that's why with the Chargers all of it falls on him. At the end of the day, that's what comes with being the quarterback. That's why you're the face of everything. That's why you get the endorsements. That's why you get all the money, because sometimes you get blamed for things that aren't your fault. But Justin Herbert has to wear that. That's what comes with the territory.
Okay, so besides the quarterback situation, what is the other battle you're going to be looking at?
Couple of them. The offensive line. So Rashawn Slater, starting left tackle, who missed all of last year with injury, had some kind of lower body setback. Reports are saying it's a knee, and he missed multiple weeks of training camp, really almost all of it. And he returned to practice this past Sunday. I would love to be able to see him out there tonight when the starters are out there, because it means Rashawn's fine, nothing to worry about. The rest of the offensive line, though, this is the last opportunity to figure out who the starting left guard is going to be. These are going to be the final reps. Now, Trey Pipkins is the left tackle if Rashawn Slater will not be out there, which means Coyote Oshika will be the left guard. But if Rashawn Slater is back at his starting spot, we will see who they feel the starting left guard is. Don't be shocked if there is a different left guard from the first to the second series. Tight ends, we have locked down. We have Charlie Kohler. We have David Njoku. This will be a 12-personnel team. They just need to play better than they did. Two other things. The running back room. We know Omarion Hampton is the starter. He's going to be an all-star this year. He's going to be incredible. I'm interested just to see how they use Keaton Mitchell and how they use Kamani Vidal. Vidal is a great pass catcher. He's also a great blocker, probably the best pass-catching back that they have. So on third downs, is Keaton Mitchell out there? They can use his speed. He can catch out of the backfield. He can run routes downfield. Or do they lean on Vidal? And wide receiver, just any involvement at all. On that 3-and-out against the Niners, there was no wide receiver. There's no starting Chargers wide receiver who has caught a pass this preseason. And I just want to see what the pecking order is. We know it's Quentin Johnston. We know it's Ladd McConkey. Between rookie Brendan Thompson and Keandre Lambert-Smith and Trey Harris, who is wide receiver 3. It will eventually be Brendan Thompson, but I want to see if he'll be ready week 1, and we'll know that if he's out there with the starters.
Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting one tonight. Obviously, the two series that we're supposed to see with the Chargers starters and what they can do against the Rams' second, third depth. So, yeah, we're watching a couple different battles here tonight. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, you guys, the Buss family, the situation with the Lakers,
never ending.
It just keeps getting worse, and it's heading to court. That's coming up next here on Brock and Alex. Wow.
Came back to be a probation officer, just barbecuing, smoking stuff on the side. But it was so good that people always smell it. Oh, let me try that, blah, blah, blah. People wanted to he's like, yo, you should sell it. You should open a spot. He had a catering company, ran into Mac 10, WC, Ice Cube. I don't know if you remember WC and the Mad Circle and all them back in the 90s, but they were kind of like big proponents of his, put him on to some people in that industry, and then eventually ended up opening a spot in Compton and now on La Brea. But he's an institution, especially because the truth is, LA, and I'm a big barbecue guy, we have so many good foods, so many different cultures. We don't have that many good barbecue spots, man. Like, not the Texas barbecue that I love, and like Bledsoe is the godfather of that. Shout out Kevin Bledsoe and Bledsoe's. I mean, I'm going to be there. I might even go tomorrow, honestly.
Dude, I love that. So there's the La Brea location and a Santa Monica location. So, yeah.
Van Nuys as well, believe it or not. Yeah.
Whoa. Okay,
So
well, that one's not on the Dine LA list right here.
Oh,
those two are I'm on the list. Okay.
Got it.
If you guys remember back in 2013, Zach Greinke hit Carlos Quentin. He charged the mound. Zach broke his collarbone. I had a little kerfuffle with Matt Kemp on the field, going back and forth, yelling at each other. And to what Cody's referencing, Yasmani Grandal came off of his steroid suspension at 32. I was optioned to the minor leagues. In Tucson, this is where Cody and I were teammates. And I imagine that part of the reason that drew us so close was the fact that the manager of that team was Pat Murphy, who may be the best besides Dave Roberts, social guy in baseball. What an incredible person. And you see the Milwaukee Brewers continue to outperform expectations over time with him around. And I think that's a big part of that. A big reason of that is Pat. But then I got a run over at home plate, designated for assignment, and claimed off of waivers by the Dodgers. And when I went to Albuquerque, where the AAA team was, I got there a little bit early. And the door opened. I was the only person in the locker room, and the door opened, and in through the door walked Matt Kemp. Now, he was on a rehab assignment with LA. The last time I had seen Matt Kemp, we were face to face screaming obscenities at each other. I was telling him, I was saying, like, look, I told Matt Kemp, I'm like, look, you better win this fight, because if you lose to me, that's going to look so bad for you, because you are significantly larger than I am, way more athletic. And I think at the time he probably had more homers than I had at bats on the season. And so he walks into the room, and everything kind of went cold on me a little bit. I started to notice the physiological symptoms of heading into fight or flight. And Matt Kemp walked over to me, and I stood up because I wasn't going to be sitting down to get punched. I stood up, and he stuck his hand out and he shook it, and he said, "Hey man, I know we were at odds before, but I got respect with how you stood up for your teammates." And I let out probably the biggest exhale of my life in that moment. So, yeah, that was it's my Dodgers story.
I'm able to say that it is amazing to be coaching a basketball team with Juju Watkins back on the court. Really blessed to just be here, feeling back like myself, and being able to practice with the team. I mean, it's just been a long time coming. I mean, I've just been working out, grinding every day so that I could be in this position. So to see all of that hard work kind of pay off right now, it's really fulfilling. Just being around everybody, shooting the ball, like, I don't even know, like the smallest stuff just gets me excited. But I definitely being able to scrimmage again is all I could ask for, honestly.
Any honorable mentions?
Dude,
I should have put you number one. I should have put you number one, man.
I can't. First of all, I think
fair.
First of all,
I think we agree that's totally fair.
We're not gonna. I feel like we shouldn't go to break here until you actually give us your real fifth one. Having me versus Shohei Ohtani in the Cy Young is absolutely ridiculous. I think you need. What was the actual one there?
Think about the compliment.
That is absolutely insane. What's the real fifth? What's the real fifth one in there? What's the real fifth one there? You technically just named four. That's not true.
D-Mac, I have you on a greatest all-time list. Because I view you as a GOAT.
You're the greatest troll of all time.
Hey man, I am morally and spiritually offended by your zealous love for Shohei Ohtani that has turned you into the mother from The Aviator with the soap and the flashback. You're not safe. You're not safe. You're not
I'm
safe.
Marlin from Finding Nemo. I'm fine with that though.
Yeah.
What's the real fifth one? Come on now. That's absurd.
That's fine. It's Doug versus his inner true self when talking about Dalton Rushing. But I didn't want to bring it up. Yeah, I know, right? I got you, man. You're my boy, Blue. I just rewatched that movie. I just rewatched Old School.
Holds up. Great. You're my boy, Blue.
You're my boy, Blue.
Let's go streaking. KFC.
You good?
How are you going to bring up movie lines and I do movie lines in that same movie and then you go silent?
I was looking at my list and rethinking whether or not I made a mistake. And then I realized I did. I should have put you versus Shohei Ohtani Cy Young Award number one. Did I get a cheer? Oh, that's an endorsement.
It is? Okay, fine. At least I'm number one in something, so I'll take it.
You're number one in my heart. D-Mac.
Pulling out your crystal ball. Is Puka a Ram following season?
Welcome back in to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, heading into the closeout here. If you have any questions regarding anything NFL related, be sure to get those in and we can answer them before the show closes. Also, if you missed anything today, make sure you download the podcast. Just go to Brock and Alex on Apple or wherever you get your podcast. Now, we're going to close out here with the Bus family saga. If it is your first day here on planet Earth, let me fill you in. There were apparently some UFOs that were spotted in San Diego. So if those guys landed and found their way to a radio, let me fill them in. The Lakers sold to Mark Walter. The majority share that the Bus family, of course, held, sold to Mark Walter 11 months ago. And in the span of 11 months, the Lakers sold again. Mark Walter sold them, to the shock and dismay of myself and many other Angelinos. Now, I am giving you the shortest and briefest summary possible. If you want the detailed version, there are hour-long YouTube videos that you can go follow. But the issue is, in the will of Jerry Buss, the man who made the Lakers, the Showtime Lakers, and what they are, and the staple of Los Angeles, he said that Jeannie Buss will essentially be the face of everything. All of his kids were employed. There's 6 of them. All of them will be employed by the Lakers, but Jeannie is the face of this thing. She is running the show. Now, under Jeannie's tenure, everyone who's not named Jeannie with the last name Buss was fired. She fired 2 of her brothers who were in the scouting department. One of them was the VP of scouting. The other one was his assistant. She fired her sister, who was the head of sponsorships and fundraising and things that don't really contribute to wins and losses. Everyone was fired. And while the siblings may have been reluctant to accept Jeannie as the face of everything, that significantly severed the ties between her and everyone else. So, when the sale to Mark Walter came around, the entire siblings essentially said, we're all going to band together and make sure that we make Jeannie's life as difficult as possible going forward. Here's where things get tricky. In the will of Jerry Buss, he says that Jeannie will remain in the governor's seat regardless of what happens. What is the governor's seat? The governor's seat is you vote for the Lakers. When you go to the owners' meetings and rule changes and how we're going to divvy up this money, all the owners across the NBA have to vote on it. It doesn't necessarily have to be the person who holds the highest share. It can be the governor. And Jeannie was appointed the governor. Even in the sale to Mark Walter, who was effectively now the owner because he controlled the highest stake of the team, he agreed to honor Jerry's will and say, okay, Jeannie gets to remain the governor. And reportedly, in Mark Walter's sale to Kushner and Iger, the new pending owners, they even agreed to that. The problem is, in order to be the governor and vote for the team on league matters and represent the Lakers or any team, you have to have at least 15% of a controlling stake of a team. All of the siblings who, after being fired by Jeannie, who banded together to say we are going to make Jeannie's life as difficult as possible, they went through with a sale of their remaining shares. Jeannie is sitting there saying, I didn't vote for this. What the heck is going on? I am taking you to court because I really want my governor's seat. That is how we have ended up where we are now. Jeannie just recently filed a petition in the Los Angeles Superior Court challenging her 5 siblings' vote to sell the family's remaining stake in the Lakers. Jeannie, of course, is arguing that the family trust, which says she should be in power, it should be maintained and that she should be able to continue benefiting from the franchise's rising value. She wants Janie, one of her sisters, and Joey, one of her younger brothers, removed as co-trustees, accusing them of violating their fiduciary duty and a 2017 court order that was designed to keep Jeannie in control of the Lakers. Now, that is where we stand so far. We're going to take a brief pause from the Buss family soap opera to answer some of your final NFL questions. Shay, what you got?
So the YouTube chat has answered, Brock, and they've answered with a couple of questions for you, my friend. Who is your favorite in the NFC South? My boy was drafted by the Saints, and that's IG Yella 08 Brock.
IG Yellow 08. We're looking at the NFC South. Well, we'll start with the Panthers, who are going to be terrible. Bryce Young, I am a believer in, and I do think last year they were on the path to figuring out Bryce, and I do think they got over the hump. I think Ted McMillan is a special talent, but when you look at the fact that running back Chuba Hubbard is injured, when you look at the fact that rookie wide receiver Chris Brazell, who was supposed to be a big-time playmaker, his season ended before training camp even really got going, and they lost left tackle Ike Mekwonu. And I just don't see a world where the Panthers take a step forward this season. You're looking at the Atlanta Falcons now. And, buddy, that is going to be must-see television. Earlier, we were talking about Jonathan Kuminga choosing the Timberwolves for a pay cut instead of choosing the Lakers, but the Timberwolves will be must-see TV because they will be so entertaining. Not playing good basketball, just entertaining. That is the Atlanta Falcons. I feel so bad for the fans of Atlanta, but them in pain is so hilarious because if you've known anyone from Atlanta, you realize how naturally funnier they are than everyone else. Atlanta's going to go through it this year. Tua Tagovailoa and Michael Penix Jr. are in a quarterback battle for the starting job. Michael Penix Jr. hasn't taken a snap on the field yet, and they still won't name Tua the starter because that is how poorly he has been playing. Bijan Robinson is one of the most electric players that the league has seen in years, probably since Saquon Barkley, I would say. And he lives up to that in every single sense of it, but they are going to be a mess. Drake London is special. Bijan is special. The defense has its moments, especially with A.J. Terrell out there. Also, James Pierce, who had a dynamic rookie year, is a criminal, literally, no alleged or anything, a literal criminal, and is being suspended because of it due to some very, very sad, unfortunate things. So it's just hard to root for the Falcons right now. I'm all in on the Saints. And I'm going to highlight them first, and I'm going to tell you why I'm not in on the Bucs in a second. Kellen Moore figured something out with Tyler Shuck last year. Now, hand up, I was very wrong about Tyler Shuck when he was coming out of Louisville. I thought he was too old. I thought he didn't really show much. But Kellen Moore figured something out. And Tyler Shuck didn't start until the second half of the year because Spencer Rattler was supposed to be the guy, and it was some back and forth. Tyler Shuck is the truth, and I'm a believer in Travis Etienne. I almost said Etienne. He has changed his name for those who don't know and is going by the Creole pronunciation. It is Etienne. And I feel he's going to have a resurgence there that he was not able to find in Jacksonville. There'll be a run-first team, and it'll be sloppy ball. I'm not saying that the Saints are going to be some playoff contender. I think they'll make the playoffs by winning the division, but I don't think they'll make much noise after that. But I'm taking them because the vibes in Tampa Bay are atrocious. They've never been lower. Vita Vea wanted a trade. They wouldn't trade him. They gave him $30 million for 1 year, which is just kicking the can down the road. And Baker Mayfield has said, I will not be here next year. He gave Tampa Bay a deadline of training, the beginning of training camp, to figure something out. They were very far apart, and Baker, through no uncertain terms, has said, I am leaving here after this year. Mike Evans is not there anymore. Chris Godwin's coming back from injury. Emeka Egbuka's special, and Bucky Irving I root for because he was a Minnesota Gopher where I played before he broke our hearts and transferred to Oregon. Once a Gopher, always a Gopher. They'll be fun to watch, but they have Antoine Winfield Jr. too, who played at Minnesota. So row the boat, Sky Umago Gophers. But I'm taking the Saints to come out of the NFC South. Shay, it sounds like you're disappointed at that answer.
It wasn't more of disappointment. It was more of just like a really? Like, are we serious right now? I don't know. I honestly think the Bucs are going to do a lot better than you said, but I also think that Baker Mayfield has a chip on his shoulder this year. So again, I don't know. He's been wronged a lot in this league, especially by my Browns. So I don't know. The man has a chip on his shoulder. Yeah, the injuries are the injuries, but again, the Bucs are going to be something to fear this year. 100%. But we got one more question for you, Brock. Okay. Who do you think will win the AFC South? And that's David Horse 800.
David Horse 800. Okay, AFC South. You have to start with Jacksonville because every year it's a will they, won't they. And I go back to the vibes thing. Vibes are a real thing, and sometimes you can just sense when guys are all in or when guys don't believe in the system that they're in. I think the fall off the back half of last year, Brian Thomas Jr. was disappointing. He was on a trajectory to be up there with, it was going to be him or Malik Neighbors, who's going to be the best wide receiver in this class. And it just didn't pan out. Trevor Lawrence is great, but I ask anyone, when's the last time you heard someone talk about the Jacksonville Jaguars? Exactly, because I really feel that the moment has passed, and it's not due to a lack of talent. It's due to just a moving target of what are we and what is our scheme going to be. The Indianapolis Colts are going to be a mess. Tyler Warren is special, but Daniel Jones coming back from that Achilles injury, he's healthy. You have Jonathan Taylor. He's healthy, but who in that wide receiver room is going to catch the football? Alec Pierce. Exactly. Alec Pierce is so far from healthy. It is unbelievable. He can't even walk without a limp. Josh Downs is a good wide receiver 3, but he's going to be thrust into a role that he's just not ready to be in. Michael Pittman is now a member of the Pittsburgh Steelers. So between the trenches with tight end and running back, they are as good as anyone in the NFL. You put Jonathan Taylor up against anyone, you put Tyler Warren against any rising tight end, and there is an argument there. But it's just hard. It's so hard to co-sign that. Tennessee Titans still figuring it out. Credit to Robert Saleh trying to turn that thing around. Cam Ward, we have more questions than answers, but no one is seriously taking them. It's going to be the Houston Texans, ladies and gentlemen. Will C.J. Stroud get back to the old version of C.J. Stroud? I don't know. I think they bolstered up that running back room by bringing in David Montgomery for a reason. They're taking the ball out of C.J. Stroud's hands. He needs to mature, but with him, it's between the ears. It is not the physical traits. It is between the ears, and if that can be figured out, you still have the scariest defense in football. It is the Texans or the Rams, and if Aaron Donald comes back, it's for sure the Rams. But as far as talent, it's Rams. As far as fear, the fear that you feel when you're on the field with the Houston Texans, it will be their defense that ignites fear in everyone. And that'll do it. Again, if you missed any part of the show, be sure to go download Brock and Alex on Apple Podcasts or wherever you get your podcasts and catch all 4 hours. And for Alex, I'm Brock Vereen. This is the new 97.1 The Fan. D-Mac and Ryder are up next.